Chapter 401. After a long rest, my eyes finally open, the white void of the isolation pod that surrounds me fills my vision, and I take in a deep breath of mana-infused air. I'm unsure how much time exactly has passed, but I do know there can't be more than 24 hours remaining. Based on how my joints, muscles, and bones feel, I assume I just slept for roughly 10 to 12 hours. With the massive influx of mana, it's almost like I've used my hibernation skill to heal all my fatigue and injuries. I take off the remains of my salamander's cloak and sigh, placing it into my item storage and freeing up a new slot in my gear possibilities, considering the fact that I usually only use one weapon per fight. And I hold my wind daggers and midnight dagger on me as backup to switch out. I could technically add on gear in these areas too. So, I could add 2 new items, possibly just leaving one slot open in case I want to wield 2 blades at once. I take out my sword and examine my armor as well, making sure my blood-bonded weapons have all properly healed and let out a sigh of relief once they do. I murmur under my breath, looks like I just need a new cloak, and maybe something to protect my hands. I don't want to go through that horrific pain again. I need to get stronger gear to prepare for a fight with a being with those heightened soul energy capabilities. Most importantly, I need to raise my chi capacity. And fast, with a sigh, I sit down in the lotus position inside the pod, and begin to tap into the same feeling Monk showed me when I practiced chi gathering in the monastery. There is far less chi in the air here, but I can still sense an unusually high amount. It's actually much more than the open air outside, and as my mind slips away to a calm state of being, my subconscious gets to work. I took a chi pill before entering the pod, and a rush of energy filled my core to the brim. All of the excess energy slowly seeped out of my body because I can't hold anything above my natural saturation point. However, this is a closed-door pod, almost like a miniature pocket world. I can faintly sense traces of chi leaving through the borders of the containment casing. But a majority of it is staying inside. It circulates around the small white room, and continuously lands on the outer layer of my body. I'm only capable of naturally gathering chi so fast. The absorption rate is more instinctual, like breathing rather than an active action. While my eyes are closed, and I concentrate on the circulation of chi throughout my body, the chi in the atmosphere naturally gravitates toward me at a faster rate. The difference between sitting and cultivating and walking through an area high in chi density is not astronomical, but it is noticeable. My only drawback is time. After another few hours of gentle gathering and relaxation pass, my mind gradually falls back into the confusing spiral of replaying the fight with the wraith over and over in my head. I need a major power-up, and I need it now. I fall in and out of a restless chi-gathering cycle for the remainder of the time in this pod, but for some reason, everything clicks the moment the metal door of the pod opens on its own in front of me. Mana and chi are released from the small containment pod, and I whisper under my breath, I need to go back to the Titan's domain. Feeling like I just had an epiphany, I step out of the pod and look around like this is a whole new world. I always kept the thought at the back of my mind that the Titan's domain could be used to train my mana control up in an emergency situation. But, ever since Ember's warning about scaring them away and their decreasing numbers the last time I used them to train and defeat the behemoth on the 20th floor of the labyrinth, I've been hesitant to go back. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. On top of all of that, the act of sitting in a blank white room for days and weeks on end is a mind-numbing experience. Last time I left that white-walled prison, I was not the same since. I let out a long sigh, pacing back and forth in the small room for a few minutes, thinking about preparing better. If I buy enough food, water, comfort items, and entertainment, I could stay in there much longer with less of a problem. I have 10 chi pills left in my silver case. If I were to use all of them, flooding the Titan's domain with chi just like I did in Isolation Pod, I wonder how well it would act as an insulator, and how fast I could grow without the burden of a time constraint. These isolation pods slow down time, but as far as I know, the Titan's domain brings time to a halt. Or at least the dilation is so large, it seems that way. The grin across my face widens as a plan begins to come together, but my train of thought is momentarily broken when the blue light above the other pod at the back of the room opens and Lith walks out with his hands clasped and a very relaxed look on his face. I turn to see him, and his gaze becomes sharper and his relaxed face turns to a thin smile. Fancy seeing you here so bright and early. His eyes shift to the other pod on the side of the room that is still open. Slowly leaking some mana from my session. Looks like you had a nice session as well. I nod, facing him with a more professional look, trying my best to keep my excitement of my recent potential discovery under control. He continues, walking over to the back of the room nearing the elevator. Well, I do have a meeting to attend to, but I have come up with a reasonable counteroffer to your demands last night if you'd like to hear. He turns to face me, and I give him a motion to carry on. Sure, lay it on me, he smiles, Well, I think giving you authority to fire or hire new craftsmen from the team I provide is reasonable. If by chance you have the connections to form your own team capable of doing the volume necessary, that is fine by me. I cross my arms and grin back slightly as he carries on. The guards, on the other hand, I'll have to push back on this point. I'd like some of my men stationed in Sector 2 permanently. I run a business of trade and information. It's in my best interest to know what's going on everywhere at all times. My expression changes to one of distaste, but Lith explains further. We're still waiting on the details of the current Sector 2, but if you end up forming a place of operations there, I will promise to give you full privacy for you and your teammates. My men won't go near it, just like this tower is in Valor City, a safe and private state of operations. I nod and relax more as he goes on. Then lastly, the trade profits. Although it is a bit of a stretch, me giving you so much help to establish this business and you taking all the profits in return, I'll accept this portion of your initial ask. My eyebrow raises, as this was one of the points I was sure I'd get kickback from, but in return I'd like to place orders for Sector 1 and only pay the amount that it costs for you to farm the materials and pay your workers. Every other deal you manage to land, you'll get to keep 100% of the profits. I pause and think about it for a moment, but I'm unsure how to counter everything he's said in a quick manner. He's respecting my privacy, promising full autonomy and no prying eyes, but wants rights to place guards and eyes around the territory itself. On top of that, he's willing to give up a % of global trade profits in order to get his own products at a highly reduced cost. Interesting. I'll have to think on that too. I think we're getting much closer to a middle ground. Lith smiles again and turns to open the elevator door. I think you're right, we are. Take your time. We still need intel from Fisher and Lydia before we can fully consolidate a deal anyway. I'll be back in the tower in a few hours. Just ask my lobby men to ring me if you'd like to continue negotiations. Sounds good. He leaves through the white doors, and I'm left in silence as more mana pours out from the isolation pod I left open. I walk over and close it with a click, and the sound brings me right back to the state of mind I had before my surprise interaction with Lith. Even better. I'll have more time than I know what to do with to think about his offer later. For now, I have some tests to run. I enter the elevator, put on my ring of concealment and activate my skill, then use the Red Ogre dungeon access to teleport myself back to Vice City. I walk out in full disguise and make my way to the commerce section of the city. It's barely 6 in the morning, and the sun isn't even fully up yet, so not many merchants are active at this time of the day. All of the outside shops are closed up, waiting for the morning rush of trains full of hunters to come in. But there are a few large shopping marts with tired-looking workers manning the registers. I walk through a couple, stocking up on gallons of water and piles of food. Most of the night shift workers give me side eyes and odd looks, but none of them say a word as I leave them a full gold coin as payment and leave with 4 shopping carts full of food and water, only to place them all into my item storage the moment I leave the store and get out of their sight. Next, I go to another 24-hour store, filled with miscellaneous items. I manage to pick up a few sleeping bags, a blow-up mattress, pillows, some casual changes of clothes, and a few editions of the newest comics and novels I've yet to catch up on while traveling around the Dark Continent. Lastly, I find a camping section of the store with a portable bathroom and shower set. My eyes light up at the sight of these, and don't even mind the 2 gold price tag. Again, when leaving this store I get a few odd looks, and I even buy a premium C-grade item box from their magic items section to allow me to take the large overweight items with me. I doubt any of them would overthink it much if I just left without one, but it doesn't hurt to be extra careful. Once finally leaving the store, I just place the entire item box full of materials into my storage system for convenience. As the sun begins to come up, I activate my stealth skill and walk right past the E-class guards in the dungeon hub. I enter one of the low-grade dungeons moments later in dungeon, walk directly to the Great Plains, Chapter 402, activating my enemy detection skill. I scan the entire dungeon in search of the odd readings Titans give off. With my more recent mana control and skill upgrades, my skills nearly spread across the entire dungeon as I teleport around from all the old points I used to hunt here. Finally, a familiar 500-meter radius blank blotch of high-density mana comes into my mind's eye. There are only 2 of these blotches in the entire dungeon. Fewer than I hoped for, but one more than I need. Even with my legendary skill upgrade, for some reason, it still doesn't show me a clear image of these creatures. However, I teleport to the closest one nearby, and the sight of a 30-meter tall black outline of a titan comes into view. They look exactly how I remember. A jet black void of darkness with no defining features in the form of a massive long-limbed human. They walk slowly around these great plains looking for weaker beings to suck into their domains and steal their mana. even portions of the dungeon landscape are sucked away. Staring up at it now, hearing the ominous buzz of mana, and watching it take slow footsteps toward me is not nearly as frightening as they used to be. It approaches me from across the rolling hills of a grassland plain, and I wait for a few seconds inspecting and appraising it but gather no new insight. It really is just a massive blob of walking mana. Well, it's now or never. I run forward and airstep closer to the creature. Without a hint of hesitation, I plunge headfirst into the dark void and the familiar sensation of falling takes over. I manage to bring myself upright and activate my wind magic before hitting the white floor of the rectangular white-walled trap set beneath me. Its ceiling closes the moment my feet touch the floor, and the low buzz of natural mana shielding fills my ears as I find myself back in the Titan's domain. It's a fairly large rectangle, big enough for me to run back and forth in like a small sports field. The ceiling is high enough to jump around a bit, and the four walls are far enough apart it isn't too cramped, but it's definitely a tight fit in here, especially if I'm going to be doing primarily training. I let out a sigh with my hands on my waist, then get to work. I have 3 major goals for this session. The first and most important one is increasing my chi capacity. Even now, I can sense very small trace amounts of chi in the air. Even in this very unique space, there's about 1/10 of the natural chi in the air that there is in the outside world. It makes me really wonder where chi comes from. It seems to be everywhere in trace amounts, no matter where I am, but doesn't interact with anything unless a user can guide it. This energy is very different than mana or demonic energy. The second thing on my list to do is raising my mana control. While I'm here, I'll have an unlimited amount of mana to plunder and train with. Focusing on my chi comes first, but I believe I can do both at once. Then lastly, the third goal for this training session is figuring out how to get out of the Titan's domain without the help of Ember's mythic grade plunderer skill. I can always ask him for help, but I want this to be a replicable process that I can do in front of my teammates without revealing my last and most important secret, stolen novel. Please report. I smile, reaching into my storage and pulling out my sword, getting ready to face the back wall of the domain. Alright, this is a trial run. Let's see how much I have to grow before I can get out of here by myself. I charge up my blade to maximum strength, activate my buffs, get in a sturdy stance, and swing my blade with all my power to release a dense black wave of flames at the white wall. Unlike the times I previously tried cutting this wall down, my attack doesn't make much sound or give any reaction at all. It just slices through like butter. A massive gaping hole in the shielding before me is ripped open, and the black void is visible to all my senses. My attack makes it out the other side of the nearly endless void, and I watch an explosion of light as it bursts back into the outside world. It doesn't even seem that far. If my energy attack can burst through like that, why wouldn't I just be able to make it out if I tried? The thought of activating my extreme speed buff along with a few gusts of wind magic behind me to try following the path of my attack outside into the void crosses my mind, but I decide not to test this plan. I can think of more ways than one that theory would not work out well, though. I do have one way back that's easier than all the rest. I pull out a transport crystal from my item storage and hold it in my open palm. If this works, I can bring Maria and Abby here right away and we can all start training. I concentrate, and destroy the glistening stone in my left hand. The fragments of crystal rock fall to the white domain's floor, and I don't budge. Teleport magic activates, covering my full body, but as soon as the flash of light covers my vision it dissipates just as quickly. I'm still standing in the Titan's domain with shattered crystal by my feet. Interesting. I remember my dungeon walker skill not working correctly in here either the last time I was trapped, and now this teleport crystal too. Well, the easy way out isn't going to work. I'll focus on goals 1 and 2 for now, pulling everything non-perishable out of my item storage. I set up a nice living area on one side of the room, and decide to do all of my training on the other. The slice in the walls mends itself in a matter of minutes while I sort through my gear. In my miscellaneous items pile with my comics and clothes, I bought a mana-imbued digital clock, 621. I take a look at it before I focus on my chi control. This time around in the Titan's domain, I'm going to keep close track of the time that goes by, sitting at the far side of the room in the lotus position on a red-colored blanket with nothing but water bottles and a clock by my side. I take out one chi pill and swallow it whole, oversaturating my body's already full core. Closing my eyes and focusing only on the energy circulating through me, I constantly push waves of energy in a calming motion through my arms, legs, and torso. The excess chi from the pills leaks out and begins to fill the room. In just a few hours, I've completely expelled the excess chi and come back to my natural maximum saturation point. The excess energy in the air slowly flows around the contained room, and starts to gather on my body at a much faster rate than it does outside. However, this is not enough. I swallow another pill and wait a few hours for its energy to flow through me fully too. The excess chi fills the room, making the air much denser with energy. Then, again, after the third pill, I look at the clock and over 8 hours have passed. However, the entire room is filled with a much denser mist of chi. Every time the waves of it pass through me, more and more, sticks to my skin in trace amounts and is absorbed into my capacity. The density of chi in the domain is nearing what it feels like to gather energy inside Monk's Monastery. I continue to take the pills, oversaturating my core for 20 more hours straight until the room is completely full and I'm entirely out of pills. The amount of chi that escapes through the micro tears in the walls is so minuscule, I can't even sense any leaving. By the time I'm finished, the density in here is almost 3 times as much as it is in the monastery, and I can feel my rate of absorption increase just slightly as the density in the room increases. It's not exactly 3 times as fast, but the difference is noticeable. Now that everything is contained inside, I won't be attempting to break through the walls again anytime soon for fear that the energy may seep out. However, I do test plundering mana from the floor below me and activating all my buffs to burn through MP while simultaneously cultivating chi. It doesn't affect the absorption rate at all, and allows me to comfortably burn through 5,000 to 6,000 MP per minute at a fairly constant rate. I could do more, but this is the perfect rate to use my self-regeneration ability to heal my fatigue just as fast as it naturally builds up. I let my mind wander, and enjoy the peace and quiet. Chapter 403, I don't get hungry or tired for another full day. Not doing overly strenuous activity along with my increased mana control base has made it much easier to go long stretches without these necessities. Other than a few small breaks to get up and stretch or drink water, I gather chi and train my mana control for an additional 24 hours. Over 15 million MP is absorbed over the 2 total days, and a good amount of chi has entered my core, raising my capacity. It's not visibly noticeable, but I feel as if I'm filled with slightly more energy. It may be just a placebo effect for the time being, but I'm excited to push the limits, with my stomach rumbling and a few yawns coming out of my mouth. I walk over to the opposite side of the domain and take a nice hot shower in the portable camper set using ice and fire magic summoning as to not waste too many resources. Once changed into a fresh pair of clothes, I reach into my storage to make myself a large meal. On top of that, I crack open a new edition of one of my favorite comics and sit back on an air mattress covered in blankets and pillows up against the mana shielding's white wall. I fall asleep and have a long and rejuvenating rest, then relax in the morning for a few hours as well before venturing back over to my cultivation area. Just existing in the dense energy-filled environment naturally gathers chi, but when I sit down and concentrate, the absorption rate increases much faster. I get in the cycle of training 2 days on, 1 day off. The relaxation state of chi gathering puts me in a flow state, making time feel as though it doesn't go by. All I have to do is focus on naturally moving my chi around in a constant pattern around my body while letting my perception and stat boosting skills activate at a low rate while my plunderer skill replenishes my MP. I get into the rhythm of a zombie-like trance where the only time I need to stop is for water breaks and, of course, food and sleep. Once roughly 48 hours is up, on my 24-hour off cycles, I read, sleep, and journal. Using a few notepads, I meticulously write down what I was doing last in the world outside over and over. I repeat a few conversations and actions that have occurred over the last few weeks in a notebook just to make sure the memory of these events doesn't slip too far into the back of my mind. This is the error I made last time I used this domain to train. I didn't take into account that reality has come to a halt outside and wasn't well prepared to re-enter society. This time around, I'm covering all my bases. My schedule is very relaxed, and I grow more every day, making a tally on another separate page every time the clock hits midnight, signifying another day has passed. 10 cycles go by, meaning a full month passes, and a few huge changes start to occur. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. The chi in the air noticeably lessens, not because it's leaving the walls at a rapid rate, but because it's staying contained in my body. Before, I thought it might just be my mind playing tricks, but now, I'm certain that I feel at least a 10% increase in my chi capacity. My mana control increase is much more trackable. I've processed over 150 million MP, and I'm practically glowing with extra power. It's not as fast as just killing high-level monsters and using my MCP absorption skill on them for maximum percent gains, but it is fairly efficient, and my control is raising without having to level up. As another 2 months pass, I get in the routine of doing push-ups, sprints, squats, and pull-ups with heavy stone manifested weights and equipment. I'd like to keep my body in the state of being active even if I don't technically need it. This doesn't cut into much of my gathering time. I just added into a few hours of my 24 hours off time routine. More and more of the chi in the air begins to fade away during this time too. It's about half as dense in the air as when I started. My base raises from what I can tell. another 25% or so, making an educated assumption that I've gained over 1/3 of my initial base since I entered. My mana control, on the other hand, has raised by an even higher amount, roughly 500 million MP, the rate at which I'm fatigued lessens. And the efficiency that I can heal my fatigue increases. Since entering this session, my mana control has raised over double what it was when I began. I continue to train, all the stress and worry that has built up over the last few weeks and months in the outside world starts to dissipate too. The stronger I get, and the more time I have to formulate a plan for when I get out, the more relaxed, calm, and calculated my overall demeanor and outlook on my situation comes to be. Another 3 months in the domain pass before the chi circulating in the air has either been fully absorbed by me, or it seeps out through the walls of the domain very slowly. I gain roughly another 1/3 of my initial base. If the chi in the air stayed as dense as it did at the start, I would have been able to most likely absorb more in the time I was sitting in here. However, my mana control only continues to rise at a slow and steady exponential rate. I managed to burn through nearly 1 billion more MP. This over doubles my mana control base again, bringing me to a much higher level than when I entered, almost a 2.5x increase. Although I'm brimming with power, I haven't gotten to truly test things out. I stopped gathering chi in the middle of my session today and stand to my feet. The chi around me is less dense than the natural air in the outside world. I've hit the limit. It's time to break out of this place. I put the comics and novels I completed into my storage and let out a sigh looking at the ones I still have yet to catch up on. Most of the good food and miscellaneous items stay in my storage, but I decide to leave all the dirty laundry and used camping gear sets behind. It'll be easier to just buy these again rather than try to salvage them of any usable materials. Once holding everything I care to keep with me, I reach into my item storage and pull out my sword. Let's see how much I've grown. I charge up my blade with as much mana as possible, activate my skills, and get into the same powerful stance I did before entering this domain. Then, let a wave of dense black flames erupt from my sword. It's impressively larger, hotter, and denser than last time, tearing an enormous hole in the shielding wall that wraps upward to break part of the ceiling and downward breaking the floor in sections too. It hits the back of the void in mere seconds and a huge flash of white light shows that it's made it to the outside world. The rectangular room I stand in shakes, and my theory that chi would escape through the open hole comes true as I watch some denser pockets drift out into the less dense atmosphere in the void. Chapter 404. Even with this powerful attack, in a matter of minutes, the massive tear in the shielded walls heals back to as good as new. I try using the same attack a few more times, tearing massive cracks in the rectangular prison that open the floor and sealing up to the black void surrounding me. Each time it soars through the darkness and makes it out, but nothing changes. The walls continuously heal on their own, and I'm left alone in the blank white room, letting out a sigh. I whisper to myself, well, there's still one thing I can try. Facing the back wall of the room, I charge up my sword with mana and fire magic just like before, but before releasing the attack, I activate my Red Hydra's buff. A dense crimson aura forms around my mana blade, and once I release my attack from my sword, the impact makes the entire structure of the room I'm in shake multiple times more violently than before. It slices through, and the red aura that remains begins to eat away at the mana-imbued wall that it comes in contact with very quickly, burning it away like tissue paper to a hot flame. A flash of light tells me the brunt of the attack has hit the outside world through the void, but what fascinates me even more is the sight of the entire back wall of the room being completely destroyed. The red aura exhausts itself eventually, but it does some serious damage. I can't even see the corners of the room. It looks as if it was sliced off completely with a jagged blade. However, soon enough, the white mana-shielded wall begins to heal itself up. I let out a sigh, realizing the more I throw attacks at that wall, the more useless things may become. The only thing it will do is increase my fatigue from using the buff over and over, and possibly just destroy the entire room I'm standing in and leave me floating in the dark black void of energy all around me. I open my item storage and let Ember come out. If anyone has insight on my situation, it'd be him. As he flaps his wings once, then lands on the ground with a thud, he almost instantly curls into a comfortable-looking ball and looks at me with interested eyes. So you took my advice? I can tell you're a lot stronger. He looks around, pausing his gaze on the open wall that's slowly closing up still, then back to me holding a flaming sword. You need help getting out of here, don't you? He starts to chuckle as I nod and reply, well, yes. But I'd rather find a way to get out of here myself. I'd like to train with my teammates here, but don't want to expose you to any prying eyes. I have a feeling that would be problematic. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Ember nods, returning his gaze to the wall as it fully heals up. Yes, anyone that has knowledge of the last war knowing of my existence may bring more problems than good for you if they knew of me. Even if you trust your teammates, I advise you to follow your gut and not tell a soul until you're much stronger. I raise an eyebrow at his mention of a war, but reply with a much more important series of questions. So, is there any way for me to break out of this domain myself? My attacks are much stronger than before, and my Hydra's buff increases that attack power by a considerable amount too. But that doesn't account for the void around us. It doesn't seem to have any effect on it, and I'm hesitant to dive into it without knowing the dangers. Ember smiles. Well, to put it bluntly, you're too weak. The Titan's domain is a pocket world formed by magic far greater than your own. It is supposed to be a trap impossible to escape. The only reason we can is because of my skill that retained its mythic grade status. Time-dilated pockets of space can only exist when immensely high-density amounts of mana are stored in a small place. I nod, crossing my arms trying to follow along as Ember continues. We're just packets of information stored inside a small domain deep within a Titan. Think of this domain as its own dungeon. Can you throw energy attacks at a dungeon floor enough times and break out? No, a Titan's domain acts no different. It's just a much smaller version, with more mana. This leads to very odd space and time-bending properties. The only way to weaken its defenses is to turn off its energy sources entirely. It's similar to collapsing a dungeon and forcing a dungeon break. However, we're the only monsters inside this pocket world trying to get out. I respond in a disappointed tone. So there's no other ways to get out? What about jumping in the void? My energy attacks can make their way through. Why can't I? Ember replies. Are you sure they leave the void? My theory is energy distorts more and more the closer it gets to the outer edge. The flashes of light and disappearance may just be the attack dispersing into the darkness. Then he sighs, though I could be wrong. I haven't studied these domains very much. The Void Creeper's rifts are rare to come by, even more so than demonic ones in recent times. I reply, so it's just not worth the risk. What if I increase my mana control high enough to the point where my legendary plunderer skill has enough power? Or maybe if I just upgrade dash. The idea comes to mind and I immediately open my status with my all-seeing eye activated to check how many PP it would take to upgrade my skill further. I had planned to save up all of these points to use on absorption, but if this is an easy fix to my issue it would be worth a shot. My eyes widen at the sight of glowing blue text before me displaying the details of my plunderer skill. Below it is a grayed out text box showing how much an upgrade would be. Upgrade, legendary grade, dash, mythic grade. 1000 PP, yes, and oh, even at the increased rate I'm gaining PP with the help of my absorption skill, this option is far out of my grasp. I look back to Ember with a hopeful gaze. What about Chi? My red Hydra's buff did a lot more damage than my base level mana attacks. What if I just continue to raise my Chi capacity and tear it open with pure power? Ember thinks for a moment, then responds again. It's possible, but highly unlikely. You'd need to awaken a very specific soul energy designed to drain energy. On top of that, you would need to be much stronger as well. My soul energy with the unique trait to cleanse may be able to deteriorate this realm if I tried, but it may be detrimental to my growth if I used that much of my inherited power from a past life in this weak of a form. Plundering the mana is our safest bet. I think to myself for a few seconds too, but Ember interjects again before I think of a response. Speaking of soul energy, how far have you come along? I can tell you've improved a lot. Are you able to manifest Chi outside your body yet? I turn to Ember with wide eyes. No. I don't think so. Well, I haven't tried. Chapter 405, well then, try it. Let's see. You might as well give it a test run in here while I start the collapse and get us out. I look down at my sword, then back up to Ember. How? The dragon starts to pulse red, signifying the mythic grade plunderer skill is activating, but he responds, you either know how to do it, or you need to continue working on raising your capacity. There's no special technique or secret. It just takes time to build upon your base. If you don't have control, you won't be able to manifest it outside your body. Ember closes his eyes and his body becomes completely engulfed in the red aura of his mythic grade plunderer skill. His words echo through my mind before he closes his eyes and begins, try it with your sword. It should feel like you're throwing a punch, but allowing the chi to flow out similar to how you release mana from your weapon. I've gotten a lot stronger since our last time collapsing a domain like this. It shouldn't take more than a few hours. So practice all you want. I'm sure that will be enough time to understand your natural limit. The floor beneath Ember begins to rattle slightly and a deep red-colored aura seeps out of him at a fairly quick rate. Looks like you really have gotten a lot stronger. I give a light smile, then turn to walk over to the opposite side of the room holding my sword, while Ember starts to take in all of the mana in the atmosphere. I concentrate hard on only my chi and let it flow through my sword just like I would in a normal fight. I haven't tried this in quite a while, and the nearly 70% increase in my capacity and the constant state of control I've been practicing while meditating over the last few months. It comes as second nature. Saturating my blade with chi up to its optimized potential is as easy as raising a hand to get ready to punch. I swing it through the air a few times, activating my swordsmanship skill to help practice a few foot movement patterns I learned from Monk, then stop with my blade pointed at the wall. I do feel quicker, and this is all much more crisp and natural, but manifesting chi outside my body? Where do I even start? I close my eyes and try to focus on the waves of white-hot energy circulating through the blood-bonded sword in my hands. In the same moment, I repeat the swings and foot patterns I used before, and increase the rate at which chi flows from my core into my sword. The speed and force of the flow begins to create a strong sensation like an ocean wave's current coming from deep within my body. The waves of chi clash against the outer edges of the blade as I continue to practice the movements and become more in touch with this increased power. As the crashing waves collide with the edges of my blade, particles splash out into the open room, and every strike slices through the air with increased vigor. My attacks seem more deadly than ever, but I can't seem to get more than just a few microscopic particles of chi to drip out like condensation on a glass. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. It's progress, but I still need something to test it on to know what its true capabilities are. My eyes open, and I see Ember's cloud of red aura has expanded even further, and the portal of domain he sits on is beginning to fall away already. I don't have much time. I smile and my focus shifts to the nearest white wall to my left side. Using the same technique as my test run, I begin slicing through the mana-shielded wall as if it's made of styrofoam. I'm not using any mana at all in my strikes. The only thing I'm doing is oversaturating my sword and allowing chi particles to be released at an even more rapid rate on impact. For the next hour or so, I slice holes in the back wall of the domain over and over, getting better and better at releasing trace amounts of chi through the edge of my blade. The hundreds of cuts in the wall heal up almost as fast as I make them, and the small amounts of chi that escape from my blade float off into the endless void around me. Once the red aura from Ember's skill fills the entire room, I simultaneously come to a halt in my training. Ember was right. There is a limit. For the first few dozen strikes on a real target, it felt as if I was improving each time, releasing more and more chi in each attack. However, once I got used to the feeling, and even releasing energy became almost second nature, the natural limit to my attack is met. What started as just a few tiny particles is now a faint mist. After all of this, about 30% of my chi base has been depleted. A single chi pill will bring me back to full without a problem. The depletion rate is slightly faster than normal training with my fists. It is still sustainable for long battles, but I can tell if I raise my capacity and control, I'll have the ability to release attacks that use up higher percentages of my entire base. While pondering this, content with my progress so far, I let all the chi in my body and sword trickle back into my core and prepare to meet the outside world again. Ember's mythic grade plunderer's skill begins to take up more and more of the area, and the white-walled structure around us begins to crumble. It's just like the time before. Once it starts, the reaction won't stop. And I let out a wave of fire magic nearing the end of his plunder to help break down the dwindling outer edges of the domain. A multicolored flare of light leaves us both on the grassy dungeon floor of the Great Plains. Moments later, Ember wakes up from his slumber-like state and I point to the sky. Want to stretch your wings before I get back to work? I air step onto Ember's back while he flaps his wings and flies high up into the sky, into the artificial dungeon clouds and away from anyone's sight. As we soar through the air, I fill him in on the progress of my chi and he explains that this is a very good start. The gathering in meditative state has brought my control up considerably. So practicing more won't do much more to raise my ability. More time and more chi will. Aside from that, as I look out at the open dungeon, my mind feels crystal clear. I read through my journal to make sure I know exactly what I have to do next. Abby and Maria are still in their training session high up in the Vice City labyrinth. This was all 6 months ago in my time, but merely 4 hours ago in the real world before I entered the isolation pod in the Galeheart Tower. After their farming is done, I have to meet with Monk for a training session. I'm going to make sure to load up on chi pills when I do. Then lastly, I have a counteroffer for Lith that I'm sure he won't refuse. With sharp eyes, and a barely visible grin creeping across my lips, I speak out into the open air. I have some work to do. This will be quite fun. Usually, after a great awakening or rise in power, I see the world in a whole new light. The sun looks brighter, the trees look greener, people's smiles even seem wider, and it feels as though whispers of the universe have entered my mind. This time, it feels different. The world around me has not changed at all. It feels as if I'm looking out at a puzzle that is already solved. My mindset is exactly the same as it was when I entered the Titan's domain. The only difference is I know exactly what I have to do next. The situations I put myself in are very complicated. However, now that I've had enough time to think things through, it has all become very simple. Chapter 406. After about 30 minutes of soaring through the sky, we finally decide to come to the ground. I activate my enemy detection skill to scope out the dungeon and thankfully pick up on the other titans reading at the far back point of the Great Plains. I think to myself it would probably be best not to mess with it. Destroying the one I just left is enough to frighten them already. I dungeon walk to a lower level E-class dungeon and use the egg. Chapter 407. Once I make my way down the steps of the monastery into the main hall, it seems very quiet, and much more empty than usual. There are a few people dressed in the familiar orange robes walking around, and some eating meals at the tables, but very few. I make my way toward the usual training room, and press my hand on the door to open it. To my surprise, I see Monk with both of his hands raised in the center of the room as I enter. The chi within his body is glowing hotter and flowing faster than I've ever seen it before. Small particles even drip out like a light mist from his fists and create a visible white glow around his forearms and fingers, the moment our eyes make contact. However, the glow ceases and he drops his battle stance while greeting me with a sigh of relief. I didn't recognize your aura. You've changed a lot. As the door closes behind me, I cross my arms and walk over to the table at the back of the room. I reply in a nonchalant manner, well, nice to see you too. I tried out some unorthodox training methods. While taking off my useless gear in this mana-negating room, Monk continues to stare at me and responds, how? You raised your cultivation base this drastically in just 24 hours, I turn, once taking off the final gauntlet, facing him in just my casual workout where, if you have more of those chi pills I can use, I may be able to tell you. I need to do some tests. Until they're done, unfortunately, I need to keep my method a secret. He walks over to the opposite side of the table at the back of the room, then turns and starts sifting through one of the crates with gear in it before taking out a small black box. Once opened up, the bright glow of chi pours out, and he tosses me another pill. That is fine. I'll fund your research if you really believe my disciples and I can replicate it too. Let's spar and see what you can do before I give you any more of these. We may have a lot stocked up, but it is still a finite resource. I catch it and swallow it instantly, bringing my base back up to full, and Monk's eyes widen even more when he sees my true capacity. I respond while raising my hands and channeling chi into them. Sure, let's spar. For the next few minutes, Monk and I increase our ability level bit by bit as we normally do in sparring sessions. Starting off slow, then continuously testing each other's strengths, my movements flow much quicker, and I'm more graceful on my feet, having to use less chi to get the same effect as our previous sessions. My eyes are more focused on his footwork and chi flow, rather than just blocking punches and sending my own back. I match Monk's speed and power to perfection the faster paced the mock battle becomes. Eventually, we surpass the skill level point at which our last spar took place, but neither of us slows down at all. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Reported, our punches become more full with chi, and it even gets to the point where on impact, small particles come flowing out, creating the sensation of two tsunamis crashing against each other and spraying hot energy around the room. Loud cracks echo through the training room, and I even begin to see sweat droplets form on Monk's forehead. Another 15 minutes pass as I begin to near my full strength, and by the looks of it, Monk is nearing his too. Both of our breathing begins to get heavier, and we both become covered in sweat. We both burn through over 10% of our energy stores in just a half-hour session. Excess chi fills the room, much denser than it was when we started, and Monk's usual serious straight face shows signs of a joyful smile. Eventually, we stop and step back from each other, and Monk is the first to bow. I return the gesture out of respect as he begins to speak. You've really managed to start summoning visual chi in just a few days. I thought at your growth rate it'd still take at least a year, or maybe a few months if you spent some time in our most chi-dense gathering room, but he pauses, and looks at me again with a curious gaze. Somehow you've managed to defeat the most powerful opponent in the world. At the same moment, the door at the side of the room glows white and opens as Abby and Maria walk in with smiles wide as can be. As I turn my head, Abby is the first to speak up. You missed out on one of the best farming sessions ever. We got all the materials we needed, and even some extras on a higher floor. They both chuckle and begin to take off their gear on the table next to mine, and Maria speaks next. But it's okay that you didn't come along. It seems like your rest healed you up more than fine. They both walk over in more casual clothing, and Abby questions me with a tighter gaze than usual. Now that I have a better view, you look a little different than before. Stronger, I reply, choosing my words carefully, and remembering what I wrote down in my journal about where my conversation with Abby and Maria left off last 6 months ago in my perception of time. Yes. That matchup in the 8th stage gave me some new insight into how strong we're going to need to be. Let's just say, I'd begun experimenting. Maria jumps in. Oh yeah? You said you'd explain what happened in your match. Let's hear it. With everyone's interest in the room piqued, I shift the conversation toward the matchup last night in the real world's time and recount the events as best I can, from the force field-like energy balls, to the flesh-melting soul energy of the Wraith, and some energy from the Red Hydra's buff permanently disintegrating from my stores. I tell them everything. The shocked look on all their faces only grows once I describe the encounter with the Royal Guards and the fact that the Dark One knows exactly what is going on and doesn't even care. After these bombshells are out of the way, I mention the fact that I'm working on a new training method to increase our chi capacities, but still need a bit of time to perfect it. With their attention so focused on the mind-blowing story of the 8th stage, this unfinished method of chi gathering isn't the main attraction. Less questions the better, but I still need support from Monk, so my plan to bring it up again interlocked with a more serious matter worked out very well. To process this information, we all begin sparring again. Maria and Abby start off facing Monk, then both of them face me as well. I keep my chi control much lower, and now I can really understand how much I progressed. What felt like actual dangerous punches from Maria and crafty moves from Abby last time now seem like slow-moving objects and not even a real threat if I were to be hit. I allow some punches and kicks to get through my defenses to simulate a very close battle, making their training to seem more realistic. But the full-powered attacks that hit me don't hurt at all. They're easily negated by increasing the density and rate of chi naturally flowing through my body in the areas of impact. After this light session, Maria and Abby spar with each other, and Monk and I have another session of very intense fighting on the opposite side of the training room. We all get a very good workout in for the next 4 hours or so. Draining our chi stores to low, and showering before making our way up to the dining hall to eat and refresh our energy bases, Monk raises the question across from me at the table once we all sit down. So, how many pills are you going to need for your next trial of testing? I reply after taking a bite of food. Well, how many do you have to offer? Chapter 408. Considering we're in the 10-week training season of the year, the monastery allows each individual a maximum of 3 chi pills per week. There are over 30 members just working here, helping with cooking, cleaning, and maintenance, consuming an average of 1 pill every 2 weeks. On top of that, roughly 20 of us do extensive training. Using the full 3-pill max, we run through about 75 pills a week in total. However, in the off-season, we consume little to none, only taking in chi from the gathering rooms. I respond with an eyebrow raised. Oh, so you go through hundreds without much issue on draining your supply? Yes, and no. This is only in response to the Dark One's recent changes to the city. There are some exceptions like me. I bring in most of our income, so I'm allowed to restore my chi before tournament battles. Plus, some of us sent out on missions away from the city take larger portions of pills alone. And of course, I've made an exception for you 3. Monk bows his head at each of us before continuing. We would be rationing our supply much more heavily if there was no immediate threat. There is only so much stored up in the supply chamber, and we run through them faster than they can be created. We have to think of our future at all times. I nod slowly, but if I helped rid you of this impending threat, cutting into a chunk of your supply wouldn't be the end of the world. Let me do a test with a 2-week supply, 150 pills. It won't go to waste. Staring forward with a confident expression, I eagerly await Monk's response. Considering his explanation of their pill usage, this whole monastery uses up 750 total pills in their training season, and most likely not much more than 1,000 in a given year. I know 150 may be a lot to gift to a random person who showed up this week, but going back into that Titan's domain just to raise my base by 10 pills worth of chi doesn't seem worth another 6 months of perceived time. Monk responds with little to no hesitation in his voice. This is fine. It seems like a good investment. I'll retrieve them after our meal. Then, he takes another bite as I grin. Excellent. That was easy, our meal finishes, and the conversation is mostly a few questions about what my chi gathering technique is, but I deflected multiple times to say it's a work in progress before the topic switches to the items Maria and Abby farmed in both of their advancements to level 645. Once Monk gets up to retrieve the pills, Maria turns to me and speaks in a low tone so no one can hear. We should stop by the restaurant in the Gold District before we go to the fighting ring tonight. I want to craft some new items with our loot. I agree to the idea, but break the news that I'd like to go experiment more with chi gathering while they fight in the arena. Monk overhears the end of our conversation as he returns with a large metallic rectangular box in hand. Well, we have about an hour and a half until the matches begin. If you don't show tonight, it may build your fighter hype even further. Just leaving without a word of goodbye after a record-breaking match like that is a good marketing stunt. Higher-ups in the Platinum District will surely be curious where you've gone, and many fans will be waiting for your return. I shrug. I'll be back to give them a real show once I'm ready. After I accept the large metallic box and place it under my robe, Maria, Abby, and I head out of the monastery as Monk waves us goodbye. Update me on your process as soon as possible. I'd like to see those pills go to good use. He turns to the girls, and I'll see you in the ring tonight, in full disguise. We walk through the Platinum District together and into the Gold to greet Elin in the empty restaurant. The young white-haired woman greets us with a smile. A fully sealed room for just an hour? Right this way. We have the same one from last time ready for you. After transferring 5 gold credits through my wristband, we're brought upstairs and down the hall, to walk through 2 heavy-duty mana-shielded doors before all sprawling out on the large comfortable couch in the middle of the suite. We all take off our concealment items and disguises. Then Abby is the first to speak. So, I was thinking a new pair of boots, a dagger set, and maybe a ring too. I'm looking to upgrade my speed and agility stats even further. Over a dozen crimson speed crystals come pouring out of her item box as her eyes sparkle with possibilities. I activate my Rising Emperor's domain to share my craftsmanship skill with both my teammates while Maria reaches into her item box too. Once she opens the concealment case, the gems that glow bright before my eyes aren't exactly what I was expecting. There are 10 royal blue ice stones pouring light white and blue mist from them, but next to these, I see 4 clear-colored stones that push wisps of air in miniature tornadoes. Wind stones too? Is this what you meant by the extra item drops on the 29th floor? They both let out a chuckle, while Maria responds, confirming my suspicions. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Yeah. These are for you. I know your dagger set could use them. There are these giant white bird creatures with intense wind magic on the 29th floor. They're really strong. But Abby and I managed to kill a few. Their element stone drop rate is very high, close to 20%. My eyes widen as I accept the 4 stones, then hear the leftover ice stones in my item storage I was holding prior and think of the possibilities of a drop rate that high with these new wind stones. While I do, each of their blue status windows pop up as they scroll through the crafting options on their new borrowed mythic grade skill. I begin taking out some of the items from my storage and look at what new upgrades I can do to my gear too. I tell Abby and Maria to feel free to use any of the miscellaneous items I purchased from the shops if it helps with their crafts. We get to work. I merge 3 of the element stones into my dagger set, and their buffs raise drastically. The Wind Tyrant's dagger set, Wind Aspect, 137% strength, 120% agility, 118% mental strength. The Wind Tyrant's dagger set, Advanced Wind Aspect, 159% strength, 141% agility, 140% mental strength, 120% speed, 120% defense. Seeing the new, Advanced Wind Aspect perk on my set makes my anticipation to check out this 29th floor for myself grow. I'll finally be able to upgrade my own wind summoning skill. After admiring my dagger set for a moment, I move on and begin to upgrade some of my lower rated gear items. Their stats can easily rival my newer gear by imbuing them with the buffing stones I bought in the market earlier, along with attempting to imbue skills into gear too. I imbue a few defense items into the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, as well as my Berserker skill. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 111% defense. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 141% defense, 125% strength, 125% mental strength. I imbue a few defense items into the Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, as well as my Bloodlust skill. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 100% mental strength. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 131% mental strength, 125% speed, 125% agility, 110% Defense. Next, I turn to my new pair of gauntlets and decide not to imbue any items into them just yet. However, I do imbue my body hardening skill into them, and there is a drastic change. They become much shinier and harder to the touch. Some stats boost as well. Enchanted lightweight gauntlets, 125% defense, 90% strength. Enchanted lightweight gauntlets, 165% defense, 120% strength. Hardening attribute. Then lastly, I look down at my cloak and take out the item I've been most curious about since I got it, Wraithsession Stone, 155% mental strength, hidden passive ability. I merge this clear marble with swirling black energy inside it with Cloak of Total Darkness, 120% mental strength, 105% agility, 50% perception. Then, imbue my conceal skill. The result looks and feels eerily familiar to the veil of manifested darkness that was around the wraith I fought in my 8th stage match. However, I'm in full control. And it feels like pure power is swirling around me. My cloak is made of dark black, dense energy that flutters in the wind, but there isn't even a breeze in the room. Cloak of Total Darkness, 179% mental strength, 155% agility, 75% perception, hidden passive ability, concealment attribute. At just the thought of it, I activate the concealment attribute, and the cloak shifts into the form it was before I merged it with the Wraithsession Stone. Then, I think of a different outfit, and it switches instantly, looking just like the red cloak that burned up in my match. Finally, my cloak engulfs my whole body and shapeshifts into the suit and business wear that my concealment ring used to create. I release the skill and let it fall back to its original dark black flowing form and can't help but grin. Now that's a serious piece of gear. Abby and Maria stopped what they were doing moments ago and already watched my entire shapeshifting performance, but I was too mesmerized in my crafts to care that they were watching. Maria walks over with a bright blue armor set in hand, also gripping a glistening white sword, and some blood dripping from her hands showing that she must have made some blood bonds with her gear, all set. My ice magic is going to be unstoppable with gear like this. I nod with a smile, seeing stats on some of her gear surpass 150% buffs. Very nice. Abby has 2 black blood-bonded daggers of her own in her hands, imbued with her own earth magic skill. The boots she was already wearing now are maxed out with Crimson Speed Crystal Imbuement, and sitting on a nearby table there are 3 HP potions that glow much brighter green than anything I've ever seen before. While using my appraisal skill, I see what they say but do a double take to make sure. Full restore potion, full restore potion, full restore potion. She speaks up when she sees me looking at her creations. Oh yeah, I made those out of curiosity. I just imbued my restore skill into a normal HP potion. I'm not sure how well they actually work, or how potent they are. But I can only assume it's nothing like normal healing potions. I nod while walking closer, attempting to examine the items with my all-seeing eye. However, nothing other than the restore skill will be activated on the user if this potion is consumed shows up. Abby gives me 2 to test out in training, then hands the other to Maria to keep on hand in case of an emergency. I thank her, placing it in my storage, very eager to try it out too, but see a portion of my crafting skills description while my all-seeing eye is still activated and can't help but continue to read it. The 4th tier of craftsmanship, mythic grade, allows the crafter to mend, adjust, and create magic items with additional stat points in all categories. It also grants the caster the ability to convert these stat point categories into percentage-based buffs. The caster is capable of bonding element stones to items, making unique growth-type weapons to be solely paired with a user. In addition to outside materials, the caster is able to imbue copies of any skills or properties they own or make contact with. I read the last 3 words of this description over and over to make sure I'm seeing things correctly. The potential to use another mythic grade skill in a very creative way crosses my mind. Post-chapter note, updated inventory, items equipped, 12 slots available post-rank up, current items equipped, Platinum Amulet of Frost, 137% mental strength, 90% ice magic strength. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 141% defense, 125% strength, 125% mental strength, Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, 152% speed, Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, 110% agility, 75% magic resistance, 95% ice magic resistance, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 131% mental strength, 125% speed, 125% agility, 110% defense, the Flame Emperor's Sword, Advanced Fire Aspect, 205% strength, 166% mental strength, 109% defense, 110% speed, 111% agility, Berserker King's armor set. Blood bonded, 148% defense, Cloak of Total Darkness, 179% mental strength, 155% agility, 75% perception, hidden passive ability, concealment attribute, enchanted lightweight gauntlets, 165% defense, 120% strength, hardening attribute. Greater Demon Score, 50% all stats, Archdemon Score, 100% all stats, final slot, 12th, Frowny Face interchangeable, the Wind Tyrant's Dagger set, Advanced Wind Aspect, 159% strength, 141% agility, 140% mental strength, 120% speed, 120% defense. Midnight Dagger, Chapter 409, I turn to Abby, hey, can I try something? I want to test one of the perks of my craftsmanship skill. She nods as I reach into my item storage and pull out an old C-grade HP potion of my own. I take off my gauntlets, then place a hand on her shoulder. I scroll through my list of skills available to imbue into the HP potion with my mind, but nothing new shows up, with a look of dissatisfaction on my face. I move my hand down and eventually hit her smooth skin right below her shirt line. The moment the warm sensation hits my fingertips, a new blue text box fills my vision, Restore, Legendary Grade. I immediately choose it and a white light flashes in my opposite hand, transforming the HP potion into the same full restore potion that Abby made moments ago. I release contact and hold the glass bottle glowing with bright green liquid in both hands. My appraisal skill proves it worked, full restore potion, now I'm onto something. I toss the glass bottle up and down in my hand a few times before Abby replies, so it worked. I nod in response, yeah, looks like it worked. I'll try out these potions if I get the chance, I'm curious what they can do too. We relax and chill around the hotel suite for another 15 minutes or so. Abby and Maria upgrade and imbue some of their other gear and armor with my stat-enhancing buffs like Extreme Speed, Bloodlust, and Berserker. Then, we all continue tinkering with the magic items remaining from my haul at the market today, and clear out all the complimentary foods and drinks in the hotel room before finally leaving because it's getting late. Maria and Abby head off to the fight arena while I leave town cashing out my remaining 31 platinum balance and some change before using the transport crystal to find myself back in the Galeheart Tower lobby. As I make my way to the elevator, one of the lobbymen speaks up, "Sir, you just missed Mr. Galeheart on his way out. He should be back in by late tonight if you're available. We just got news that 2 of your teammates got back from Sector 2 with information on its general state and functions." I turn my head with both eyebrows raised at this news. They made it back? Can I see them? The lobbyman points to the elevator with a nod. They got in just about an hour ago, breathing heavy, and both of them were covered in dirt and grime from head to toe. It looked like they hadn't slept in days and just left a long battle. He pauses for a second, and I look at him with a confused gaze before he continues. Last I heard, they went to clean up in the lounge area and use the isolation pods. I'm not sure how long they went in for. However, I do know Mr. Galeheart wanted them to attend whatever meeting you were having with him tonight. I nod, thanking the man and pondering all the possibilities of what could really be in Sector 2, and how this could derail the conditions I already planned to lay out to Lith in our meeting. Fisher and Lydia were gone for well over a week. Whatever they were doing must have been extensive. Once I board the elevator and check on the isolation pod room to see 2 of the pods glowing bright with text above both of them, 5 hours 14 minutes and 39 seconds, 5 hours 13 minutes and 20 seconds, I whisper under my breath. Staring forward, 5 more hours, huh? That should be more than enough time. I wonder what you 2 found in Sector 2, with a shrug. I turn back around and walk into the elevator, taking it down to the dungeon access room and hopping into the Red Ogre dungeon. I immediately dungeon walk back into the Vice City Labyrinth's 28th floor and defeat the Crimson Speed Demon boss without breaking a sweat. Even the base level monsters in this dungeon were pretty quick the last time I fought them, but with all my new gear upgrades and mana control far over double what it was the last time I faced this floor. These creatures are nowhere near my level. They feel as if they're the same low-level mobs of non-ranked up creatures. It's hard to even tell the difference. I'm spawned into the 29th floor and start exploring the mountainous forest region with thick dark green lush trees. Just as Maria said, a white bird with sharp focused eyes and a wingspan over 7 meters wide comes dive bombing in to attack me. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. It looks like an overgrown hawk, bleached pearly white, blending in with the artificial sun's light rays as it comes closer to the ground where I stand. Extremely visible wisps of advanced wind magic trail its flight path, but I swing my sword upward filled with chi and easily slice it in 2 without activating any of my stat-enhancing buffs. Use absorption, skill, combat magic, wind summoning, upgrade, advanced grade, yes, I accept the skill upgrade and push myself off the ground into the sky using a massive gust of new and improved wind magic. The ground below my feet is ripped to shreds by its powerful gusts, and I'm propelled into the air over 10 times faster and more efficiently than I did the last time I used my wind magic. It's hard to tell if it's mostly from my mana control increase or my skill upgrade, but it's clear to say I've gotten immensely stronger. With a single wind-powered kick, I change direction and start soaring through the dungeon's clear blue skies to slice through another dozen white-winged birds. Just as my teammates said, 2 of them drop windstones, making me a tad unlucky for the 20% drop rate that was promised, but I did gain 1 level in the process. Level up. This brings me to level 645. After the leveling notification rings in my head, and I throw the loot into my item storage, I stop and look around the 29th floor before letting out a sigh. Alright, that was fun, but staying here any longer is not a good use of my time. I teleport back to the Great Plains dungeon, high up above the cloud line to a teleport point I set while Ember was flying up in the sky. Using a few air steps to hover in place, I open up my storage and let Ember fly out too. He flaps his wings and begins to glide while looking around. Back so soon? What's on the agenda today? You don't seem any stronger, but I like the new cloak. It has an interesting aura. Thanks, I just made it. Today, we're going to run a few tests. I do a scan of the dungeon with my perception skills to find only one blotch on my radar. I dungeon walk both of us closer, and point in the direction of the back of the dungeon as Ember flies us closer. Once in range, the slowly moving mass of black energy wanders around the back of the dungeon, further than I've ever traveled in the Great Plains before. Ember speaks up as we approach. The rift is coming up, less than a kilometer in. We should probably get to work before it closes. I can sense it's a lot more unstable than the last time I checked on it. I respond as we soar over the Titan so high in the air we're undetected. When was the last time you checked? How do you know the rift is unstable? With a flap of his wings, we begin to descend. Last time I checked was when you needed me to farm strengthening fragments for that association quest. So, before you even left for the Dark Continent, I nod, thinking back to then as he continues. There were sometimes close to a dozen void creepers wandering these Great Plains at a time back then. We really overhunted them. The fact that there's only one left in the entire dungeon means they'll surely be moving their rift point soon. The rift Ember was talking about comes into view. It's eerily similar to the demonic rift I challenged not too long ago. A large tear in space, making an elongated diamond shape, raised a few centimeters off the ground. It's jet black and stands over 20 meters tall, making it almost 5 times as large as the demonic rift I challenged before. The aura it gives off is extremely dense with mana, similar to just staring into the void of a Titan's domain. However, it doesn't seep out. I can only sense that the energy is inside. Ember speaks again. Believe it or not, void creepers' rifts are usually even bigger than this. I can tell it's been shrinking slowly for weeks. I turn around in the direction of the wandering Titan, then back to Ember. So, if we were to defeat that one, would that be it? The last one. Ember stares into the void for a moment before responding. Maybe. Another few may still spawn, but we're getting to the end of the rope here. It wouldn't hurt to treat that one as your last chance in this spot. Rifts are very different than dungeons. There's never a guarantee that they'll be where you left them if you don't have a rift key. I raise an eyebrow, like the one I got from the demonic rift? What do you mean? How are they different than dungeons? Sure, similar to the key you obtained from that demonic trial. Rifts are like stepping stones between worlds. Dungeons, on the other hand, are self-contained pocket worlds that have specific rules and need a predetermined amount of energy to maintain their form. I nod, thinking to myself, so what you're saying is that rift leads to another world. Of course, so did the demonic rift you traveled through last time. We were fighting a trial set up in the demonic realm, or better known as the world of demons. Humans and demons have similar anatomy and biological needs, so it is a happy coincidence our species can survive on each other's worlds. The Void Creeper's homeworld, on the other hand, is not inhabitable by humans, so I would not recommend we go through for any reason. If that rift closes, there may be no way to return. There's a pause of silence as I take in and process the information Ember just dropped on me out of nowhere. Got it. Ember nods and goes back to looking around the dungeon like he didn't say anything too out of the ordinary, but my mind begins to do backflips. If rifts are pathways to other worlds, and dungeons are just pocket realms, or predetermined constructs like Ember says, this puts everything into a different perspective for me. I speak again after a few more seconds go by. So a dungeon can break when too much mana is present inside it, letting monsters out, right? Ember nods. Right, then, could a dungeon break if there was too little mana in it as well? You often mention you could collapse a dungeon or entire labyrinths by plundering its mana. Is that similar to what you do when collapsing a Titan's domain? Ember grins and nods again. Yes, very similar. Like I said before, dungeons are just masses of highly condensed mana with predetermined rules or settings. When portions of a dungeon are destroyed, they always heal back up if you give them enough time. I remember all the tests I did in the Vice City Labyrinth dungeons when Fisher was training me, testing this theory for myself. Ember continues, so, if the predetermined energy levels of a dungeon get too high, it will break and spill out monsters made of mana. If it gets too low, it may downgrade to a lower level dungeon. However, if the mana content gets drained too quickly, it may collapse and disperse into the atmosphere like it was never there to begin with. I whisper under my breath, so a dungeon and the Titan's domain work in very similar ways. Ember nods as he sees a spark of creativity flaring up in my eyes. Sure, they have similar structural qualities. Good. I take off my right gauntlet and place my bare hand on Ember's smooth black scales while air stepping up to sit on his back. Let's move away from this rift. He flaps his wings and we make our way up into the sky as I begin taking random items out from my item storage and activate my crafting skill. At the bottom of my skill list, available to imbue, I see Plunderer, Mythic Grade. It's time to do some testing. Chapter 410. I begin holding random items in my storage with my left hand while keeping contact with my right hand on Ember's scales, attempting to imbue the Mythic Grade Plunderer skill into them. But I'm not getting the results I imagined I would. Some of my failed crafts sit on my lap as I appraise them and use my all-seeing eye to check their abilities. High Orc Ring, 70% mental strength, Plunderer attribute. All enemies below the user's mana control rating will lose 5% of their MP every time the caster makes contact with the target. The caster will gain 100% of their lost MP. Another one reads out a similar ability. Enchanted Dagger Set, 80% agility, 65% speed, Plunderer attribute. All enemies will lose 1% of their MP no matter the mana control difference each time they have blood drawn by this dagger. The caster will gain 100% of their lost MP. Then lastly, I even try to imbue it into a random item that can't be worn, and it transforms into a wearable necklace. Enchanted Lizardman's Claw Pendant, 55% mental strength, Plunderer attribute, cursed item created. The holder of this item will lose 1% of their remaining MP every minute. If the item holder hits 10% of their original max MP with this cursed item still on their person, even if MP is restored and the item is removed, the item effects will not leave the user's status. I hold the green claw in my hand, examining it closely and feel a trace amount of my mana seep through my fingertips into the item. A new text box shows up in my status, under a new section labeled, Debuffs, with a -1% MP per minute labeling. My eyes widen, and I throw the item into my item storage. The debuff disappears and no more mana drains from me. I let out a relieved sigh and can't help but to smile inwardly as I continue sifting through items to try. I murmur to myself as I imbue more miscellaneous gear with the Mythic Plunderer skill, a cursed item. This is not what I initially thought the items created would be when I imagined imbuing a Mythic Grade skill into them. They are very unique, and unlike any items I've ever seen before. But none of them allow me to use Plunderer at its full capacity like I imagined they would. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. It must be the quality of the crafting items. With a disappointed expression, I start placing every item back into my storage, upgrading from no grade to special grade, costs 50 PP, and upgrading from special grade to legendary grade, costs 250 PP. The jump from legendary grade to mythic grade is another 1000 PP, with 1 PP being distributed for every level up. This means a hunter would need to be level 1300 to obtain a mythic grade skill naturally. This is a skill for A-class hunters only. Using high-grade D and C-grade items as crafting materials will not bring out the skill's full potential. I need something extremely rare and high-grade to mix things up. Something equivalent to a B-grade rating at minimum. While sifting through my storage to try and find something worthy to interact with, my attention finally comes toward one of the element stones I recently harvested from the 29th floor. I pull it out of my storage and use telekinesis to let it hover above my left hand. Violent waves of wind magic spiral out of it, but once my crafting skill activates, and the option to imbue it with Plunderer is shown, I select yes with curiosity. A bright white light flashes and the wisps of wind around the stone only grow larger. In an instant, tornadoes of energy erupt from the stone and I feel my MP get drained down to under 50% almost instantly. Out of pure instinctual reflexes, my left arm fills with chi and I grab the stone out of the air, throwing it downward toward the dungeon floor. Even Ember reacts to the huge disturbance in energy, opening our telepathy link as I recharge my MP from the surrounding dungeon air while the tornado-filled stone plummets to the ground. That's a dangerous item you've created. I don't believe you wanted touching the dungeon floor, I respond as Ember flaps his wings to bring us upward for a moment, then he dives downward to follow the falling stone. My eyes sharpen on the stone, using appraisal and my all-seeing eye, advanced wind element stone, plunderer attribute, cursed item created. This element stone has the fighting spirit of its past life monster to guide its actions. It will plunder mana from its surroundings at an exponential rate. If the influx of mana from its environment ceases to please its needs, or the item's maximum storage capacity is met before all mana in the surrounding area is consumed, this item's structural integrity will collapse. You're right, not good. In the blink of an eye, Ember soars through the air and gets us closer to the bright white stone. The closer I get to it, the faster I feel my mana being drained again. I activate my own plunderer skill to try and counteract its pull, but my MP bar barely manages to stay over 20% even while all my buffs are activated to help my skill's efficiency. This is more than enough for me to open up an item storage portal underneath the falling stone and its volatile absorption mixed with swirling energy ceases once it falls inside. I let out a sigh as Ember swoops upward and lets out a laugh. You made a cursed item with my mythic grade plunderer skill, didn't you? I nod, thinking very deeply to myself about the item's description as he glides high into the sky again back to the cloud level we were at before. Yes. It seems I made exactly what I was trying to. Just, not in the form I thought it would take. This could be what is needed to collapse a Titan's domain, right? Ember replies, maybe. By nature, cursed items are unpredictable. It's what occurs when powers that shouldn't be mixed are forced together. Whether the strength between an attribute and the material are unique and different, or possibly the quality gap between the material and skill being imbued are too far apart. Cursed, or uncontrollable items with minds of their own, will appear when an item that is not supposed to be crafted comes into this world. The wind flies by us on both sides as Ember breaks through the cloud line again and continues. Some curses are more mild than others, but a cursed item is still a cursed item. It's no joke. I recommend you test that stone out on something before attempting to collapse a Titan's domain. It'd be smart to test it and watch from afar to make sure there aren't any hidden traps. I cross my arms and stay quiet for a moment, then finally reply, alright then. What dungeon should we collapse as a trial run? Chapter 411. I lightly activate my Dungeon Walker skill to sift through all the possible warp points I have in mind. But none of them seem like good options. The ones out in the desert of the Dark Continent are way too far away from civilization, and the ones near dungeon hubs are too close to towns and have too many people currently farming in them. I want to test this cursed item out on an abandoned dungeon, and not unnecessarily hurt anyone or be seen by prying eyes in the process. I search a little further, then decide there's probably a faster way to find an uninhabited dungeon around here. If anyone would know where to find one, it'd be Bree. Hey Ember, I think I know where I'll find a good dungeon to test it, he responds as I open my item storage to let him fly inside. The stronger the dungeon, the better. Weak ones will not be comparable to the Titan's domain in mana output in the slightest. As he disappears, I nod, teleporting back to one of the dungeons in the underground dungeon hub Bree showed me in the black market. Activating stealth, I hop out and make my way through the dark underground markets below Vice City. It only takes me a few minutes to speed walk through using enemy detection to pinpoint Bree's level 488 status with light magic and a crafting skill. Dungeon walking directly here from now on for future meetings with Bree will be a bit quicker than using the capital's dungeon hub, and probably a bit less risky too. If someone with high enough perception skills can see me through my stealth skill, it's better they see me down here than up walking through the city. Another minute passes, and I make it to the set of heavy metal doors and stairs that lead up to the workshop. There's a tall blonde-haired guard out front with lightweight armor and daggers on his waist. To make sure I don't make a fuss, I shift my face and appearance using my conceal skill and the concealment attribute of my new cloak to look just like a generic businessman in a black suit and tie before confronting him, with a doctored status to look like a random level 440 hunter with a swordsmanship skill. I reach into my pocket and take out a few brightly glowing items from my storage along with a handful of platinum bars. I'm an old friend of Bree's. I have a few items I want her to look at, and I'm on quite the tight schedule. The guard is over 200 levels lower than my own doctored status, and I made sure to show off enough riches that he wouldn't think twice about letting me through. It's not like I couldn't force my way past, but I'd like to be civil this time around. He opens the metal door and leads me up to the first floor of the brick building without questioning my actions. It's clear he knows I'm far stronger than him as well, but I made sure to make myself look weaker than Bree to make him feel more comfortable with letting me up into her office. A few heads turn from the workers on the bottom floor. But once they see the guard escorting me up the stairs, they go right back to their usual tasks. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Bernard on the middle floor looks up from a new book but goes back to reading when he sees the guard as well. The large blonde tank goes back down to continue his guard duty while I step into Bree's dark office on the top floor, knocking on the wall as I enter and deactivating my concealment skills. The lighting in the room brightens and the curvy craftswoman stands from her desk in a brand new jet black skin-tight outfit. Her gear today gives off a strong mana-shielding glow and the two daggers on her waist hum lightly with energy as well. I either caught her off guard last time I stopped by, or she got a major wardrobe upgrade. As I approach, Bree's voice echoes through the room, "Back so soon? I'm glad you decided to knock this time." I activate my hush skill before responding, encompassing her whole study just to make sure our words are confidential. Bree continues, asking another question once the gray dome surrounds us. "Do you have more important information on our deal?" I shake my head. "No, I think it will be a bit longer before I have any information pertaining to the trade and crafting agreement. The reason I stopped by now is that I need a favor." She smiles and steps around from the back of her desk to meet me eye to eye in the middle of the room. With her high heels on, she's even taller than me by a few centimeters. "Oh yeah? What kind of favor?" I pause for a second before answering. "I need access to an abandoned dungeon. Or at least one with no people allowed inside. Preferably high C grade or even B grade if possible, and it needs to be far away from the city with no humans nearby." She looks at me curiously, then nods and turns around to walk back over to her desk and sift through a few papers. Without turning around, she responds, "I know of one just perfect for you, 20 kilometers or so outside the city. However, if you don't mind me asking, what's this for?" "You need to do some last-minute training." I shake my head and respond as she pulls a paper out of the pile. "No, I have the labyrinth for training if I need. I just need to test out a dangerous item I came across recently. It would be best if there aren't any witnesses or innocents nearby in case something goes wrong. I see no point in hiding what I'm doing. We will be close business partners in the near future, so it's best to come clean if I'm already asking for favors." As she turns with the paper in hand, I see the craftswoman's eyes light up. I can tell she's thinking of more than just my mention of a dangerous magic item. Bree raises a corner of her lip into a smirk, tightening her eyes on my own before responding, "I'll show you exactly where you can find a dungeon to do whatever test you need to do." "But, did you just say you have labyrinth access?" My eyes leave hers and track to the paper in her hand. The edges of it flop over and I can see it's a map of a forest region. Great, and, yes, I can get into the labyrinth undetected to train. This dungeon access is strictly to test the item out. It may actually collapse the entire dungeon, so make sure you're giving me a location that you won't miss. I let out a chuckle, but Bree's eyes widen in response. An item that can collapse a high-grade dungeon. An unregistered access into the Vice City labyrinth. There's a moment of silence in the room as I nod and she walks closer with the paper outstretched in her hand. However, the moment I accept it, she doesn't let go immediately. "In return, could I ask 2 favors of you? One to pay me back, and another so that I owe you one." I nod with a thin smile still on my face. "Depends what it is, but I don't see why not. I'm sure they will be reasonable." She releases her grip of the map and continues, "Firstly, I'd like to go with you to see you use this mystery item, and witness what you say it might do, and second, if you have access to the labyrinth, could you get me inside? I've been dying for a chance to finally reach level 500 and rank up." Chapter 412. I ponder the 2 favors Bree just asked me for, considering their true meaning. Asking to see the mystery item I have seems like common sense for a legendary craftswoman. She's definitely curious about what kind of item is powerful enough to collapse a dungeon on its own. Her request to enter the labyrinth and rank up, on the other hand, seems to have some hidden meaning behind it. It isn't a mere coincidence Bree is wearing far superior gear today than at our last meeting, and the fact that her eyes immediately perked up the moment I said I had access to the labyrinth adds to my curiosity. Bree speaks up again before I have the chance to respond. "If I'm going to be working in the big leagues of the international trade scene, I'm going to need to level up and pull my weight." I smile as my suspicions were correct, and she continues, "My mana control is on par with some of the elites in the association. and rivals many ranked up hunters. I nod, thinking back to our last meeting, how she somehow sensed me using my legendary stealth skill while being ranked up and 150 levels above her. Considering that ranking up over doubles a hunter's mana control in seconds, and usually grants them a unique buff, Bree could be an even more formidable opponent than I imagined. True, your mana control is impressive for not being over level 500, it's from the years of light magic usage and consumption of mana consumables whenever they come by in the local market. I have to stay on my toes to stay stronger than the other black market crooks in this city, but have never had the chance to get much stronger. Considering my black market position and the association's knowledge of it, I can't get clearance to enter the labyrinth and rank up, so my little stunt before our last meeting gave you some perspective. She nods. I need to get stronger, it's about time. I smile and reply, sure, guide me to the dungeon so we can do my item test, then I'll bring you to the labyrinth right after. We shake hands and I turn to leave, but she stops me mid-stride. Hold on a minute, I have to get all my gear and supplies ready. It should take over 2 days to make it up to a floor with ranked up monsters, right? And you're sure the 20th floor boss room isn't in its 7-day cooldown period? I laugh and wave my hand for her to follow. Just grab whatever you'll need for a single short hunting session. I know a way to bypass the bottom floors and bring us directly to where you need to be. Don't worry about it. She looks shocked for a split second, but shrugs it off. The surprises never end when you're around, do they? I shake my head. Oh, I'm sure they won't. I have a lot to fill you in on, and I'm hoping I could learn a thing or two from you about crafting in the near future as well. Of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I turn to wait by the stairs while holding the map she gave me of a dense green forest, showing a small black X labeled Green Ridge Lookout Dungeon. There are no other markings on the map, and a few trails that lead to it. Bree gears up even more, throwing on a few extremely high-grade rings and necklaces, even putting on a matte black tight-fitting breastplate with an extremely high defense stat. More of her exposed skin is covered, and she even wears a pair of black combat boots for better agility and speed. She's fully decked out with 10 full slots of 100% multi-stat boosting items along with some element-imbued gear as well. One of the items is a pair of gold-colored contact lenses that once she places on her eyes, her entire face shifts to an unrelated person. However, using my extremely high mana control and perception on full blast, I'm able to see through it and she looks no different to me. She walks across the room and passes right beside me down the stairs. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Follow me, I'll lead the way. I activate conceal and make my cloak shift back into its business attire form. Then, follow right after her, deactivating my hush skill. As we pass Bernard on the second floor, Bree speaks up. I'll be out on business for a while. Close up the shop once it gets late if I'm not back in time. He looks up from his book, stands from his chair, and bows slightly. Of course, Ms. Brianna, have a good night. Then, we leave through the front door moments later and walk to the outer edge of the city in the direction that I remember taking my C-class exams. As we step onto the dirt trail out of the city into the forest, I ask a question. Are there a lot of dungeons like this out here? This forest is where that labyrinth was in my last exams. Bree nods while she picks up the pace. A lot of dungeons pop up all over the outer regions of the city. Of course, not as concentrated in areas of high population skill users, but there's always overflow. I match her speed, and the lush green trees by our side start to zip by in the blink of an eye, and no one guards or monitors them? They're just abandoned out here. The craftswoman reaches her top speed, and we stay at the same pace, zipping through the forest as the sun begins to set. Some lower level ones are left unguarded, but they're always patrolled by the association. Some are even farmed exclusively for their rare materials. The one we're headed to is a high C grade dungeon. Anything over a high D grade rating always has armed guards watching in case of a break that needs to be dealt with or reported. We run through the forest further until Bree points to a tall mountain in the distance. It reaches up into the sky almost 2 kilometers high and is fully covered in dark green trees. With my excellent eyesight and increased perception, I can see a closer-up view even from far away. Near the top, there is a huge 100-meter stone cliff wall drop-off with a natural flat overlook above it. If one were to stand on top of that cliff, they'd get a view of the entire valley we're running through right now. That's it. The dungeon is right on top of that ridge. I activate a gust of wind magic beneath my feet and turn to Bree. How about we take a shortcut? In the same moment I see the bottom of her boots light up with a white glow, and wisps of her own wind magic come out. We're both propelled into the air at the same moment and begin walking through the sky, and up toward the top of the mountain. Element-imbued boots to fly? Interesting craft. I didn't know a hunter without the same skill as the element imbute item could wield it, not usually, but if blood bonded and the user has high enough mana control to overpower the fighting spirit of the original slain monster, it's possible. Even same element imbute items can be tricky. I'm sure you remember the deadly nature of your sword before you got strong enough to control it. Yes, I remember. That makes sense. I activate my all-seeing eye as well as my enemy detection skill and sense the swirling blue dungeon portal right atop the ridge like Bree said. However, I sense two other readings up there as well. I whisper under my breath as we fly through the sky at a constant rate. You were right, it is guarded. We have what seem to be two elites, or at least two guards that are nearing the elite status. A level 424 and a level 439. They're strong, but sneaking past them shouldn't be an issue, she agrees as we change trajectories and curve our upward motion around the mountain's backside. Bree activates her light magic in a shimmering wall in front of her, and I activate my stealth skill as we finally land on the opposite side of the mountain's ridge. The wall of magic Bree conjures distorts the light in front of her, making anyone of lower mana control looking straight at her believe there is nothing there at all. She's able to make multiple light magic walls in a cube formation to be invisible from all angles. My stealth skill makes me completely undetectable too as we both slowly walk into the clearing that opens up to the view atop the valley. The sun begins to fall below the horizon, and the lights of the city are visible in the distance as the entire valley below the mountain is covered in the remnants of the golden sun's glow. On the other side of the clearing, the blue spinning mass of energy is visible with two armored guards standing on either side. They look tired and bored but don't move from their posts about 5 meters away from the dungeon portal. One guard has a legendary grade extreme strength skill while the other has an advanced fire magic skill. They either got very lucky to awaken upgraded skills, or they're very well situated with the association to the point where they would give them upgrade crystals. My money is on the latter. It doesn't matter though. Bree and I slowly walk right past both of them, and neither bats an eye as we walk straight into the swirling portal. The bright blue sky, beating hot sun, and yellow sandy desert floor hit my senses as we spawn into the dungeon. Bree lets out a laugh as our feet hit the sandy floor with a light thud. I haven't done anything like this in quite a while. It feels nice to get out of that workshop. I nod, deactivating my stealth skill and replying with a chuckle of my own. Glad you're having fun already, but the real show is about to begin. My gaze spreads across the rolling sandy hills, and in the distance, rock formations arise from the desert floor. What kind of dungeon is this? We walk further in, and Bree responds, a sand golem dungeon. If my memory is correct, they spawn in around level 360 to 380. The boss sometimes passes level 400. These monsters are great for training association grunts that want to give their try at being elites one day, but it's hardly used anymore because most golems don't drop any loot other than mana crystals. I nod, using enemy detection to see a few of the sand golems Bree was talking about in my mind's eye using the skill's new legendary grade perk. I see, this dungeon should be a great trial run. Let's get deeper inside. I don't want the exit portal to be harmed by my test. We airstep upward and get much deeper into the dungeon, soaring high enough to avoid all pointless mob fights before I finally stop in midair. We hover about 30 meters off the ground with endless hills of sand and rock on all sides. Bree speaks up, I've waited long enough, the anticipation is killing me. Let's see this magic item you claim can actually collapse a dungeon. I do a final scan of the dungeon to make sure no humans are inside other than us, then activate my item storage skill. I think I've waited long enough too. I'll take it out right now. Chapter 413, a large white portal of spatial magic opens up below me about 15 meters down. It's halfway between me and the ground. Without waiting any longer, I let the cursed windstone fall from my storage and plummet toward the sandy floor. The moment it emerges, the wind picks up and the mana-manifested sand from the dungeon floor begins to float up into the air to meet the falling stone. In mere fractions of a second, a twisting sand tornado is created, and I turn to Bree and grab her wrist. To be safe, we'll need to put even more distance between us in this test. The craftswoman's eyes are locked on the items below us as I dungeon walk us over 200 meters away in the direction we just came from. Before blipping to safety, I could feel the mana seeping out of me already. Once we rematerialize, a loud metallic twang like two mana shieldings colliding hits my ears. It's followed by thuds, cracks, and a massive explosion of sand. The violent windstone hits the dungeon's sandy surface and in turn, a rippling shockwave follows but weakens into a light breeze as it nears us over 2 sports fields in distance away. The impact makes a dome of swirling sand that expands outwards, then gets sucked back into the impact point like a dense center of gravity is pulling it in. I let out a small sigh of relief seeing that the damage isn't instant. but also keep the thought at the back of my mind that this item's description said its mana plundering speed was exponential. Meaning, it's only going to get more powerful from here. Bree speaks up as we both air step higher into the sky with a half-frightened, half-excited tone. What kind of item is that? A special kind of wind element stone? Or dash, she thinks to herself, staring out at the item ripping through the dungeon floor like it's paper, wondering what exactly she's looking at. My eyes tighten on the dome of swirling sand in the distance as it slowly expands. A deep-toned buzzing sound begins to fill the air. My all-seeing eye picks up on the intricacies of what's actually happening. Through the expanding dome of sand, a large hole in the dungeon floor is being created as the element stone sinks deeper into the desert. Sand, which is really just pure mana manifesting as dungeon mass, twists around it like a whirlpool and disappears into a dense center point once it gets close enough to the stone. It expands quickly, and I respond to Bree's question as we both watch in awe. Yes, it's an element stone. Well, it used to be. Have you ever heard of cursed items? She nods and her eyes widen, focusing even more on the violently spinning, rapidly expanding dome of sand. Yes, I've made some myself, but nothing of this magnitude. Where did you get it? Or don't tell me you killed a craftsman and made this thing yourself. She turns her head to look at me as she pieces everything together. Bree is one of the only people that has ever seen my true status. It was a requirement for me to show it when I first got my blood-bonded sword and entered the underground fight arena. Her memory is very good. I guess that's why she didn't question any of my other skills like stealth, wind magic, or dungeon walker when I used them in front of her. She's aware I'm no normal hunter, so I respond in a sarcastic tone with a relaxed shrug. Yes, I killed a craftsman to get the skill. You're lucky I didn't set my sights on you earlier when I was spending time in Vice City. She rolls her eyes and snaps back with her own joking remark. Yeah, right, I doubt you could have laid a finger on me even if you found me sleeping back then. We both chuckle, but stare back at the growing dust cloud as I explain how it was really triggered. I managed to get a crafting skill of my own in the Dark Continent and mix two of the wrong ingredients together to create this. Or depending how you look at it, maybe two of the right ones. It's a long story, one I can tell you after we witness this creation's full power and get out of here. The corner of my lip curls upward as the swirling dome of sand expands even further and the wind starts to pick up even 200 meters away from the eye of the storm. The deep low-toned buzzing gets louder and louder too, expanding throughout the entirety of the dungeon. I feel a small percent of my MP get drained with every gust. In just about 60 seconds, the diameter of the cursed element stone's pull has increased over 10 times, and the gaping hole in the dungeon floor has become over 40 meters wide and deep. Bree responds, the narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings, I think we should get back. Or possibly leave this dungeon for good. She reaches for my hand and I grab on to teleport us backward again another few hundred meters. The entire dungeon shudders as we do and the dome of destruction grows larger at a faster and faster rate. Massive hills of desert sand and rock formations begin to fall away into the growing mass of violent wind. Just 30 seconds after, the stone has created a 100-meter deep hole in the desert floor, making a dome over twice that in diameter, and its mana-draining winds reach us even half a kilometer away. Sand golems are being sucked into the enormous wind-powered black hole, and everything made of mana does too. My rings, necklaces, and even the direction of my fluttering cloak have a slight pull toward the center of the mass. Trace amounts of mana are sucked from both mine and Bree's bodies. However, the interesting part is we're not being pulled in ourselves, only mana. While the environment around us is getting sucked in and even the helpless dungeon mobs, our flesh bodies are not affected by the pull at all. This doesn't mean I want to find out what would happen if we get any closer. But it is an interesting phenomenon. I dungeon walk both of us backward again, over a kilometer away to find ourselves at the dungeon exit portal. Far off in the distance, the dome of sand and energy continues to grow. Even here, the buzzing mana and MP draining winds reach us slightly. It's been just under 2 minutes since the stone was dropped, and it's already done this much damage. The entire dungeon shudders again and the blue spinning portal near us shifts to a crimson tint. A grin crosses my face as I speak up. Let's let the guards report the break, then get them out of here before they get themselves killed. Both Bree and I activate our light magic and stealth skills, then walk out of the red glowing portal back to the outside world. A higher level guard with a fire magic skill awakened is staring straight in our direction, but can only see the spinning red mana glow as his partner speaks through a silver transmission tablet. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? I'd like to report unusual activity at the Green Ridge Lookout Dungeon. The portal has turned from blue to red. This is a break. I repeat. The portal has turned from blue to red. This is a break. His partner looks back at him as we walk past in full stealth mode. We should stand guard inside to make sure no mutants escape into the forest. We may be over 20 kilometers away from the city, but we wouldn't want to take the chance of any monsters slipping out and harming civilians. The guard with the transmission tablet finishes up reporting the break to the association and responds, "You're right, we should." Wisps of sand and wind magic start to flow outside of the portal now, pushing manifested dungeon mass into the outside world. The only other time I've seen anything like this was that one time I faced the volcanic salamander dungeon with Maria in the Dark Continent. The heat expelled from the dungeons out into the cave. This was only because the dungeon was on the verge of complete collapse. The fire magic user points it out to his partner. "Look at that. We must be in the midst of another intense surge." This was a stable dungeon as far as I knew. I have no idea what could have caused it to act this way. "Let's go dash." As soon as they both turn to enter the portal, I whisper under my breath to Bree by my side, "Brace yourself for a high-powered mental attack. This might hurt a bit." Fractions of a second later, I turn around and release my stealth skill and take down all my mana shielding barriers to activate my intimidation skill on full blast focused at the two men that are about to step through the red portal. Their eyes roll into the back of their heads and they both fall to the forest floor, knocked out from the burst of intense focused mana attacking their psyche. Body double. Next, I create a body double and use it to run forward and plunge deep into the red portal to watch what is about to unfold inside with no risk to my real body. It disappears into the crimson swirling mass of mana, and in my real body, I turn back to Bree. "Help me carry these guys to a safe distance away. I have a feeling once this dungeon fully breaks and collapses, it isn't going to be pretty." Bree deactivates her light magic while holding her head and shaking off the effects of getting caught in the crossfire of my intimidation skill. "You weren't kidding. That's a pretty strong mental attack." I'm glad I'm not on the wrong side of it. We take one guard each and sling them over our shoulders while air stepping away from the mountain off the cliffside. The sun has almost fully set over the horizon, but with my enhanced sense and eyesight specifically, it's basically as light as day even at night. We make it to the ground in the valley just below the mountain and the memories from my double come flowing back into my mind. I already died, inside the dungeon, the moment my double entered. The light swirling winds had already reached the exit point. Considering my double is fully made of mana, it began getting sucked in toward the center of the swirling mass. Using Plunderer and my other stat-boosting buffs, my double was able to resist the pull for about 30 seconds as Bree and I made our way down the mountain, but ultimately the dome expanded too far out to resist any further. All of the sandy hills and rock formations have collapsed and been sucked into the windy mass, and dozens of sand golems have faced their demise all around the dungeon. The hole in the dungeon floor reached a depth of over 400 m and the diameter of the swirling dome hit over 1 kilometer as my body double got sucked in and broken down into pure mana to add to the central mass. Once these images show up in my mind, I imagine the possibilities of what will happen once it has no more energy to pull from. My all-seeing eye can sense the red portal swirling more and more violently now, starting to spew larger amounts of wind magic and mana into the real world. However, suddenly it stops. The twisting wind and violently glowing crimson portal stops expanding with power and contracts on itself quickly and instantly. Everything is calm and peaceful. Bree and I don't stop moving forward toward the city, and the sun fully sets, leaving us in the dead of night for a full 20 seconds of silence. Then, a glimmer of transport magic brings all foreign material out of the collapsed dungeon, the foreign material being a highly concentrated, extremely volatile, unpredictable, cursed element stone imbued with a mythic grade skill holding billions of MP from a high C grade dungeon. Once it spawns in, my all-seeing eye picks up on it like a bright candle burning through paper on the radar in my mind's eye. It gets hotter and hotter, reaching out for mana to drain, but out here in the plain old real world, there isn't much of that to go around. It sucks up the trace amounts of mana in the atmosphere, but soon begins to crack and splinter as its needs are not satisfied. The item description warning about its structural integrity collapsing repeats in my head as I watch the outer crystal walls of the stone break down in my mind's eye. A few seconds later, and the eruption of power that is released is far greater than anything my imagination had in mind. The dark night sky is lit up like it's daytime as the element stone explodes. Chapter 4:14. It looks as if a new sun has risen from the horizon as a flash of bright white light makes every rock and leaf in the forest visible as clear as day. I turn my head back to watch the eruption of power unfold. From a tiny point on the mountain's top, a sphere of energy expands to envelop the entire top half of the mountain in an instant. Massive skyscraper-sized blades of wind erupt from the ball of mass moments later, ripping through the earth all the way down the mountain, and for over a kilometer on every side in deep gashes, making instant valleys in the forest terrain. Thousands of trees are disintegrated in an instant, and once the sphere of bright white light hits critical mass, it envelopes over 3/4 of the mountain's top, leaving only the base visible when it finally explodes. A second, even brighter flash of light blinds me, and only my all-seeing eye can watch the damage unfold as the entire mountain is torn to bits and decimated like it was never even there. More violent tendrils of wind magic erupt from the center point and carve deep gashes into the earth. A crater over 2 kilometers in diameter is created, and the outward destruction of leftover wind spreads out even further. The eerie part of all this is the sight I'm witnessing is completely silent, that is, until the shockwave of leftover energy, wind, and sound finally hits me. I place massive walls of mana shielding behind both Bree and me as we continue to airstep away, and the mountain we pass does create a bit of shielding from the blast, but despite that, a wave of horror hits our senses anyway. It comes in 2 rounds, the initial detonation, and the eruption of power. Once the mountain breaks and all of the built-up mana is actually released into the forest, it all blends together, sounding like thousands of boulders are falling on top of each other, while bendable metal sheets are simultaneously hit with large sledgehammers, and in the process, countless thick trees are being split in two with dull axes. The metallic clangs, splintering rock and tree sounds, an overwhelming gust of wind that follows shows me power beyond anything I've ever felt before. It's hard to conceptualize, especially this far away from the blast zone. The shockwave ripples through us despite all the energy barriers in place, and lasts for almost a full minute. We don't look back anymore, just continue to airstep forward and allow the leftover energy of the explosion to add power to our steps. The fact that a large portion of the blast dispersed into the air makes me think we were lucky to have it explode on top of the mountain, so high above ground level. Even so, its aftermath is no joke. Trees are pushed down and earth is turned up by the wind for over 10 kilometers in all directions. As we near the outer edge of destruction, about halfway to Vice City, Bree speaks up in a stern tone. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Did you know that would happen? That sure is a lot more than just a dungeon collapse. We could have been in deep trouble if we were any closer. I take a moment to respond, wondering what emotion is building more inside me, excitement or dread. I had a feeling something like that would happen, but wasn't expecting it to be that massive. However, I didn't count out the possibility. There's a reason I asked for a dungeon away from civilization. Bree looks at Vice City's night lights getting near, then back in the direction of the blast. It was pure mana and wind magic that erupted, so once dispersed, the light dissipated too. The darkness of the night sky is completely taken over again, and the mountain that is missing from the horizon won't be noticeable until morning. There's going to be a lot of search teams out here tomorrow, or even tonight. I'm sure quite a few people in the city saw that flash of light. The association isn't going to just let this off as a natural phenomenon. I point to an open clearing on the direct path under a low-branched tree. Let's set down the guards here right outside the blast zone. I'm sure if the association has any questions to ask, these two will be the ones closest to the cause. We glide down and sit them up against the tree's trunk, and I put my hands up in the air, replying in a carefree tone. They reported an unusual dungeon break in a stable dungeon, and minutes later this happens. If they happened to be passed out during the blast, but somehow survived it, seems like they're the ones to blame for any misinformation. I activate my stealth skill, and Bree takes the cue to do the same. Before we leave, I grab one of the full restore potions out of my item storage and crack it open out of curiosity. I use telekinesis to feed them both half the potion as we walk away and store the empty bottle into my item storage from afar with a spatial magic portal. Once I'm done, as we walk out of sight, the two guards come to their senses and immediately start talking to each other, trying to figure out where they are and what happened. Their confused voices are drowned out as we airstep away. I murmur under my breath once we approach the city's entrance and put on my concealment skill disguise. I still need to do some more tests. If that was the result of a windstone explosion, then what would the difference be with a firestone or an ice stone, or something else? The fact that it only sucked up mana means I could probably just use chi to get away from it while it's still expanding in the initial stages. Even if I couldn't use my dungeon walker skill, this means it is possibly a success. Maybe I could use it in the Titan's domain as intended to collapse it from the inside without Ember's direct help. If it were to collapse into another dungeon, the Great Plains, it would take plenty of time to collapse that second dungeon as I escape with my teammates. Then again, this is all theory. And risking putting off an explosion like this inside the dungeon hub beneath Vice City would not be very safe either. as I rack my brain for more ideas and definitive answers. Bree interjects, absolutely not. Whatever you're thinking of doing, keep it away from the city, much further away. This was already far too reckless for my liking. When she looks back at me, the corner of her lip is turned up despite her serious expression and tone. I let out a sigh and agree, but can tell she secretly enjoyed witnessing that blast too. I'll keep my next tests to myself, that's fine. I'm glad at least no one got hurt. Then I shrug and point in the direction of the dungeon hub, this way. You delivered on your end of the deal, now it's time for me to deliver on mine. I'll get you into the labyrinth so you can rank up. Chapter 415. While we walk through the portion of town filled with small shops and street vendors, the tone of commerce is much more scattered, and many hunters and merchants look up to the sky with confused gazes. There are some whispers that escape from a few mouths as we walk by. Did you see that flash of light? What could it be? Lightning? No, that was an explosion. You all heard the rumble. The association must be doing some testing. They could have at least warned us. Does that mean there's another surge coming, the closer we get to the center of the city? Nearing the dungeon hub, the more intense the chatter becomes, and the sound of yelling guards hits my ears once the escalators to the dungeons come into sight. We're having a full lockdown. No hunters are allowed in dungeons until association squads can safely search all dungeons to make sure no abnormal breaks are in progress. The evacuation has just begun, please bear with us. This shouldn't take too long. If there are any breaks present, please be ready to show your hunter's ID. You must be one letter grade above the dungeons that break to qualify for exploration. The city lights illuminate the entrances to the dungeons, and a few hunters are being escorted out as we stop right behind a crowd of curious onlookers. It's late in the day, so most hunters would be finishing up their farming sessions for the evening anyway. There aren't many complaints, mostly just confused people and the occasional salty hunter that wanted to spend an hour or two more inside a dungeon to sneak in a little extra profit. Bree leans in close to my ear and asks a question. How are we going to do this? The labyrinth entrance is surely on much higher security now than it was before. I point to an empty shadowy spot behind a building devoid of people. I have a plan, don't worry. We walk over as everyone else focuses on the guards yelling the same thing over and over in hopes to get the first pick at rare dungeons that break. In times like these, exclusive and valuable loot can be found that usually wouldn't be available in the city. Weaker E-class hunters have to go home, but D and C-class hunters with the confidence to fight off mutants are looking to make out with a haul. Unfortunately for them, this whole situation is most likely all a misunderstanding following the stunt I just pulled, but it doesn't matter to me. The more chaos, the better. I activate my stealth skill, and Bree does the same with her light magic. Without anyone batting an eye, we slip out from the darkness and back into the crowds in full stealth mode. Then, move past every guard and hunter down into the E-class dungeon station. The underground transport trains still move on autopilot, and association workers leveled 100 to 200 stay on guard by the platforms and on the trains themselves. However, Bree and I stand next to them without having to worry at all, making it to the closest E-grade dungeon less than a minute away. Once we step out and make our way up another flight of stairs, we hop through the blue spinning portal, and Bree questions me again. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings, an E-class dungeon? What's this about? How can we dash? I lightly grab her wrist and activate Dungeon Walker to bring her to the labyrinth in an instant. Your teleport skill. I nod and finish her sentence. That's right, I can access any dungeon I've been in before, even labyrinth dungeons. I see thoughts racing through her mind behind a focused gaze, but she doesn't question it more than necessary and just nods firmly with tightened lips. Makes sense. We both activate our air steps because the only teleport point I have available in this dungeon is from high above the ground when Ember was flying me through these floors to make it up high enough to meet Maria and Abby on our training and farming excursion earlier. Bree looks down at the lush and colorful jungle region of the 25th floor while I reply, we can start on a lower floor if you want. But this is the 25th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. Every creature down there will be over level 500, some over 550 even. You'll definitely rank up after a few kills. She looks down at the jungle below with wide eyes filled with more awe than shock, and replies while pulling the two black daggers off her waist, gripping them tight and letting them glow bright white. No need to go easy on me. I've been waiting to fight some actual ranked up monsters for a long time. I think these will be a perfect warm-up. I nod with approval, curious to see what kind of fighting style she really has in store for me to see. We glide down to the jungle, through some thick trees and into a less dense clearing where I sense a level 549 monster lurking down below. Once we break the tree line, a humanoid lizard creature standing upright on 2 feet wielding sharp silver daggers looks straight up at us. It is similar to the monsters that are released on the 6th stage of the arena back in Valor City. This one has a bit darker skin and much brighter beady eyes, but its movement speed and raw aura of mana control are right on par with those ranked up monsters that give Ace, Sia, and Max a run for their money every time they fight them. The moment it spots us, Bree takes a powerful air step forward and yells out, "Now it's time for me to have some fun." "Let me handle this," I nod and slow my downward motion, eventually stopping and standing on a large branch that overlooks the clearing. "All you," I keep my eyes locked on them as the lizard creature jumps up and Bree charges down. Both of them have mana shielding that grows in power as they point their daggers at each other with killing intent. As their daggers clash, the metallic twang of shielding colliding fills the jungle and both fighters stand in place on equal footing. The lizard creature activates a speed buff, and Bree pushes herself forward with wind magic while blinding the creature with flashes of light to prepare for a surprise attack. She flips over the creature using air magic and excess mana to boost her agility in a cartwheel motion, catching the lizard off guard and slicing its throat open with one of her blades while she's completely upside down, flying through the air effortlessly. There's a loud screeching sound as the lizard tries to retaliate, but more flashes of blinding light and wind-boosted strikes follow. Bree combines the walls of light that make her seem almost invisible to her barrage of attacks, and the monster becomes very disoriented in a matter of seconds as blades are breaking through its mana shielding at all angles from seemingly random positions. It can't see what's going on at all, but my eyes are wide as I can see her as clear as day. I'm thoroughly impressed at her agility, speed, and battle IQ. I always assumed Bree was strong, and some mentions of her fighting in the underground black market arena in the past have crossed my mind to consolidate this thought. But I had no idea this was her fighting style. From the moment the battle started, she already knew a perfect plan and had her attack pattern figured out. From the looks of it, Bree even knew if the lizard creature could fully activate its speed buff and utilize it, she may be at a disadvantage. To make sure this didn't happen, from the moment the two of them clashed, she took dominance and controlled the entire battle. Less than 5 more seconds pass, and another dozen bloody slashes covered up by flashes of light and gusts of wind bring the battle to its end. The mutilated body of the defeated lizard man falls to the jungle floor with a thud. Bree lets out a satisfied sigh while walking over to its corpse. Twirling her blades in her hands while deactivating her light magic, she hasn't even broken into a sweat. I can't help smiling and hover down with slow claps to congratulate her. She looks up at me as the creature dissolves. "That was a fun one. I gained 3 whole levels from it too. I'll be ranking up pretty quick." She picks up the large pink stone it leaves behind as loot as I reply and point off deeper into the jungle. "You're right, this will be quicker than I thought. I sense another one nearby, just 400 meters that way. I'm curious to see what kind of unique buff you'll receive from ranking up." Chapter 416. Over the next half hour, I point out new monsters in the jungle region on the 25th floor and Bree takes them out in style. After just 4 additional mobs, the agile light magic user opens her status over the corpse of a fallen lizard man, level 500. It's finally time. From above in the trees, I watch the silhouette of her body immediately become enveloped in a bright white light. The blue text box of the system vanishes and pure mana flows through Bree's body at a rapid rate, circulating through all of her mana channels as the glowing light around her gets stronger and brighter. In a matter of seconds, the flash becomes overwhelmingly bright, but also vanishes to leave us in the silence of the wide-open empty forest just as fast. Stood in the place where the experienced craftswoman once stood is now an indistinguishable aura. Her mana control is crisper and more elusive. I can still sense her presence because I'm looking straight at her, but it may be significantly harder if she actually tried to hide. I can tell she's leagues above her strength just moments ago. The density of mana shielding that forms around her blades as she swings them through the air to test her new strength is so much more refined than in her previous battles. I wouldn't be surprised if the lizardmen in this dungeon couldn't even pierce her shielding now. She throws a few kicks and even jumps up into the air using wind magic from her boots to come up near me in the tree line. Her sharp eyes make contact with mine, and a wave of new confidence and certainty is in her gaze. Now this feels good. I should have ranked up sooner. Bree twirls her blades as I step out from the branch above and we glide down to the jungle floor in the clearing where she got her last kill. She picks up the mana crystal of the dead lizard man, and by chance, I sense another one coming at us at full speed about 150 meters in the direction we just left. Before I even mention it, Bree's gaze turns to it and she swings a glowing dagger in its direction. A nearly invisible, thin, and densely packed blade of pure mana comes flying out of the bonded weapon's edge. It flies through the forest in silence. leaving trace amounts of glimmering energy behind while gliding through full trees and boulders to finally land directly on the monster's neck. Before it takes another step, the lizard creature's head topples off and rolls to the forest floor. I watch using enemy detection in my mind's eye with my arms crossed. Not bad at all. She turns back, twirling her daggers a few times before placing them on her waist and replying, "Can we move up a few floors? I need something a lot more powerful to test out my new buff. I have a feeling I know what it can do, but I'm not certain what its full capabilities are." My appraisal skill activates on instinct, and the buff's title enters my mind's eye. Domain of total illusion. I raise an eyebrow because I also am very curious about what a power like this can do. Then, place a hand on her shoulder while activating Dungeon Walker to bring both of us up to the red-tinted dungeon of the faceless speed monster creatures. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. You want a challenge? I can give you that. This is the 28th floor. Everything here is well over level 600. As soon as Bree's black combat boots hit the crimson floor, she takes out her blades and charges them with mana. I teleported us in close enough to a nearby mob that she could have time to see it coming and assess her options, but still be plunged right into action. Seeing that she's already turned in the direction of the flash of blue light from the creature's extreme speed skill being activated, I jump backward but pull out my sword and keep it on my side just in case. This is a huge jump in level and power all at once, so I'll stay on guard until I see Bree take a few out herself. Once the dual long sword-wielding red-skinned humanoid monster glowing with a bright blue aura comes within 30 meters of Bree, she jumps forward with wind-powered steps and a look of concentration on her face. The monster senses its opponent is very strong and immediately activates its ranked-up speed buff, shifting its aura from blue to red. Their blades clash fractions of a second later and the eruption of mana shielding breaking on both of their weapons explodes in all directions. Both Bree and the monster fly backward with equal force, the dagger-wielding craftswoman at level 500, and the humanoid monster with silver swords at level 633 are on almost equal footing. The beast doesn't lose a second of battle time to grip the track material like floor and reactivate its speed buffs, shortening the distance between Bree and it in an instant. Using the wind from her boots, Bree just barely twists out of the way to dodge its attack, but she doesn't seem worried at all. Her face is calm despite the clear difference in their speed. Her perception, agility, battle IQ, and raw power seem to make up for it. For now, the monster continues to charge at the craftswoman in erratic patterns, swinging its blade, trying to land a hit with greed and fury. However, Bree continues to track its movements with sharp eyes and dodge over and over. Occasionally she blocks with her own blades and their shielding cancels out equally in power, forcing both of them to fly backward over and over again. I can't quite figure out what her game plan is, but it seems she's just trying to get a complete understanding of its movements. Just when Bree's repetitive motions start to get dull to me, the corner of her lip curves upward, her pupils dilate, and a shimmering white orb of energy expands around her in all directions for about 5 meters in diameter. As she does this, the red-skinned monster is charging toward her, swinging its blades and plotting its next strike. It doesn't seem to notice the shimmering orb of mana at all, and plunges headfirst right inside. The creature doesn't hesitate, flinch, or seem hurt at all once it enters. But something peculiar happens once its blades swing down to meet Bree's. It loses its footing, and its sword strike misses the mark by over half a meter. Bree counters and lands 2 deep gashes in the monster's side, bursting through its shielding with ease. It looks as if the monster didn't even see Bree's attack coming. It almost falls to the ground, but as it continues the momentum and leaves the outer edge of the shimmering orb on the other side, it fully regains its balance and turns around in a blue streaking arc of light with blades poised ready to kill. Blood drips from its wounds and it attacks Bree again with no fear. It runs headfirst into the glowing orb of mana and the same exact thing happens. The creature loses its balance and completely misses its attack by a long shot. Bree lands another deep blow, 2 more exchanges pass, and it ends with both of Bree's blades slicing the disoriented monster's head off while it swings its swords in the opposite direction helplessly. She deactivates her buff as it falls to the floor in 2 parts and begins to dissolve. I walk over with a look of curiosity on my face. I have my own assumptions of what this ability can do, but want to hear it myself from the source. Bree speaks up as I get closer. 12 more levels from that one, nice. It was definitely a strong opponent. Without my new buff this would have been a totally different fight. She shrugs in a nonchalant manner while putting her bloodstained daggers on her waist. I probably still would have been able to win. I just wanted to test it out. I reply, oh yeah? How does it work? I could tell something was happening from the outside, but hard to know exactly. You're messing with your opponent's sight, she smiles and replies while activating her buff again, making an orb of shimmering clear light expand around her. Good guess, it seems to be that I can change my opponent's perception of reality within a certain domain of concentrated mana. Not only sight, but other senses too. I knew ranked up buffs were unique and usually come to be based on your usual battle style or similar to your regular skill usage, but this kind of ability is far greater than I expected. I'm face to face with the shimmering barrier as I hear her continue. Step inside, I'll show you how it works. Chapter 417. I take a step forward at her request, doing a full analysis of the curved wall of shimmering mana in front of me. My perception skills and buffs are activated out of instinct today. Constant rate, just like they were when I was training in the Titan's domain for 6 months straight. With this, and my absurdly high level of natural mana control, I'm able to see through the barrier and still make eye contact with Bree standing inside through what looks to be a semi-transparent mirror made of water. However, my goal here isn't to overpower her new ranked up buff. I'd like to see what an opponent at similar or lower mana control would experience if they walked into this domain of total illusion. So, I deactivate my buffs and limit my mana control to not add any extra power to my senses. Instead, it just acts as a dense defensive layer. My perception of the flowing mana in the dungeon around me drastically drops, and to my surprise, even the shimmering sphere of mana around Bree's body disappears too. I reply to her request for me to step inside. Sure, show me what you can do, then step forward, plunging headfirst into the space where moments ago I perceived a wall of mana. The moment my face enters her domain, I feel a cold gust of wind blow my hair to the side. As I take another step closer, the flat ground beneath my feet becomes rocky, then a cold sensation creeps up my shins. I take in a deep breath of air and look around as frozen air enters my lungs and the view from the peak of an icy mountain materializes all around me. I look down at my feet, and I'm stood on a small rocky surface with no more than a meter of room on either side to walk. There's a cliff-like drop-off and a huge mountain range covered in light snowy powder in all directions for as far as my eyes can see. I turn my head back and forth, then bring my hands up in the air to look at them both in front of my face to see how real it all feels. Then, with no warning at all, reality around me begins to shift. The sky changes from the light blue coloring to a shade of green, and leaves and branches start to materialize above me. The mountains down below and the snow-covered valley rise up to make flat ground and morph into dense trees and lush greenery as the snow melts away. The air becomes hot and humid as the jungle clearing we just left on the 25th floor feels as if it's real and right in front of me. Birds chirp and insects even buzz as my eyes wander around the lively lush greenery for a few seconds. Just as I'm getting used to it, the ground beneath my feet disappears and the sensation of falling takes over my senses. My feet hit a hard wooden floor, and Bree's dimly lit third-floor office comes into full view. The walls have random rare trinkets and items, and even her desk is covered in papers and gems. I hear footsteps approach from in front of me, then out of nowhere, Bree materializes in the middle of the room less than 2 meters away. She smiles and brings a finger up in the air, swiping it like she would on a tablet or screen. The world around me shifts every time she does, switching from grassland dungeons, to mountainous regions, to soaring high through the sunset clouds, to dry hot deserts, on the edge of a volcano, and even in front of a roaring ocean wave about to crash down on us. She finally speaks up as she shifts the world again, right before the sea's heavy water crushes us, and we sit back in the image of her office room. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. I nod with a spark of awe in my eyes. Yeah, fascinating. This is quite the ranked up buff. The thought of all its possibilities runs through my mind. Not only is it an excellent skill mid-battle to completely confuse an opponent, it could be excellent to use for business too. Bree has really only showed me the nice and sunny side of things here. But it could surely be used as a negotiating tactic or way to interrogate enemies without doing them any real physical harm. It would only be psychological. I chuckle to myself as I think of a few less productive use cases for this buff too. It could make any place you wanted become a bed or relaxing beach. Interrupting my train of thought, Bree replies again. Try to break out of it. I'm curious how strong my illusions really are. I let out a sigh and nod. Sure, I was curious too when it started. I activate my buffs and skills very slowly, letting my mana control work its way up to full capacity. The moment they begin to amp up, the office room around me starts to distort. The walls look like they're bending and the floor beneath my feet is getting more textured. I look up at Bree again and my buffs and mana control hit about a third of their total capacity and the shape of a sphere becomes visible around both of us. I can see the projected image of Bree's study on the curved mana-imbued walls, but can also see the red-tinted dungeon behind it. By the time I'm back to using half of my control, the illusion I'm standing in looks like no more than a mirage of a see-through hologram. I can tell it's here, and attempting to cover my senses, but it doesn't distort my reality any more than a light breeze would push me back while running in a straight line. I smile and nod, not seeing any reason to up the ante on my perception abilities any further and step backward right outside the sphere. Bree sees that her illusion has been cracked and deactivates it. I speak up again, not bad. I did some recent unorthodox mana control training, so it figures I'd be able to get out with ease. However, as you already tested, it could easily trick any normal ranked up monster. Even up to level 650 or so, I'd say you could take them on. I'm not sure what the baseline for mana control above this level is though. I'm only level 645 myself. Bree replies with a satisfied look. Yeah, it takes a lot of MP to keep it active for that long. I burned through almost half of my bar to show you that. She reaches into a small black item box on her waist behind one of her daggers and drinks an MP potion before continuing. I have plenty more mana to work with though, so it shouldn't be a problem, I reply as she regenerates her MP. Might as well take advantage of the labyrinth now while we're still in it to level up more. You're severely under-leveled for your strength. Right on cue, the presence of two speed monsters comes into my radar and both Bree and I turn our heads to face them. She replies, taking out her blades and charging them to full while running toward the two flashes of blue light coming our way in the distance. You're right, time to get to work, in the blink of an eye. Bree takes on two monsters over 100 levels above her at once, with her domain of illusion surrounding her body every time one of the monsters gets near. They don't even stand a chance at hitting her. I can't help but laugh at some of the movements the creatures make while swinging their longswords in the complete opposite direction of where Bree is standing. Less than 15 seconds pass before both of the monsters are left bleeding out on the dungeon floor, dissolving at Bree's feet. I walk over again as she bends down to collect the mana crystals but finds a shimmering red speed fragment fall from one of the monster corpses. While picking it up, she examines the gem and activates her crafting skill to get a better idea of what it is and how it could be used. She looks up to me once I'm close enough. So this is where you farm these gems. There must be all kinds of rare drops here. No one from the association farms this high in the labyrinth. Anyone strong enough to farm these is just shipped off to the Apex region anyway. These floors are gold mines. She pauses, then asks another question. Are there any floors that drop element stones nearby? I chuckle and nod, as I'm not sure I've ever seen Bree this excited about anything. Especially after mercilessly killing two level 630 opponents in a matter of seconds. The change of tone is amusing. One floor below and you'll find ice stones, one floor above and you'll find wind stones. I haven't gone any further up yet, so I'm not too sure if there are any more. As Bree's eyes open even wider, I see calculations running through her mind on items she wants to craft in the future. Every time I visit her, she's always waiting on the availability of more rare items. What felt like a normal day-to-day farming drop to me may be a huge step up in her potential of crafts in the future. I respond, that reminds me, I have a few questions about crafting I'd like to ask, and one thing I'd like to show you. I have an interesting ranked up buff too. It may help you craft some unique items every time I'm around. Chapter 417. I take a step forward at her request, doing a full analysis of the curved wall of shimmering mana in front of me. My perception skills and buffs are activated out of instinct at a constant rate, just like they were when I was training in the Titan's domain for 6 months straight. With this, and my absurdly high level of natural mana control, I'm able to see through the barrier and still make eye contact with Bree standing inside through what looks to be a semi-transparent mirror made of water. However, my goal here isn't to overpower her new ranked up buff. I'd like to see what an opponent at similar or lower mana control would experience if they walked into this domain of total illusion. So, I deactivate my buffs and limit my mana control to not add any extra power to my senses. Instead, it just acts as a dense defensive layer. My perception of the flowing mana in the dungeon around me drastically drops, and to my surprise, even the shimmering sphere of mana around Bree's body disappears too. I reply to her request for me to step inside. Sure, show me what you can do, then step forward, plunging headfirst into the space where moments ago I perceived a wall of mana. The moment my face enters her domain, I feel a cold gust of wind blow my hair to the side. As I take another step closer, the flat ground beneath my feet becomes rocky, then a cold sensation creeps up my shins. I take in a deep breath of air and look around as frozen air enters my lungs and the view from the peak of an icy mountain materializes all around me. I look down at my feet, and I'm stood on a small rocky surface with no more than a meter of room on either side to walk. There's a cliff-like drop-off and a huge mountain range covered in light snowy powder in all directions for as far as my eyes can see. I turn my head back and forth, then bring my hands up in the air to look at them both in front of my face to see how real it all feels. Then, with no warning at all, reality around me begins to shift. The sky changes from the light blue coloring to a shade of green, and leaves and branches start to materialize above me. The mountains down below and the snow-covered valley rise up to make flat ground and morph into dense trees and lush greenery as the snow melts away. The air becomes hot and humid as the jungle clearing we just left on the 25th floor feels as if it's real and right in front of me. Birds chirp and insects even buzz as my eyes wander around the lively lush greenery for a few seconds. Just as I'm getting used to it, the ground beneath my feet disappears and the sensation of falling takes over my senses. My feet hit a hard wooden floor, and Bree's dimly lit third-floor office comes into full view. The walls have random rare trinkets and items, and even her desk is covered in papers and gems. I hear footsteps approach from in front of me, then out of nowhere, Bree materializes in the middle of the room less than 2 meters away. She smiles and brings a finger up in the air. Swiping it like she would on a tablet or screen, the world around me shifts every time she does, switching from grassland dungeons, to mountainous regions, to soaring high through the sunset clouds, to dry hot deserts, on the edge of a volcano, and even in front of a roaring ocean wave about to crash down on us. She finally speaks up as she shifts the world again, right before the sea's heavy water crushes us, and we sit back in the image of her office room. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. I nod with a spark of awe in my eyes. Yeah, fascinating. This is quite the ranked up buff. The thought of all its possibilities runs through my mind. Not only is it an excellent skill mid-battle to completely confuse an opponent, it could be excellent to use for business too. Bree has really only showed me the nice and sunny side of things here, but it could surely be used as a negotiating tactic or way to interrogate enemies without doing them any real physical harm. It would only be psychological. I chuckle to myself as I think of a few less productive use cases for this buff too. It could make any place you wanted become a bed or relaxing beach. Interrupting my train of thought, Bree replies again. Try to break out of it. I'm curious how strong my illusions really are. I let out a sigh and nod. Sure, I was curious too when it started. I activate my buffs and skills very slowly, letting my mana control work its way up to full capacity. The moment they begin to amp up, the office room around me starts to distort. The walls look like they're bending and the floor beneath my feet is getting more textured. I look up at Bree again and my buffs and mana control hit about a third of their total capacity and the shape of a sphere becomes visible around both of us. I can see the projected image of Bree's study on the curved mana-imbued walls, but can also see the red-tinted dungeon behind it. By the time I'm back to using half of my control, the illusion I'm standing in looks like no more than a mirage of a see-through hologram. I can tell it's here, and attempting to cover my senses, but it doesn't distort my reality any more than a light breeze would push me back while running in a straight line. I smile and nod, not seeing any reason to up the ante on my perception abilities any further and step backward right outside the sphere. Bree sees that her illusion has been cracked and deactivates it. I speak up again. Not bad. I did some recent unorthodox mana control training, so it figures I'd be able to get out with ease. However, as you already tested, it could easily trick any normal ranked up monster. Even up to level 650 or so, I'd say you could take them on. I'm not sure what the baseline for mana control above this level is though. I'm only level 645 myself, Bree replies with a satisfied look. Yeah, it takes a lot of MP to keep it active for that long. I burned through almost half of my bar to show you that. She reaches into a small black item box on her waist behind one of her daggers and drinks an MP potion before continuing. I have plenty more mana to work with though, so it shouldn't be a problem. I reply as she regenerates her MP. Might as well take advantage of the labyrinth now while we're still in it to level up more. You're severely underleveled for your strength. Right on cue, the presence of 2 speed monsters comes into my radar and both Bree and I turn our heads to face them. She replies, taking out her blades and charging them to full while running toward the 2 flashes of blue light coming our way in the distance. You're right, time to get to work. In the blink of an eye, Bree takes on 2 monsters over 100 levels above her at once, with her domain of illusion surrounding her body every time one of the monsters gets near. They don't even stand a chance at hitting her. I can't help but laugh at some of the movements the creatures make while swinging their longswords in the complete opposite direction of where Bree is standing. Less than 15 seconds pass before both of the monsters are left bleeding out on the dungeon floor, dissolving at Bree's feet. I walk over again as she bends down to collect the mana crystals but finds a shimmering red speed fragment fall from one of the monster corpses. While picking it up, she examines the gem and activates her crafting skill to get a better idea of what it is and how it could be used. She looks up to me once I'm close enough. So this is where you farmed these gems. There must be all kinds of rare drops here. No one from the association farms this high in the labyrinth. Anyone strong enough to farm these is just shipped off to the apex region anyway. These floors are gold mines. She pauses, then asks another question. Are there any floors that drop element stones nearby? I chuckle and nod, as I'm not sure I've ever seen Bree this excited about anything. Especially after mercilessly killing 2 level 630 opponents in a matter of seconds. The change of tone is amusing. 1 floor below and you'll find ice stones, 1 floor above and you'll find wind stones. I haven't gone any further up yet, so I'm not too sure if there are any more. As Bree's eyes open even wider, I see calculations running through her mind on items she wants to craft in the future. Every time I visit her, she's always waiting on the availability of more rare items. What felt like a normal day-to-day farming drop to me may be a huge step up in her potential of crafts in the future. I respond, that reminds me, I have a few questions about crafting I'd like to ask, and one thing I'd like to show you. I have an interesting ranked up buff too. It may help you craft some unique items every time I'm around. Chapter 419, What do you mean the rift is closing? It's hardly even been a full day. I thought this tear has been closing for weeks, even months. Why is it closing so fast now? I do a full scan of the dungeon to locate the excess mana emanating from the rift, then dungeon walk us from the sky to directly in front of it. The massive tear in space is now hardly over 10 meters in height. Its black endless void is as ominous as ever, but just this morning when I looked at it, it was almost twice the size. Ember responds, it could be for a number of reasons. The first being pure chance. The Void Creeper Lord could just be routinely closing the rift after it absorbed its fair share of mana in this dungeon. My gaze tightens as Ember nods slowly to continue, but I also believe this isn't a coincidence. The overfarming must have made this dungeon inefficient. They're losing more mana than they're gaining, and there's no point in staying. On top of that, it's pretty easy to tell where the source of the problem is. Your mere presence is enough to drive these creatures off now. They may enjoy absorbing mana, but only from the weak. I cross my arms. My presence? You mean my intimidation skills passive perk? I have shielding up to cover that at all times now. Lower level mobs can't even sense my presence. Ember nods, true, but high level beings can. The fact that you're using such dense mana instinctively to shield a simple passive buff is more than enough of a tell that you're an extremely strong ranked up hunter. I raise an eyebrow as Ember keeps explaining. On top of that, any ranked up monster or hunter with basic levels of mana senses can tell you're no ordinary being. The mana radiating off your body at all times is incredibly immense. The only time it's truly covered up is when your legendary stealth skill is activated. That seems to be a problem. I knew other strong hunters could sense my presence when I'm not actively hiding it, but is it really that accurate? You're saying any hunter with high mana perception can tell how strong I am just from being nearby even if I don't have any buffs or skills activated? Ember nods slowly, not entirely, of course. If you're not in full battle mode, they cannot sense your full power. However, most hunters don't have countless skills to buff their mana output above their average control. The refined eye of a strong hunter can make a fairly good estimate of your base level mana control even when no mana is being actively used. When you look at other hunters, or even monsters, you can get a sense of their mana control even before the battle begins, right? I think back to some of the recent monsters I've faced off against. Their mana control levels are so far below mine, and the fact that I've had a trump card of chi, demonic energy, or my red hydra's buff for so long, I haven't paid close attention to the mana bases of my opponents until they strike or put up shielding of their own. However, the faint white glow that emanates around hunters about level 400 or so and above does come to mind. Stolen story, please report. It's a passive perception ability I've had ever since absorbing that blue ogre's essence in Solara. No special skill on my status or anything, just the fact that my baseline mana control got high enough to see the world in a different light. Even without my all-seeing eye, it is possible to sense mana on individuals that have high amounts of it. I respond to Ember's question after thinking deeply on the matter. Yes, you're right. I can. So what you're saying is that my natural aura is scaring away the Titans? I'm not certain, but it could be a major factor. Especially after the last training session you had, your natural mana control base raised by over 2.5 times. I can sense the difference like night and day. It could be why the rift started closing faster since you revealed your new control level in the dungeon this morning. Ember's expression shifts to a more serious one. That means enemies are able to sense you much easier as well. I think about this for a moment too. Picturing a fabricated image in my mind of a massive pillar of invisible white energy shooting into the sky in the middle of Valor City as I walk around casually through the walls using only my concealment skill and my stomach churns, so the only time my presence is truly concealed is when using stealth. And even then, someone with high mana control could still see through my ability. I've been walking around with a massive target on my back all this time. Ember nods again. There's really no helping it. All strong lifeforms can sense the presence of other strong lifeforms. However, now that you're a chi user, I could teach you how to use a technique called mana suppression if you wish. If your goal is to blend in and seem weaker than you really are, or control your mana output at will, this would be the way to do it. My eyes widen as I've heard Ember speak of this mana suppression technique in the past, but he also mentioned I was far too inexperienced back then to learn it. Everything Ember is saying is true. I can sense beings that have awakened a high enough mana control, so there's no reason for others not to be able to do it too. The only upside of the matter is that it's not like someone can identify a person based on their mana signature. Especially mine, it's constantly rising and drastically changing. The part that doesn't make this okay in my eyes is that I haven't been as stealthy as I thought. When disguised in Valor City as a simple merchant or businessman, higher ranked guards can surely tell I'm a formidable opponent in hiding. Especially after my recent training session, I raised dramatically in power in a single day and decided not to attend the Fight Ring event tonight. If the Dark One wasn't already watching me closely before, it is now. I turn to Ember and respond, yes, I need to learn this mana suppression technique. I would like you to teach me. At the thought of it, I extend my enemy detection skill to see if there are any titans left in this dungeon. The radar reading that comes back is not what I was hoping to see at all. A single blotch of dense energy is about 2 kilometers away, moving at a very slow pace. It may reach our current position in front of the rift in about 25 minutes. I turn my head back to the black rift behind us and can't tell if it's my imagination or if the edges have started to close in slightly faster than just moments ago when my conversation with Ember started. My eyes widen and I airstep onto Ember's back. This may be our last chance to make use of these titans. It would have been nice to stock up on more materials for a long session, but there's no time. I have some extra and used clothes, leftover blankets, miscellaneous items, and months' worth of food and water still left over from last time. The fact that my high mana control reduces the amount of food and water I need to consume is a major plus. It's more than enough, it just won't be as comfortable as my last session. I activate Dungeon Walker to spawn up about 500 meters in the air, right outside the energy blotch on my enemy detection radar. The last titan, with long swaying limbs and slow, steady moving footsteps, is silently making its way toward the closing rift. Ember responds as he dive bombs downward at the huge mass of black energy. Yes, it looks like we made the final one. Panic. We'll have to use it wisely, and make sure we get out before it leaves through the rift with us inside. Very good point. I create 2 body doubles right before we plunge into the dark void. The copies airstep away from the danger while weightlessness takes over my body, and I fall back into the Titan's domain. Chapter 420, Ember's voice enters my mind using telepathy once I've situated myself within the Titan's domain. The technique I call mana suppression is really just an advanced form of manipulating visual chi. You've already shown signs of mastering the beginning stages of this, so by raising your natural capacity and chi control, mana suppression should be very simple. I sit on a small blanket in a comfortable position, getting ready to start my training, listening to what Ember has to say. Diving right back into the Titan's domain wasn't exactly what I was planning for, but the fact that this is most likely the last chance I'll get to use a time dilation chamber of this magnitude, I don't want to waste it. According to my rough calculations, there's less than 25 minutes in the outside world until this Titan reaches the rift. Considering my last 6-month stay took 30 minutes, I should have roughly 5 months to train in here. And 15 times the chi to use up. To be safe, I've put 2 body doubles in the outside world to notify me of any changes or odd outcomes. However, the possibility that they could transfer information into this isolated domain to me is only a theory. To be safe, if I don't get any signals, I'll begin collapsing the space in 4 months. Ember continues the lesson once I shake myself out of my thoughts. Let me show you what I mean in a practical sense. Allow your chi to flow out of your body just like you do when you swing a sword attack. I do as Ember says, calming my eyes and allowing waves of chi to flow from my core into my fists. I'm unable to release large amounts of visual chi. But in highly dense areas, particles of energy do flow out, especially in the heat of intense battle. Both of my fists glow white hot with energy, and tiny particles begin to make a mist around them the longer I hold them in the same place. Very good. This is a perfect starting point. The energy being released around your hands will act as a veil to suppress your natural mana output. It is in a very weak form right now because your capacity and control are lacking. However, imagine if you allowed your entire body to be covered in a blanket of energy like this. I picture Ember's words in my mind's eye, contemplating how much extra energy I would need to be constantly putting out to keep a wave of chi continuously flowing around my entire body. Then, I pull out the silver case that Monk gave me and open it with a click. Inside, a sea of bright white chi pills looks back at me, and I speak up. There's 150 pills. That's 15 times more than my previous training session. However, it's possible I have less time. You know better than me, I'd like a strict outline and training plan on how to hit my goals before our time runs out. Ember shows a toothy grin and nods. Only time will tell. We'll do training in 3 different segments, that is after your initial segment of flooding the entire room with chi. Considering your current base and mana control, you're still not strong enough to handle this amount of energy. So, the first order of business once the room is ready and actual training begins will be 48 hours of chi gathering and mana control training. Similar to your previous time in the domain, you will just circulate chi through your body while all of your buffs are on the highest capacity possible while not building up fatigue. Small water breaks will be permitted, but no other distractions like food or entertainment. I nod as this sounds reasonable and very productive. Next, you'll spend 24 hours on focusing visual chi to your extremities. Your fists and feet will be first, but the goal is to be constantly expanding the range of coverage. Creating a thin layer of chi around your arms and legs will be next, then eventually your torso and head to cover your entire body. This will be paired with physical body training. Sprints, push-ups, squats, pull-ups, and weights using your earth summoning magic to make heavy enough gear to push your limits. I nod again, as this seems pretty simple too. Then lastly, you get 8 hours of leisure time before we start the cycle again. You may eat small amounts of food, journal your thoughts, and sleep if you'd like. But, intense focus is necessary to succeed in this training. My eyes widen at his last point. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Only 8 hours of rest? After 3 days of continuous training? For 4 to 5 months straight, Ember chuckles to himself. We'll shorten the rest times as the session goes further. And make the training times longer as well. As I'm sure you can already tell, the higher your mana control raises, the less reliant you are on food, water, and sleep for energy. Yes, I'm aware. I just didn't know it would get this drastic, of course. Your mortal lifespan increases as well, slowing your aging and keeping you in your prime years for far longer. At your current control, you've already increased your life expectancy by quite a bit, possibly decades. The progression is not linear based on pure mana intake, but it will continue to raise the more you control. I think over this food for thought in the back of my mind as Ember covers some of the more advanced and technical topics too. Once you've managed to get the most basic level of visual chi around every square centimeter of your body, the focus will shift to concentrating more on the density of the flow. Just like mana shields and mana blades, the density of the chi being used is very important when focused on a technique like this. At first, we'll work on making the chi as dense as possible, but that will naturally come in the gathering and channeling portion of training. Once it can fully cover your body, I want you to make incremental densities to get used to switching between them. Like low, medium, high, and extremely high. Why's that? Wouldn't it just be best to refine my skills in the highest density possible? What's the point of having different ones? It's very simple actually. Once you've coated your body in a layer of chi of extremely high density, little to no mana can escape through the microscopic holes no matter how hard they try to put out. Non-chi users are unable to sense chi energy at all, so to their mana senses, only the amount of mana you let out is your perceived true control. The corner of my lip turns up as I realize exactly where Ember is headed with this explanation. He continues, so, if you were to walk by an elite hunter with an extremely high chi barrier, they may just think you're an unawakened hunter with little to no chi in your body. However, maybe you'd like them to think you're at their same level? Just using a high or medium grade barrier will be thinner and allow more of your natural mana control to seep through. Training multiple barrier densities once you've progressed this far will not only help with your overall chi control but give you built-in skills and predetermined natural settings to conceal your true power. At this final point, everything makes sense, and I have a clear goal in mind ahead of me. I rehashed the details of my training a few more times in excruciating detail with Ember, noting certain points and extra tidbits in my journal before letting Ember fly back into my item storage to wait for my updates. We agree that letting him stay out in the open may drain away precious chi in the atmosphere that could be put toward my training, so I'll let him out after the end of every training cycle to give me tips and oversee my progress. See you soon. Best of luck, Master. Considering the chi in the room didn't dissipate until I absorbed most of it in my last session, the odds are it will be exactly the same this time as well. One after another, I begin taking the chi pills and oversaturating my body with energy every time enough chi leaves my body to handle another. Meanwhile, I sit in the lotus position, gathering the chi that is building up in the atmosphere and keeping all of my buffs at a cool and controlled rate. While constantly self-regenerating my fatigue, this goes on for a few days before 145 pills are used up to fill the entire room with a dense cloud of chi so energy-packed every breath feels as if it's rejuvenating my core. The rate of absorption far surpasses what it was before. The density of chi in this room is almost 15 times what it was the last time I trained, and almost 50 times that of what it feels like inside the training rooms back at the monastery. The chi in the air in the outside world is immeasurably low compared to the prime environment I'm training in right now. I place the remaining 5 pills back into my storage as an emergency energy bank and get to work. 9 full training cycles pass, meaning about a month in domain time, and the progress moves exactly as Ember outlined for me. In just a month, my chi capacity has raised just over 50%, and my mana control is steadily rising at the same rate as my previous session. About 400 million MP absorbed in just over a month. Both are incredibly immense increases. But the chi capacity is the most impressive part. This is the most noticeable change. I've added more pure chi to my capacity in 1 month than I did in a full 6 months of training during my last Titan's domain session. Every time I finish a cycle, Ember checks my progress, and the white glow I managed to cover my hands has slowly expanded to my extremities and just barely covers my head and torso. The progress is very motivating. Ember's words resonate in my mind as he increased each training period by 1 full day and taking 2 hours away from my rest time, making it 3 days gathering, 2 days working on my chi barrier, and 6 hours of sleep and leisure time. This intense training continues for 2 more months. My chi base adds an additional 90%, making a 140% increase since the start of this entire session, and my mana control raises by another 1 billion MP. At this point, some of the chi in the room is beginning to thin out just like the last time I trained here. Some seeps through the walls, but most of it is being gathered by me and used up in my training to flow back into the atmosphere. I've gotten to the point where I can actually control the flow of chi on the outside of my body. It feels as if it's a thin layer of malleable and flowing skin attached to me as an extension of myself rather than just particles that are floating away. It is difficult to maintain it for long periods of time, but holding its form is what my training mostly consists of now. 3 days gathering, 3 days controlling my chi veil, and 5.5 hours of downtime. I've gotten into a very productive rhythm, but the clock is still ticking away. I want to master this before my time runs out. Everything seems to be going according to plan until one day mid-gathering session, the memories of one of my now deceased body doubles come rushing back to me. Chapter 421. Minutes earlier in the Great Plains, I watch from the perspective of one of my body doubles as my main body falls into the Titan's domain. My last thoughts before creating these clones were to notify myself at the halfway mark, and another 2 to 3 minutes before it looks like the Titan will leave through the rift. Both body doubles wait patiently, are stepping high in the sky to watch from above as the Titan slowly makes its way across the 2-kilometer stretch of rolling grasslands toward the closing rift. I stand in silence as minutes pass, and I know weeks and months are going by within the creature below us. In just under 13 minutes, it reaches the halfway point between where it started and the rift at the back of the dungeon. The body double to my right side looks over to me and speaks using telepathy. I hear my own voice ring in my head. I'm off. I'll use my self-destruct unique buff in another dungeon as to not make too much noise here. Wouldn't want it changing speed with another mana disturbance in the area. I nod back, and in the blink of an eye, my other double dungeon walks away to send the first halfway mark signal to my original body. I'm still unsure if the signals are getting through, but as a double, I'll do my job to send the second message. I cross my arms and activate stealth, floating high in the sky above the Great Plains and watching the massive creature silently trudge along below me. My eyes keep darting back and forth from the monster to the rift, and can't help but realize the rate at which its closing seems to have slowed down. This is the opposite of what I assumed would happen, but the fact that I'm in full stealth mode and my other double just dungeon walked away may have put less stress on the rift itself to collapse. Even the approaching Titan's swinging arms are slowing, and its footsteps are becoming less rushed and constant. This is a good thing because my main body will have more time in the domain, but a bad thing because I may not know if the second message got interrupted for some odd reason. Thinking in the shoes of my main body, I'd most likely leave early just to be on the safe side. All I can do is wait and watch, then send the signal once it's actually time to leave. More minutes pass in the rate at which the rift is closing and the Titan approaches. It slows even more, but comes to a steady pace once it's about 400 to 500 meters away. Just about 25 minutes has passed since my real body entered. So this was the perceived time of impact when I left. Now there seems to still be about 3 to 5 minutes remaining before it will begin to get close. I take a deep breath and watch for a full extra minute as the Titan slowly walks over the final rolling hill to get within a proper line of sight to the rift and begin to activate my Dungeon Walker skill to blip away, planning to use the same self-destruct feature as my other double. However, I stop myself as I see a faint red glow growing inside the black abyss of the Titan. It's only a matter of seconds before the crimson light begins to shine bright enough that it envelopes the entire Titan. The black blob of mass is now blood red. And I recognize the skill being used very easily. That's Ember's Plunderer skill. I guess there's no need for me to send the signal after all. My main body waited quite a long time but still played it safe and left before I sent a message. If my calculations are correct, I spent just over 5 months in there. A thin and dense blade of flames tears the red Titan in half, and a bright white release of light dissipates the creature into the air like it was never even there. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. The bright glow allows an incredible amount of excess MP into the dungeon, but it is quickly dissipated as the silhouette of a massive black-scaled dragon and a hunter in a black cloak and flaming sword remain in the wake of the defeated Titan. The only thing that throws me off is the eerie sense of there being no mana at all in this hunter. As the debris of the explosion disperses, I definitely see my main body standing next to Ember, but there's no mana signature coming off me at all. I even activate my all-seeing eye, and nothing comes up. It's like I'm an unawakened hunter. As the body double, I'm unable to use chi, so it's impossible for me to sense what is really going on here. But it seems as though Ember taught me well. I really learned mana suppression in 5 months and mastered it. I whisper under my breath, I wonder how much stronger I've really become. With a grin on my face, I start air-stepping over. But a wave of telepathy hits me from my main body as I see myself pointing toward the rift. Enter it. I'd like to see what's inside before it closes. I don't slow down for a moment and continue air-stepping over my real body and Ember to soar toward the rift. Good idea. As I fall closer, the rate at which the rift is closing speeds back up again. The fall of the last Titan just moments before it made it back has accelerated the closing speed, and by the time I plunge through into the deep black darkness, the rift is less than 2 meters in diameter and seems to have only tens of seconds left until it finally closes. With no fear at all, I step through the black abyss into another world. The place where these Titans spawn from. The world around me becomes dark, so I activate my buffs and light my hands with dim flames as my feet hit a hard smooth floor. In the same moment as I squint my eyes and try to look around, the rift behind me closes and fully disappears, leaving me here trapped for good. I take a cautious breath, stepping forward and exploring the range of my light source. My initial surprise is that I'm not floating in an endless void of darkness like I assumed, but the mana in the air here is quite dense. As my light finally gets bright enough, I can see the walls and ceiling of an incredibly tall and long hallway. It's over 30 meters high and 10 meters wide. Made of dark gray stone polished until glossy. When I activate my enemy detection skill, I don't get a single reading. My entire sensory system is screwed up and seems like a massive blotch of mana is scrambling everything. Even so, I walk forward full of curiosity, wondering what this hallway leads to and what hidden information I could unlock by venturing further in. Constantly absorbing mana from the atmosphere to keep my dim light going, I walk down the hall at a steady pace. Soon, I start running, air-stepping, and even using extreme speed to push myself further into the endless hall of darkness. Over half an hour passes, and multiple kilometers have been trekked before the faintest glow of another light source is visible to me in the distance. My eyes widen at the sight of it, and I deactivate all my flashy skills, turning stealth on, and continuing my march through the darkness with newfound vigor. It takes another 10 minutes to finally make it down the hall far enough to see the light expand into a dim archway. It looks as if it opens up into a much more well-lit setting. Maybe this was just a hidden entrance to a rift, and there's a colorful new world outside. As I get closer and closer, the dim white light source grows, but my enemy detection senses still give off the same scrambled reading. Now it may be even stronger than before, but it's hard to tell. Once I finally make it close enough to step outside, the sight before me is like nothing I ever would have imagined. I step out into an impossibly large circle-shaped room. The other side of the room is dark, and it's impossible to see. The only light source is 2 massive glowing white orbs easily 3 kilometers above me. creating a dim glow to light up a dome-shaped room. It would be easy to fit a small mountain inside here. The walls and ceiling are all made of the same glossy dark gray stone. When I look left and right, all I see is more archways, leading down more dark hallways just like the one I left. There are hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They go on further than my eyes can see all around. My eyes widen even more when I see dozens of black titans slowly walking into various dark walkways, all coming from the pitch-black center of the room. I try to wrap my mind around what I'm seeing here, but many things aren't making sense. If this place is what I think it is, then every one of these halls has its own rift at the end of it, and these titans are draining mana from dungeons systematically. Just as my gaze points back to the center of the room, wondering how they're possibly all walking in from the center, I freeze with awe and terror. The two white orbs of light kilometers above in the sky turn toward me and stare straight through me. Even with my stealth skill fully activated, I feel an immense, mana-imbued pressure crushing me from above, and the outline of a jet-black humanoid monster too massive to fathom entirely fills my senses. I don't hear, see, or think about anything else as it stares through me. The mountain-sized creature has no defining features other than its glowing white eyes and the overwhelming aura that exudes the feeling of endless greed for energy. My body double is killed instantly by its presence alone. All the memories of this experience come surging back to my main body in the Great Plains fractions of a second after the rift closes. Chapter 421. Minutes earlier in the Great Plains, I watch from the perspective of one of my body doubles as my main body falls into the Titan's domain. My last thoughts before creating these clones were to notify myself at the halfway mark, and another 2 to 3 minutes before it looks like the Titan will leave through the rift. Both body doubles wait patiently, air-stepping high in the sky to watch from above as the Titan slowly makes its way across the 2 kilometers stretch of rolling grasslands toward the closing rift. I stand in silence as minutes pass, and I know weeks and months are going by within the creature below us. In just under 13 minutes, it reaches the halfway point between where it started and the rift at the back of the dungeon. The body double to my right side looks over to me and speaks using telepathy. I hear my own voice ring in my head. I'm off. I'll use my self-destruct unique buff in another dungeon as to not make too much noise here. Wouldn't want it changing speed with another mana disturbance in the area. I nod back, and in the blink of an eye, my other double dungeon walks away to send the first halfway mark signal to my original body. I'm still unsure if the signals are getting through, but as a double, I'll do my job to send the second message. I cross my arms and activate stealth, floating high in the sky above the Great Plains and watching the massive creature silently trudge along below me. My eyes keep darting back and forth from the monster to the rift, and can't help but realize the rate at which its closing seems to have slowed down. This is the opposite of what I assumed would happen, but the fact that I'm in full stealth mode and my other double just dungeon walked away may have put less stress on the rift itself to collapse. Even the approaching Titan's swinging arms are slowing, and its footsteps are becoming less rushed and constant. This is a good thing because my main body will have more time in the domain, but a bad thing because I may not know if the second message got interrupted for some odd reason. Thinking in the shoes of my main body, I'd most likely leave early just to be on the safe side. All I can do is wait and watch, then send the signal once it's actually time to leave. More minutes pass and the rate at which the rift is closing and the Titan approaches it slows even more, but comes to a steady pace once it's about 400 to 500 meters away. Just about 25 minutes has passed since my real body entered, so this was the perceived time of impact when I left. Now there seems to still be about 3 to 5 minutes remaining before it will begin to get close. I take a deep breath and watch for a full extra minute as the Titan slowly walks over the final rolling hill to get within a proper line of sight to the rift and begin to activate my Dungeon Walker skill to blip away, planning to use the same self-destruct feature as my other double. However, I stop myself as I see a faint red glow growing inside the black abyss of the Titan. It's only a matter of seconds before the crimson light begins to shine bright enough that it envelopes the entire Titan. The black blob of mass is now blood red, and I recognize the skill being used very easily. That's Ember's Plunderer skill. I guess there's no need for me to send the signal after all. My main body waited quite a long time but still played it safe and left before I sent a message. If my calculations are correct, I spent just over 5 months in there. A thin and dense blade of flames tears the red Titan in half, and a bright white release of light dissipates the creature into the air like it was never even there. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. The bright glow allows an incredible amount of excess MP into the dungeon, but it is quickly dissipated as the silhouette of a massive black-scaled dragon and a hunter in a black cloak and flaming sword remain in the wake of the defeated Titan. The only thing that throws me off is the eerie sense of there being no mana at all in this hunter. As the debris of the explosion disperses, I definitely see my main body standing next to Ember. but there's no mana signature coming off me at all. I even activate my all-seeing eye, and nothing comes up. It's like I'm an unawakened hunter, as the body double. I'm unable to use chi, so it's impossible for me to sense what is really going on here, but it seems as though Ember taught me well. I really learned mana suppression in 5 months and mastered it. I whisper under my breath, I wonder how much stronger I've really become. With a grin on my face, I start air-stepping over, but a wave of telepathy hits me from my main body as I see myself pointing toward the rift. Enter it. I'd like to see what's inside before it closes. I don't slow down for a moment and continue air-stepping over my real body and Ember to soar toward the rift. Good idea. As I fall closer, the rate at which the rift is closing speeds back up again. The fall of the last titan just moments before it made it back has accelerated the closing speed. And by the time I plunge through into the deep black darkness, the rift is less than 2 meters in diameter and seems to have only tens of seconds left until it finally closes. With no fear at all, I step through the black abyss into another world, the place where these titans spawn from. The world around me becomes dark, so I activate my buffs and light my hands with dim flames as my feet hit a hard smooth floor. In the same moment as I squint my eyes and try to look around, the rift behind me closes and fully disappears, leaving me here trapped for good. I take a cautious breath, stepping forward and exploring the range of my light source. My initial surprise is that I'm not floating in an endless void of darkness like I assumed. But the mana in the air here is quite dense. As my light finally gets bright enough, I can see the walls and ceiling of an incredibly tall and long hallway. It's over 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, made of dark gray stone polished until glossy. When I activate my enemy detection skill, I don't get a single reading. My entire sensory system is screwed up and seems like a massive blotch of mana is scrambling everything. Even so, I walk forward full of curiosity, wondering what this hallway leads to and what hidden information I could unlock by venturing further in. Constantly absorbing mana from the atmosphere to keep my dim light going, I walk down the hall at a steady pace. Soon, I start running, air-stepping, and even using extreme speed to push myself further into the endless hall of darkness. Over half an hour passes, and multiple kilometers have been trekked before the faintest glow of another light source is visible to me in the distance. My eyes widen at the sight of it, and I deactivate all my flashy skills, turning stealth on, and continuing my march through the darkness with newfound vigor. It takes another 10 minutes to finally make it down the hall far enough to see the light expand into a dim archway. It looks as if it opens up into a much more well-lit setting. Maybe this was just a hidden entrance to a rift, and there's a colorful new world outside. As I get closer and closer, the dim white light source grows, but my enemy detection senses still give off the same scrambled reading. Now it may be even stronger than before, but it's hard to tell. Once I finally make it close enough to step outside, the sight before me is like nothing I ever would have imagined. I step out into an impossibly large circle-shaped room. The other side of the room is dark, and it's impossible to see. The only light source is 2 massive glowing white orbs easily 3 kilometers above me, creating a dim glow to light up a dome-shaped room. It would be easy to fit a small mountain inside here. The walls and ceiling are all made of the same glossy dark gray stone. When I look left and right, all I see is more archways, leading down more dark hallways just like the one I left. There are hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They go on further than my eyes can see all around. My eyes widen even more when I see dozens of black titans slowly walking into various dark walkways, all coming from the pitch-black center of the room. I try to wrap my mind around what I'm seeing here, but many things aren't making sense. If this place is what I think it is, then every one of these halls has its own rift at the end of it, and these titans are draining mana from dungeons systematically. Just as my gaze points back to the center of the room, wondering how they're possibly all walking in from the center. I freeze with awe and terror. The 2 white orbs of light kilometers above in the sky turn toward me, and stare straight through me even with my stealth skill fully activated. I feel an immense, mana-imbued pressure crushing me from above, and the outline of a jet-black humanoid monster too massive to fathom entirely fills my senses. I don't hear, see, or think about anything else as it stares through me. The mountain-sized creature has no defining features other than its glowing white eyes and the overwhelming aura that exudes the feeling of endless greed for energy. My body double is killed instantly by its presence alone. All the memories of this experience come surging back to my main body in the Great Plains fractions of a second after the rift closes. Chapter 423. As far as I can see, the dungeon is split into 3 different parts. It's like a pie split into triangles, stretching out a few kilometers each. I seem to be hovering over the rocky region of the dungeon right now. There are massive rock formations, plains of rocky dirt and soil, and large forests with small mountains and hills. At first, My view was blocked by a large plateau-like structure, but now I can see the rest of the dungeon clearly. Nearby, I sense a huge lake filled with crystal clear, blue-tinted water for almost as far as the mountain region stretches. There are a few small islands in the lake, but it's almost entirely open water. Then lastly, the furthest away from here is a region filled with hot flames and volcanoes. It has the lake on one side of it and the rocky region on the other. Its black stone pathways are glowing orange and red hot from the mana-imbued molten rock that trickles down from the massive volcano at the back of the region. The entire dungeon has a light breeze flowing through it and light white puffy clouds high above in the sky. To top it all off, there's a gray swirling boss room portal in the middle of all three sections. I can sense it slowly spinning where all of the regions meet in the middle, but I'm unable to see it with the naked eye just yet. This is the most fascinating dungeon I've ever seen. As these words barely leave my mouth, the closest monster to me that I pinpointed on my radar seconds ago comes within visual distance. A brown-colored creature screeches loudly as it flies up from one of the rock formations in the earth region of the dungeon below me. I do a quick appraisal of it while readying my chi-covered sword with one hand in a focused, nonchalant manner. It's level 579 and has 3 active skills along with a ranked up buff. Active skills: Intimidation, Special Grade, Body Hardening, Legendary Grade, Combat Magic, Advanced Earth Summoning. Buffs: Brown Wyvern's Rock Prison. Stone begins to form around me in a dome shape as the brown wyvern stares me down with its sharp eyes. I don't bother moving and let the weak magic wall of curved stone completely envelop me. It locks into a sphere shape, and the walls start shrinking and closing in. The wyvern below me gets closer and closer as the sphere shrinks to the point where it begins to touch the layer of chi that surrounds my body. Without changing its upward trajectory in the slightest, the stone prison begins to crumble like sand the moment it hits my chi barrier, and its upward momentum meant to collide with me in a weakened state once the trap crushes its prey is actually met with a chi-imbued sword that slices it clean in half. It ends just like the boss room monster from the 29th floor. What's going on today? These monsters really like killing themselves, don't they? I smirk and continue to airstep forward deeper into the Rocky Mountain region, knowing I won't have to get serious fighting a single opponent on this floor. However, some are at a higher level than me, so there's good reason to travel and to level up and farm extra PP, and create dungeon walker points all over this place while I have the chance. As I make my way through the rock structures of the earth region, more wyverns come diving in from above and below with a similar attack strategy. Every time, I let them dive at me and decimate them without using much energy at all. Though, one thing stands out to me: the further in toward the center of the dungeon I travel, the higher level the monsters become. Once I kill my 5th one, I'm almost halfway through the region toward the center of the dungeon, and a familiar ringing sound can be heard in my head. Level up. I reach level 648 after defeating a level 655 wyvern. Upon closely examining my enemy detection skill with its level inspection perk, I conclude my theory is true. It seems the closer I get to the center of the dungeon, the higher the level of spawn and monsters become. This means if I stay at this distance away from the boss room, I can farm mobs directly above my level and cash in on the maximum MCP and PP gains. Over the next half hour, I use air steps and Dungeon Walker to move back and forth throughout this portion of the Earth region using my inspect skill to only pick the right opponents, clearing out every wyvern within 5 levels above me as I raise my own. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. I sporadically check my Dungeon Walker skill to see Bree farming on the floor below me, but she hasn't yet hit her maximum level for that floor. I can tell she's still determined to keep going, so I decide to give her some extra time while I have some fun farming up here on the 30th floor myself. While doing so, I close the distance between myself and the Blue Lake region nearby too. There are some interesting readings coming from within I'd like to check out. One of which being a new skill I don't have yet: level up, level up, level up, level up, 1 PP, level up, level up. Level up, 1 PP, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 490 agility, 39,340,050 MCP. I hit level 660 fairly quickly. By only absorbing PP and MCP, the leveling process moves up very fast. One of the kills even triggered the absorption perk that allows me to take a portion of my opponent's stat points. I would be sticking around to collect loot too, but they mostly only drop mana crystals. I've killed dozens, but nothing interesting drops until this most recent kill. As I'm air-stepping away toward the lake and the wyvern's corpse falls to the floor, an unusual pulse of energy comes from it. I stop my search for other wyverns and circle back to see what it has dropped. Resting on the rocky floor is a tan-colored stone with thousands of MP pouring out of it in the form of liquid mana-imbued rock that forms into small boulders. The floor beneath it is growing at a fairly quick rate, and I can tell the energy from within is being expelled. The grin filled with amusement covers my face as I make my descent downward to collect the item drop, an earthstone. Huh? Looks like I have another rare resource-packed dungeon to farm. I open up my item storage and let the stone fall inside. In doing so, the ground growing with rock and rubble ceases to move. Amount of fresh earth is left in its place as I continue my hunt. My gaze turns to the other two regions in this dungeon, and my curiosity is spiked. If this region drops earthstones, there's a possibility the others drop different elements too. I speed up my steps and finally make it above the shimmering blue lake region where the artificial dungeon sun reflects off the lightly crashing waves below. Off in the distance, a bright blue wyvern comes my way and clocks in at level 661. I appraise it too. Active skills: Intimidation, Special Grade, Body Hardening, Legendary Grade, Combat Magic, Advanced Water Summoning. Buffs: Blue Wyvern's Fury. My eyes widen at the sight of its skills. I'd already picked up on the fact that there were water wielders here when I first entered the dungeon but didn't recognize it at first glance. The only wyvern I faced in the arena back in Valor City looked exactly like this one, yet it had fire magic instead of water. I don't let the change in color throw me off too much, and let the creature with wide wings, sharp talons, and furious eyes come swooping in while summoning tens of blades of water all around me in a dome shape. They all come closing in as I take a deep breath to swing my sword with ease, negating every one of its blades in an agile spinning motion while air-stepping forward and piercing its dense mana shielding like butter. Use Absorption, Skill, Combat Magic, Advanced Water Summoning. Yes, and no, I accept the skill as well as its MCP but turn my head to the side as another one bursts out of the water below me and tries to attack in the same fashion. Swinging my blade gracefully and aiming with great precision, I take out its level 657 partner in an instant too. More blue wyverns come rocketing out from the deep water below me, and I dance around the air easily dodging and slicing through each new one that gets in my way. Over half a dozen of them come out from the lake before one unique wyvern catches my eye as it flies at me from the direction I just came, seemingly spawned from the space in between the water and earth region. Its scales are bright blue just like all of the other monsters attacking me, but on its status, I see, Combat Magic, Advanced Earth Summoning. As it screeches and begins to attack, stone spears are sent flying my way in the air, and a dome of rock surrounds me, but it's glowing blue just like the wyvern from the arena. A mutant, I chuckle as the monster gets closer, but in a matter of seconds, it's defeated and torn to pieces just like all of the previous attackers. The glowing blue earth it attacked me with falls down below into the lake. Every splashing sound it creates makes me more curious about this whole situation. The main question on my mind is wondering what kind of element stone a mutant like that would drop. I continue on, hovering over the lake, diving just a tiny bit deeper and closer to the center of the dungeon to face a few more monsters. Their levels rise, but their difficulty is all the same. They don't even make me break a sweat. Some dive bomb in from above, while others come soaring up from the bottom of the lake. Level up, level up, level up, 1 pp, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 48,600,707 EMCP. By the time I've almost made a full circle around the dungeon, the edge of the volcanic region is in sight. I've sliced through a few dozen blue water-wielding wyverns hitting level 668 but haven't yet tried out the new skill I absorbed from the first. A crimson-colored wyvern comes my way and breathes out a dark red wave of flames. This may be a good place to test things out. I put my sword on my hip and release a small portion of the swirling chi barrier from my now freed up right hand. Instead of suppressing all of my magic, I let one half of my mana control be used as I activate my new water summoning skill and place my hand in front of me facing the red wyvern. This is similar to what I do under the bottoms of my feet, allowing the chi barrier to thin out so just enough air magic can come out to propel me higher and keep me in the sky. But, considering this is an attack on an enemy, I use a bit more power. My palm glows bright blue, and a pillar of water comes flowing from the center of my hand, expanding larger and larger until it makes contact with the ball of flames sent my way from the level 665 wyvern that attacked me from the volcanic region. In an instant, the creature's flame is engulfed by the stream of water, and once it makes contact with the wyvern itself, its body is disintegrated by the water pressure. The water jet continues forward, making contact with a small hill of molten rock 100 meters away. I stop releasing magic, but the attack that hits the structure punctures clean through, leaving a gaping circular hole in the rock formation. I deactivate my skill and let my chi barrier reform around my hand while I grab my sword and chuckle to myself. Noted. I guess half my mana control is probably still a bit too much. Chapter 424, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 1 pp, level up, level up. Level up, 1 pp, level up, 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 1 pp, level up, 102,509,223 MCP. Close to another hour passes as I continue to farm in the volcanic region, testing out my new water summoning skill and finding that if I use about a fifth of my mana control, they can put up a better fight. I reach level 684 before one of them finally drops an advanced firestone. It burns hot and gives off a dark aura. I place it in my item storage for later, as this is the strongest firestone I've ever seen. There are plenty of stronger wyverns deeper in, closer to the boss room portal, but I want to take my time farming here. Killing monsters just above my level gives me the optimal amount of MCP and PP gains per level up. On top of that, I'm looking to get the maximum number of kills in order to farm element stones too. The drop rate here seems to be less than 2%, but for such a valuable resource, it's actually pretty high. The main reason I've stopped now is because I'm well over the agreed upon timeframe I said I'd meet back up with Bree, and she finally hit level 645 in an intense duel against one of the white-winged hawk creatures on the 29th floor. Unfortunately, I couldn't find another mutant wyvern, despite camping by the borders of the regions. However, I'll be back here very soon. Dungeon Walker. I blip back to see Bree less than 100 meters away and air step down to the ground nearby with my chi barrier fully activated. I wave at her as she collects the mana crystal from her last battle and looks at me with a confused and half-startled expression. I was wondering when you'd show up, and secretly hoping you'd let me keep at it until I hit the max level in this dungeon. Odd how things worked out. I take a few steps closer until we're less than 10 meters apart, then she takes a step back and the confused expression on her face grows. You look a lot different, and your aura, it's gone. Bree tightens her gaze to look me up and down, unable to piece this puzzle together. I reply, it's a new ability. Probably better if you don't ask. I'm unable to share this one. Her stare remains on me for a moment, and I decide to allow about 20% of my aura out, just like I did while facing the strongest red wyvern in the dungeon above us. Her expression shifts back to normal. She replies once my aura is able to be felt. Interesting, to my senses, it seemed like you weren't even here. It almost felt like my eyes were playing tricks on me. Interesting. I make a note to myself that I should probably always let a small portion of my mana leak out when interacting with people. A hunter with zero mana control at all would be even more suspicious than one with an overwhelmingly high amount. Bree reaches into her item box around her waist and walks closer with a smile, pulling out a small concealment case. Once she opens it up with a click, I can see what's inside, 2 of the highest quality wind stones I've ever seen. I'm looking forward to seeing what I can craft with these. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. She pauses for a moment. Hey, I know you said you have a meeting to get back to tonight, but do you think you have a little time to come back to my office? I have a few extremely high-grade items I've been waiting for the right time to craft. With the use of your skill, and my recent strength improvement, I'm sure I can make something extremely unique. I nod and place a hand on her shoulder, dungeon walking us to one of the exit portals that leads into the underground dungeon hub. I activate my conceal skill to shift my face and let my cloak morph into a generic black business suit. While doing this, I also increase my chi barrier's density to let out an even smaller amount of mana, similar to that of a level 350 hunter that has barely scraped the surface of awakening mana control. We walk out into the underground black market. It doesn't take very long until we make it back to Bree's building and the same blonde-haired guard greets us and lets us in. On the first floor, all of the workers have left for the night, and the front doors are locked and fortified. On the second floor, the 2 twins have left for the night as well, but Bernard still sits at his desk in front of his library of books. Deeply immersed in one as he sits with very good posture at his desk, he gives us a nod as we walk up the stairs into our office. I make a comment in a whispering tone, simultaneously putting up a hush barrier around us while we make it to the top floor. You know, your security here is rather lacking. I got past unnoticed the first time I showed up and even left a clue for your 2 men out front that I was here. I assume they never notified you. Bree shakes her head as I continue. The second time, all it took was a little sweet talking to the guard down below in the black market to let me through. Once we're partnered, I think some elite level guards are in order. Or at least some higher level mana shielding with an ID scanner as a security precaution. She nods while walking back over to her desk. You're right. Up until now, all threats and attempted break-ins I receive are from E and D class hunters at most. There's no point in coming to the black market as a higher grade hunter with access to the dungeon hub and association partnered shops. Even if someone of C class or higher were to go rogue, the association always takes them out before they're much of a problem. That is, unless they can escape to the Dark Continent. There are exceptions, of course. She gives me a sly smile, insinuating she means people like me. I sigh and respond, that makes sense, but I just wanted to put it out there. If any of our C and B grade goods are being produced and shipped out here, security needs to be heightened. I trust you're strong enough to protect this business yourself, but there will always be times when you're away. Extra backup is needed. She nods while I activate my Rising Emperor's domain buff and give Bree the mythic grade crafting ability. Check your status, the skill should be there. I have a bit of time, so make whatever you'd like. Bree's eyes light up as her blue status screens begin to form all around her, and she digs into her desk, pulling out many items with varying abilities and buffs ranging from 50% up to 120% and odd-colored stones and potions I've never seen before in my life. I don't really care to watch, as I have quite a few other things on my mind. The first thing that still piques my curiosity is what kind of elemental stones the mutants on the 30th floor drop. However, the second most significant topic that has been on my mind for months of perceived time, ever since my second Chi training period in the Titan's domain, concerns what Fisher and Lydia will reveal about their findings in Sector 2. It's been a huge mystery looming over me ever since I entered Valor City, and I'll be having a final meeting with Lith tonight to secure the details of the trade routes and finally figure out what kind of territory I'll be venturing out to next. I sit with my feet up on a coffee table, and my hands behind my head, staring at the ceiling deep in thought as flashes of light continuously go off in the back portion of the room. Bree's voice rings out to me after about 20 minutes and a glowing silver ring comes flying my way. Hey, I made something for you. It's one of the highest quality items I think I've ever produced, so please accept it as a gift for helping me rank up today. I use appraisal while catching the shiny silver-colored ring in my hand, while not moving any other part of my body from the comfortable couch. Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, 151% mental strength, 111% speed, 100% agility, 99%. Strength, 74% defense, illusion attribute. My eyes stay focused on it for a moment, and the platinum glimmer and smooth surface of the item are captivating. A bright white aura comes off the ring. And Bree continues to speak. It has a light attribute imbued that should allow you to put up small walls of illusions similar to my own. Meaning you'll be able to make people around you invisible if they're close enough, even if you don't share that stealth skill with them. I smile and accept it, taking off my platinum amulet of frost, 137% mental strength, 90% ice magic strength, to replace it with this new item with much better stats. I slip the smooth platinum ring on my finger. Thanks, I'll make good use of it. I place my hand above me in the air and let out a much higher amount of my mana control to let the illusion attribute of the ring activate. A long 1 meter by 2 meter rectangle of shimmering mana comes out, making the ceiling above me disappear, allowing me to put whatever I'd like in its place. Light flashes in the back of the room as Bree continues to craft random items, and I become very entertained by changing the rectangle of ceiling that I control to look like various dungeons I'd been to before. Another 20 minutes or so go by before the sensation of someone approaching from below us hits both mine and Bree's mana senses. We stop what we're doing, and I release the hush barrier just in time for a few knocks to ring out from the side door at the top of the stairs. Bree looks to the back of the room, and I turn my head to face the visitor. It's Bernard, in a neatly fitted suit, thin-framed glasses, and a book still in his hand at his side. The craftswoman's assistant speaks up in a professional tone. I'm very sorry to bother you in the middle of a meeting, Ms. Brianna, but there's been important news from an informant that I think you'd be very interested to hear. He looks over to me, then back at Bree, waiting for her response. She nods. Very well, this client is trusted. Don't worry about keeping secrets. What is the news? Bernard pauses for a moment, then blurts out something that leaves the whole room in shock. Well, this is directly from our informant that infiltrated the association. There's been a violent high-grade dungeon break near the Green Ridge Mountain Lookout. It's unlike any break they've ever seen before. The energy dispersed has created 14 brand new dungeons in its place. Chapter 425. A few hours ago, at the top of the association's HQ tower in Vice City, a blonde-haired woman named Samantha picks up her transmission tablet while she looks out the glass window of the top floor of her office suite. She is the assistant to the Vice Region's director. The transmission tablet in her hand glows brightly for a few seconds before the deep voice of the director, Brutus C. Matthews, Replies on the other end, "You know I'm out on business in the Apex region right now. What might be so important that you'd call at a time like this, and on my emergency line?" The room is listening. The tall blonde-haired assistant continues to stare out the window as an enormous mushroom cloud of white energy continues to expand at a distance of about 20 kilometers away from the city. "I believe the matter is urgent. I wouldn't have called otherwise. I'll have all available Vice Region elites sent out on the issue immediately, but I wanted you to be the first to know. It looks like we're having another surge." Or something of similar magnitude. The director stays silent on the other end of the call as Samantha recounts the events of the distress signal from the Green Ridge Lookout dungeon and now the fading white cloud of light that illuminated the entire sky for the city to see. After a long pause, the director's voice echoes back through the transmission tablet. "Very well, secure the perimeter and I'll make my way out there as fast as I can. Thank you for the swift action and professional response." The transmission tablets go dark on both ends as Samantha watches the remnants of the blast fade away. Her tablet lights up again as she calls all units that are available in the city to make their way out to survey and secure the blast zone as the director ordered. Meanwhile, Brutus sits in a dark room with 9 other people at a large round table. The edges of the room fade off into shadows, and no one is able to see anyone's exact facial features. There are only outlined silhouettes. As he puts his small silver tablet back into a pocket, he speaks up, facing the man in the largest seat directly across from him at the table. "I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Freeman. Please, let us carry on with this year's B-class exam preparations. I'll attend to this matter once we've finished up here." The large shadowy figure at the back of the room nods slowly one time, then a bright golden light shines from one of the rings on his right hand. Simultaneously, the same golden yellow glow shines brightly in the shape of a collar around the necks of 2 A-class hunters that sit next to his left and right sides. They both stand up and bow toward the center of the table as the shimmering golden light disappears from their necks. As they both bring their heads up, they move in opposite directions. One of them uses a telekinesis power to levitate the shadowy figure's chair just above the ground, turning it toward the back of the room filled with darkness as the other man speaks to the remaining people at the round table. "The Apex Region's director wishes for all of us to go back to our posts. Even if it is a false flag, it is best we all prepare for a surge in our home regions. We've covered most of the topics we wanted to tonight. Although our trade routes have been limited since the disappearance of a main distributor in the Dark Continent, we're making do with what we have stocked up on for now and what we can farm from the Apex dungeons. The B-class exams are still over a month away, so we shall meet again next week to continue this discussion. Directors, please leave your closing notes or concerns." Then you are all dismissed. Once he finishes, the A-class hunter speaking for the Apex director places a small black box with a thin slit on its top in front of him on the table. He waits patiently for all members at the table to write a few notes on small pieces of paper folded in half to voice anonymous concerns about this week's meeting and ideas that they would like brought up in next week's meeting to be discussed. Once all papers are put in, the hunter picks up the box and follows into the darkness at the back of the room to assist Mr. Freeman. There are some rustles of papers and a few whispers between the remaining 7 directors including Brutus, but it's soon followed by bright glows of transport magic being activated, and various directors making their way back to their home regions as requested by their leader. Brutus takes out a transport crystal from a miniature item box in one of his other suit pockets and crushes it in his hand to teleport back into the Association Tower's only teleport platform deep underground. Stolen story, please report. Welcome back, Mr. Director. Samantha notified me you would be stopping by. A tall silver-haired artificer in a purple cloak, decked out in all kinds of magical gadgets and gear, greets Brutus with an open door and a wide smile as he walks through the long halls of the underground testing labs of the Association. "Nice to see you too, Leo. It's been a while. But I'm not in the best mood right now. That director's meeting didn't accomplish a single thing. Our unique trade items from the Dark Continent are still on standby, we're getting no extra support from the Apex region for labyrinth farming, and the B-class exams are coming up fast, so we're bound to lose even more elite manpower." Leo calmly walks the halls next to Brutus, allowing him to rant all he wants until the two of them get to the elevator that leads to the main lobby. The doors open with a ding, and Brutus walks inside with a long sigh, straightening his back and putting on a professional smile. "Anyway, good seeing you, Leo, hoping next time on better terms. It's all part of the job." Order must be kept by any means necessary, am I right? Of course you're right. The artificer lets out a chuckle and waves the director goodbye as he turns to quickly make his way back down the hall to continue a few late-night experiments. Brutus meets up with Samantha, who's patiently waiting with a silver information tablet in hand. They both walk out of the lobby into the dead of night very quickly to make their way to the forest. The distance is far, but the two of them make it deep into the forest fairly quickly, passing a few association workers illuminating the forest path with various skills on their way. What was previously a very dark dirt path is now covered in mana-imbued light sources. And the aura of dozens of late-night workers can be sensed out in the forest, along with the sensation of many dungeon portals that were not previously in this location. Once the director makes his way into the clearing where the trees don't block any extra vision from the blast zone, the sight before his eyes is like no dungeon break he's ever seen before. You weren't messing around. Whatever caused this reaction packed some serious power, but I highly doubt it has anything to do with a surge. All of the dungeons in the main hub give off stable readings. This must be an outlier. Samantha nods and looks down at her information tablet as the deep crater of dirt and rock stretching out for kilometers on either side. And over 200 meters down in a light slant toward the center comes into view. Many blue swirling dungeon portals have spawned, littered all around the shallow hole where a mountain used to be, and small workstations of association hunters have been set up outside each one. Some tables have mana crystals and loot, while others are empty and the exploration parties are still inside. Samantha speaks up as they both begin walking down into the crater. We've found 14 of them total so far. They're all E and D class dungeons. Some are unique, so we'll have a few new item sources to farm here, while 6 so far are duplicates of dungeons we already have control over in the main hub. It will still take a few hours to get all of the approximate boss levels and loot drop percentages figured out. But it will most likely be all complete by morning. The director stares down at the dungeons and thinks to himself for a full minute while the two of them walk by the first spinning portal. Some of the guards and association workers recognize him as he walks by and give bows and salutes, but Brutus doesn't care to acknowledge them as he's deep in thought. Finally, he speaks up to Samantha. Are the guards that man the Green Ridge Lookout still alive? I'd like a word with them if they are. Also, all high-level hunters in the vicinity with earth elements awakened and craftsmen of any level, have them report here immediately. I have a plan to fix this mess by the morning, of course. Samantha pulls out her transmission tablet and begins to make a few calls. A few flashes of light blip all over the forest as many hunters between level 100 and 550 come over the moment they're called. 2 of the hunters are the guards that were meant to be watching the Green Ridge Lookout dungeon in question when the blast went off. Brutus has them explain the events that they can remember, but the fact that all they know is the portal turned red and they woke up unharmed almost 10 kilometers away doesn't sit well with him. Samantha uses her lie detector skill to confirm they are in fact telling the truth, so he decides to leave this mystery for a less urgent time. Fine, you two, go back to the association. Samantha will arrange a luxury suite for each of you to take a rest. I suspect there is much more to this than meets the eye, and believe you're not at fault. Still, we will question you further at a later date. Your weekly pay will continue as usual as you rest and recover. They both graciously leave the crater, and Brutus turns to the others. Alright, the rest of you, let's get to work on turning this into a new dungeon hub. Considering the strength of the dungeons I've spotted so far, it'll be a good place to train new recruits, and possibly an area where we can expand the city. He turns to the 3 earth magic users on standby, then points to all the dungeons with an open palm. Your team's job is to make even pathways connecting all the dungeons together, making nice arching entrance gates to each one. Then once you're finished there, make the dirt path back to the city presentable. He turns to the small team of craftsmen next. I need mana-imbued lights put up along the pathways for nighttime hunters, and basic D-grade mana shielding put up around every one of these newly spawned portals as a safety precaution. Brutus turns to Samantha. Make sure the signs are put up above each stone archway put in place denoting the dungeon's skill level. We'll double-check them ourselves before it's written in ink. Then, have 1 guard per gate assigned by morning at 1 letter grade above the gate's grade. Pay them standard weekly rates. She nods and writes down information on the tablet. Meanwhile, the crowd of craftsmen and earth magic users all get to work on their tasks. Brutus whispers under his breath while crossing his arms. Whatever happened here, it's going to end up being very profitable for the association, but I'd still like to get to the bottom of what exactly it was. This was not a natural phenomenon. Chapter 426. Back in Bree's office, the room stays still as we take in the news about dungeons being found in the forest region where the Green Ridge Lookout used to be. My eyes open wide, and so do Bree's. We turn to meet each other's gazes. I'm the first to whisper under my breath. No way. Silence looms in the room for another few seconds before Bree responds to her assistant. Thank you very much, Bernard. This is valuable info, and I appreciate the good job in closing up the shop today too. You're dismissed for the night, he bows and replies before walking down the stairs. Thank you, Ms. Brianna, have a good night. I'll see you when we open tomorrow. As he leaves, I put up my hush barrier again, and Bree speaks in a curious tone. That cursed item you set off seems to do a bit more than just collapse dungeons and blow up mountains. She raises an eyebrow and continues. I'm sure the association is all over the blast site by now if our degenerate informant has already sent in the news. Elites must be on the scene. I'd love to check it out, but there's no way I'm getting by without being seen or sensed now. I think about what has happened in my mind's eye, picturing all of the concentrated energy from within the dungeon erupting from the windstone just a few hours ago. Usually, when a dungeon collapses, it just disappears into thin air or slowly lets out its energy in the form of overleveled monsters. The uniqueness of this collapse was the fact that all the energy from within the dungeon left in an instant, and in a stable form. When it was inevitably released and dispersed in the blast, it must have naturally settled back together in dense points to form new dungeons. However, I've never heard of anyone forming a dungeon with just dense pockets of mana. If it was that easy, then I'm sure bigger organizations and countries would be making new dungeons left and right. There must be a unique factor about the way I collapsed this dungeon that created new ones. Deep in thought, unconsciously covering my temples with my index and middle fingers to think deeper into the issue, I finally perk back up and respond to Bree. You're right. You'll probably be spotted if you go and check things out, but I need to know what happened out there. Depending on what results I may find will conclude whether or not I decide to do this test again. A grin creeps across my face as Bree responds hastily. Not around here you won't. We were lucky that first blast wasn't bigger or faster than it already was. Even by a magnitude of 2 times larger, and we could have been in serious trouble. That was a one-time thing. Don't go blowing up the city for your own amusement. Yeah, I know. If I ever do it again, I'll go out in the open desert of the Dark Continent or something similar. Don't worry. She lets out a sigh and sits back in her chair while I lay back down on the couch in the middle of the room. Then, speak up after about 2 seconds of silence. I am going to go check it out though. She responds while standing up from her desk. Oh, I know. Just be careful out there. Promise me you won't get into any extra trouble before we even start our business together. I'm just taking a quick look. I'll be completely concealed. I won't let anyone even know I was there. I get up from the couch at this, and we walk down the stairs of her shop, and she unlocks and relocks the front doors as we walk out into the street and say our goodbyes. See you soon. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. See ya. We walk our separate ways as I activate my stealth skill underneath a veil of chi, making myself invisible to mana users even hundreds of levels above me. I airstep through the sky above the low-income area of the city and spread my enemy detection skill far and wide to find no one anywhere near elite level nearby. That is, until I finally make it to the edge of the forest. The once dark and unused dirt pathway through the thick trees is now covered in a smooth raised stone walkway that is connected to the main road on the outer edge of the city. Every 20 meters or so, a long pillar of stone holds a bright mana-imbued light orb on top of it, illuminating the walkways just enough to make it to the next one without falling into darkness. I soar high above the path, totally invisible to the eye or anyone's mana senses, and follow the winding pathway through the forest with a fast-beating heart and eyes full of curiosity. Once I'm about a kilometer in, the pathway ends abruptly, but I see a level 398 hunter with an advanced earth summoning combat magic skill sitting down on a nearby fallen tree, drinking an MP potion and wiping sweat from his forehead. Nearby, there's a level 114 special grade craftsman combining mana crystals and large glass spheres he keeps taking out of an item box. I nod, spotting their association badges on their shirt collars and thinking to myself how interesting it is that they've managed to set all of this up so quickly. A dim light source glows out in the distance where I remember the blast going off hours ago, and I soar higher in the air off in that direction to soon find another team of earth magic and craftsmen forming the same style of trail coming to meet the team approaching. At the pace they're moving, it shouldn't take more than another hour or so to meet in the middle. I continue to fly further in until the trees thin out so much I can finally see the enormous crater in the ground where the mountain and Green Ridge Lookout dungeon used to be. I come to a halt and drift downward to stand on the edge of the blast zone with my stealth skill activated and chi barrier on its highest possible density. The immense size of the hole in the ground is hard to fathom. It doesn't even look real. The landscape has changed so drastically, it seems as if there were never any trees or wildlife here in the first place. My widened eyes spot 14 mana-dense silver boxes covering the crater in random points, and stone walkways connecting each of them to the main path that's being connected to the city. The boxes are clearly mana-shielding barriers put up in case of more breaks, but they don't seem very intense. The dungeons themselves don't seem strong either. There's nothing here over a D-class dungeon at best. This confirms my theory before that all of the energy from the original high-grade C dungeon was dispersed and condensed, used to create these dungeons. Meaning, none of them have a chance of ever being as strong as the original, they're just the remnants from the blast. Considering this, relieved that I'm not missing out on any new high-grade dungeons, I begin to turn back, but then the door of one of the mana-shielding barriers around a dungeon in the center of the crater opens up. Out of the small stone archway, dimly lit by a pillar of light, a tall armored man and a thin blonde-haired woman with a clipboard walk out. With my heightened senses, and increased perception of sight and sound, it's as clear as day who walks out from that portal: the Vice Regent's director, the man that screwed my whole team over for a reason still completely unknown to me. It could have been for a quick buck, or standard procedure for when teams come in contact with demonic energy, or just an order from the higher-ups. Whatever that reason may be, it doesn't make me hate him any less right now. I can hear his nonchalant voice speaking to his assistant from over a kilometer away with the use of my enemy detection skill and boosted perception. Another D-class dungeon tracked and surveyed. Wonderful. That just leaves 3 more to go. Where to next? His assistant points to another mana-shielded box and outlines the detailed information that the association workers gave while farming earlier. They just need to go inside to verify. Meanwhile, my vision tunnels in on the level 745 man walking slowly up a newly made stone pathway. I do a full scan of his status and inventory, seeing that he's gained 14 levels since the last time we met. Then, as my eyes look at the array of new protection gear maxing out all of his item slots with 150% and higher defense stats and magic resistance items, my gaze falls on a blank slot that shows an item reading that sends a shiver down my spine. Access denied. My gaze tightens, and I even shift my vision straight at the item itself that seems to be a ring. It glows gold, and wisps of energy trail from it as he walks away from my general direction at a slow pace. My mana senses pick up a reading so dense it's hard to calibrate how strong the ring is or what it does, and my chi senses pick up large amounts of energy trapped deep within it as well. It gives off an evil presence, like it has a wandering mind of its own. No chi seems to be present in the director's body at all, so my only guess is that it is a soul energy imbued ring. This may be a very rare opportunity to get the director out in the open all alone. However, I promised Bree I wouldn't cause any trouble for her, and it's not in my best interest to challenge an unknown power like this without preparation. Despite being almost the same level as me, I've seen this director order around people like Bree's brother Rodrigo even though he's high above level 1000. If it has anything to do with that ring, I don't want to find out how it works the hard way. As much as I hate this man for selling out my team to a Dark Continent sector leader, attacking him blindly just because I feel like it is not a good idea, reluctantly, I reach into my item storage to take out a transport crystal that leads back to the Galeheart Tower. With my eyes locked on the director and grip tightening around the fragile gem, I bite my bottom lip and make my final decision. Chapter 427, the transport crystal breaks in my clenched fist, and I'm teleported back into the main lobby of the Galeheart Tower. I can feel the dense layer of chi around my body get pulled through the instant transport rift with me, and I stand alone in the center of the white-walled room with both lobbymen looking around with startled gazes. The teleport platform registered a user arrive, but no one is visible in the room. I deactivate my stealth skill and let my concealment items and skills deactivate too, revealing my regular form but keeping my chi barrier strong while walking forward toward the elevator. As I become visible, one of them speaks up. "You're just in time. Mr. Galeheart got back just half an hour ago. I'm sure he'll be ready to meet with you on the top floor." I nod with a smile as the elevator doors open and close, and I walk inside. While the extremely fast-moving room brings me to the top floor, I adjust my mana control to about 1/3 of its natural output. This is greater than it was the last time I met with Lith. Showing off a bit of growth is better than suppressing it much lower. As the doors of the elevator open with a ding to Litha's office, the walls are already showing off the holograms of the nighttime city lights, and there are 2 other people in the room aside from the mercenary guild leaders sitting down. The people sitting in comfortable chairs, facing Lith, are 2 figures I'm very familiar with but haven't seen in a very long time. They turn their heads as I walk in the door. "Lydia, Fisher, nice to see both of you still in one piece." I activate my inspect and appraisal skills to see them both at exactly level 602, but wearing the same gear as I remember them wearing before. The water-wielding swordsman and white-haired ice mage get up from their seats as I walk closer, and their eyes open wide. Fisher is the first to reply, "You look almost as old as me now. It's only been like 2 weeks. What happened to you? And where'd you get that fancy cloak?" He looks me up and down as the flowing magic manifested fabric of the cloak wavers in non-existent wind. Before I reply, Lydia is already eyeing me up and down too with her arms crossed. "Your mana control has risen quite a bit. You managed to find more mana-imbued essence stones? Or is this just from training in that arena Lith keeps talking about in the Silver District?" She turns to Fisher, then back to me with a light chuckle. "And yeah, I agree with Fisher, it looks like you've been training in the mountains for years or something." "Whatever it is, it's working," she shrugs as I finally make my way over, seeing Lith watch our interaction with a thin smile from his desk. I reply to my old teammates, "If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent." Reported. "Yeah, training in the mountains alone, basically nailed it." I roll my eyes and chuckle to brush her comment off as a joke, but in reality, I have been training in isolation for almost a year's worth of time over the last few days, and much has happened since the last time I saw these two. The last time we talked was before the Sector 2 leader was even killed. They look a bit different themselves, but unfortunately, I can't sense much change in their mana control. I reply, "On a real note, I've gotten my hands on some interesting items and done my fair share of training recently. The arena and resources in this city have been very useful in gaining strength. I've been using a lot of unique methods to get stronger while you were gone. I'd like to share them with you when you have time to train. However, I think you have the more interesting story to tell today. What did you find in Sector 2? As I raise the question, both of their expressions shift to one of surprise and Fisher is about to speak up, but Lith interjects before he can reply. "How about we all sit down and wait for the remaining 3 members to arrive before we start our show and tell?" My eyes turn to Lith, and I already have my inspect and appraisal skills instinctively activated. I'm hit with the usual? Access denied, screens all over his status because of the use of some concealment enchantment, but for a moment I see the lettering flicker. It feels like if I were to use 100% of my control, I could easily break through it and see what Lith is hiding. Ding, my concentration is interrupted by the sound of the elevator, and I don't try to push my mana control any further than it is in fear of revealing my full power. So, I let it be and get seated on the opposite side of Litha's desk. Both Fisher and Lydia get comfortable on the other side again too, and the elevator door opens, and I sense 2 fairly strong mana controls enter the room with chi cores less than 1/5 the size of my own. It is a bit off-putting how well the dense shielding of these walls blocks the presence of others even just in another room, but also convenient so that I'm sure no one outside the tower can sense my own power inside. Abby and Maria come walking out from the elevator and make it halfway through the room before they stop dead in their tracks, seeing the massive flowing waves of chi surrounding my body. I immediately open my telepathy link between all 3 of us and send a message. "Don't say anything about it until we're alone." As you can see, I've had quite the breakthrough, but it's going to take some time for me to teach you how to do the same. They both keep their eyes locked on my aura for a few seconds while walking toward the desk at the back of the room, but understand and then turn their gazes to Lydia and Fisher. Maria hugs Lydia, and the 4 of them have a normal greeting and update as well. The duo that was sent out for Sector 2 reconnaissance can't help but comment on Abby and Maria's mana control increase just like mine. Fisher is the most interested, so it wasn't just Jay. "That arena is really that efficient for training? Maybe I can give it a shot too. I leveled up quite a bit while away last week. I'd like to test out how far I can get." They continue to talk back and forth, but Fisher's comment that he's leveled up this week catches my attention. I saw on his status that he and Lydia were both over level 600, but didn't comment on it before. I join the conversation as Maria and Abby sit down on 2 other chairs, leaving only 1 seat open. "You leveled up too? There are high-level dungeons out in Sector 2? Or a labyrinth? Or enemy hunters? How'd you manage to gain so many levels?" Fisher turns to me from across the room with a grin. "Oh, all of the above and much more. It's a chaos-filled gold mine out there. Especially with the leader gone, every day we stayed out there got worse. I don't know how anyone survives in a region like Sector 2. He turns to Lydia, and she gives a nod, confirming his points and opening her mouth to add to it, but another ding of the elevator draws all of our attention to the opening doors. I turn my head the quickest, as an energy I haven't felt in a while seeps into my senses. Ari, the team's archer put in charge of leveling up Chester to secure Sector 4 as a guaranteed trade route, walks out of the elevator into the office to greet us. with a very serious expression on his face. His sharp eyes focus straight ahead, not looking at any of us in particular. His physique looks much more toned and buff than before, and the faint aura of refined demonic energy lingers all over him. Chapter 428. My gaze tightens as I conduct a full body scan with my all-seeing eye on the tan-skinned archer who walks through the room and sits down in the last remaining empty seat in front of Litha's desk. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see, but I'm surprised to find no demon's core inside Ares' body. With the amount of used-up demonic energy lingering around in his aura, it seems as if he just finished up a battle with a demonic creature. Only one other possibility enters my mind as I open my telepathic link with him. Have you been training in the abyss? His gaze quickly turns to meet mine, and he replies through our link, I have, but it hasn't been easy. How'd you know? I nod and look back to Lith, but reply through our link, I can sense the remnants of defeated demonic creatures all over you. You can see them. Ari looks back toward Lith too, answering but making it seem as if we're not even talking. I can sense them, yes, and the more I fight them, I can see them more. However, I've found normal mana attacks are very dangerous to use inside the abyss. I have to use my ranked up buff as well as the Red Hydra's power to take them out without harming myself. I think to myself for a moment as silence in the room continues to settle. I knew Ares' skill was always a bit unique. Spirit arrows aren't exactly a skill that I've ever seen in anyone else. And with his new ranked up buff to manipulate this energy allowing him to hunt demonic creatures, it must come with some odd special effects too. The last comment about the Red Hydra's soul energy aiding his fights makes the most sense. However, I still have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. Let's talk after this meeting. I'm sure we have some insight to share about the abyss. He gives a small nod. Of course, you're the only other person that's even acknowledged the monsters and they're real. We definitely have a lot to talk about. As his words echo in my mind, Lith talks out loud to all of us sitting in the chairs in front of his desk. Looks like the whole crew is finally all together in one place. Now, let's get down to business and finish up these final negotiations. We have a continent to conquer, don't we? His gaze turns to me, and I reply, rehashing the same deals we spoke of in our last two negotiation conversations, moving back and forth on the numbers a few more times before we come to a final agreement. I restated out loud while standing up and putting out my right hand to shake his. So, before we discuss the actual details of Sector 2, let's get our numbers straight. We will keep 100% of the profits from all trade deals with the other sectors and regions from the mainland outside the walls. The only exception will be trades to Sector 1. You will only pay the price it costs my craftsmen to make it up to 100 platinum per month in product. After that, it's 50% off market price indefinitely as long as I still retain a 30% or greater profit margin on those goods. Lith nods and brings his hand closer, replying, yes, and in return, I am allowed to post as many guards as I wish around the Sector 2 territory, but none will be allowed within 500 meters of your main distribution center or base of operations wherever it may be. Along with this, you may hire your own craftsmen and do as you wish as long as I continue receiving the product I need to maintain my business here in Sector 1. My mercenaries need gear, and the shops and businesses I sell to need my product as well. I nod, bringing my hand closer too, of course. In return, you'll be the third-party broker for the Sector 3, Vice Region, and Apex Region deals the first month of business, as they are more familiar with you as a business associate. But after this, you will introduce me to the main contacts under an alias so I can maintain trade with them long-term. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Our hands are so close to shaking I can feel the heat coming off his palm as he replies, yes, all this, and I grant you access to all my amenities here in the Galeheart Mercenary Guild, and you will kill the Dark One. There is no time limit, but of course, sooner than later. You know as well as I do after facing those arena monsters this is an urgent matter. I grip his hand as we both stand over the desk and smile at each other, knowing we're both about to profit heavily from this arrangement. I reply, you have my word. Give me the means to get strong and rich enough, and I'll personally deliver the Dark One's head on your desk at my earliest convenience. We both let out a laugh and give a firm handshake before sitting back in our chairs facing each other to discuss the fine details of the arrangement. Maria and Abby are happy to continue training in the arena, stacking money and training their new abilities for the time being. They don't explicitly say what abilities they're training because of all the people in the room, but it's clear to me they want to refine their chi control to the point where they can beat the 7th stage without the help of the Red Hydra's buff. I agree that this is a good idea for them for the time being, but I won't be joining. As much as I'd like to test my own power in the arena again, I'm certain it's a bad idea. I know I could beat a ghoul now with my chi control alone, and most likely face off against a wraith in the 8th stage too without much issue, but I haven't even begun to awaken my own soul energy, so there's no way I can stack up against the true enemy in this city. Showing off my new power is just asking for trouble, so I speak up in the middle of our discussion, turning to Fisher and Lydia. I'd rather venture out and see Sector 2 for myself. What's it really like out there? Fisher replies with arms crossed and a confident smirk. Oh yeah? You want to be on the front line of the cleanup patrol out there with us too? It's really a chaos-filled wasteland, I already told you, I chuckle. Yeah, I'd like to know. What did you two see? Lydia pulls out a few sheets of paper from her item box and spreads them out on Litha's desk while Fisher begins to explain. Well, if you see here in the outer regions of Sector 2, the portion at least that borders Sector 1, it's mostly a wide open desert. Abby pokes her head into the conversation too. So, similar to the landscape we explored initially in Sector 4, Fisher nods, kind of. When Lydia and I first made our way out to survey the land, everything seems pretty tame. Every 20 to 50 kilometers or so, there was another small village or settlement connected by stone or dirt roads for trade. Lydia interjects, however, after about 2 days of travel into the sector, some of the settlements ended up being abandoned or burned to ash. More crime and looting became rampant the closer to the center of the sector we came. It was so odd. Fisher nods and picks up from there. After 4 days in, not a single town wasn't covered in graffiti or burned to the ground, only the larger settlements we found even had people left in them. Even those were lawless. Plenty of merchants and normal villagers were fleeing to try to get to Sector 1 or move towards Sector 4 in a hurry. I raise an eyebrow at this, so it's all pretty recent? People are moving because of something? Lydia replies, I think it's just the lack of authority in the main Sector 2 capital. Fisher nods slowly and explains, yeah, when we got to the capital, it was already overrun with thugs, crime, and monsters. Plus, everyone is on edge with the abyss approaching too. Aries' eyes perk up at the mention of the abyss, but Maria butts in with excitement for the first time in this conversation at the mention of something earlier in Fisher's statement, monsters? In the city? Outside of dungeons, Fisher proudly replies, that's right. The capital is right next to a canyon in the desert that goes deeper than even my own vision could see. Lydia and I tried to explore it a bit, but turned back before we got lost. It's truly massive. There are hundreds of dungeons inside it, but some of them have recently had breaks, so monsters flooded out from the canyon and took over parts of the city. Lydia adds to Fisher's point, it's dangerous for low levels to roam the streets alone. The only reason people stay in the city is because of the abandoned warehouses. The Sector 2 leader has many materials and experimental magic items locked away in various underground and above-ground secret locations all over the capital. Rogue hunters anywhere from level 50 to level 500 have made their own gangs and search parties all over the city to try and strike gold. There are human wars and monster wars happening every day in that hellhole. Fisher points out the portion of the papers where maps of the capital city are drawn. This is the best we could do, but the location of monster attacks, gang raids, and newly discovered warehouses are changing every day. The longer we spent there, the worse it got. He lets out a sigh. Then, sits back into his chair and crosses his arms. Lydia takes a similar stance. We're all strong. We can handle cleaning that place up if you really think it's worth it. But, it's not going to be easy. After this, everyone sits and thinks about their words for a full 30 seconds before I speak up to reply. I don't want to spend another second in Valor City. And the sound of hundreds of new dungeons to be explored definitely piques my interest. I scratch my chin, but follow up my statement pretty quickly. I'll check it out and help with the cleanup. Sounds like a good opportunity to me. I'm in. Lydia smiles. Great. Fisher grins. Looks like you'll be getting down and dirty with us after all. Jay, I can't wait to see what kind of fighting style you've grown into. Then, out of the blue, Ari speaks up for the first time this whole meeting. If the abyss is close by, I'll join too. Chapter 429. The conversation winds down and basically settles on the fact that we have to go out to the Sector 2 region to make any more progress. Abby and Maria are tired out from their training in the arena, so they head back down to the isolation pods to rest until morning. As they leave, I send a telepathy message to both of them, asking to get Monk to offer more chi pills for all of us to train with, but the condition being I won't be coming back to meet with him in the monastery. If they want to learn my quick chi capacity advancement method, they'll either have to come back to the Galeheart Tower where our powers are concealed or somewhere very far away from the city. I have an idea that I believe will simulate the environment of the Titan's domain, boosting the cultivation time of my teammates, but it still needs some testing. The isolation pods in this building are a key component of my plan. Abby and Maria leave through the elevator doors, and both Fisher and Lydia are the next two to stand from their seats. Fisher is the one that talks first. Well, we've given you the map and all the information we can on Sector 2 so far. We'd be happy to tag along, but after 2 weeks of exploration, even a full day's worth of time in those isolation pods isn't enough of a rest. He turns to me, then to Lith, then back to Lydia. How about giving us a day off? I just want to enjoy the city for a little bit. We've been hiding around in dark warehouses and dirty dungeons for as long as I can remember. Plus, it should take almost a week for us to get back out there anyway. We need to stock up on food and gear in the morning, right? What's the harm in waiting a day? I shrug, and Lith gives a similar reaction. I give the response, fine by me. However, I think I can get out there a bit faster if I go alone. Take tomorrow off and enjoy the luxuries of this city, you earned it. Thank you for the valuable information. Lydia points down at one of the maps showing the border between Sector 1 and 2, suit yourself. If you find a faster travel path, that would make our life a whole lot easier. Though, if you just want to use the route we took, just trek straight this way, you can't miss it. But it's not like there are any teleport points out there, so travel time can only be shortened so much when moving in a straight line. I nod as the two of them start to turn to leave. I know. I just may be able to find a faster way, you never know. After Lydia and Fisher both leave the room, only Lith and Ari are left here. The archer speaks up, I'll go with you. Our telepathic link is still open, so Ari comments again right after without Lith listening. I assume you'll be using your teleportation skill once you find a dungeon out there to make an easy access point. I nod and reply through the link, yes. I believe it would be faster for you to stay behind as well. From the distances shown on these maps, I can make it to this place at full speed in just a few hours. I can come back and bring you after I make a teleport point. I think to myself, picturing Ember's top flying speed if we just soar high above the sky. Then, reply out loud, you look exhausted from training. Maybe a break would be better for you too. Have you tried the isolation pods yet? If Abby and Maria still haven't gone in, I'm sure they could show you how they work. He nods, replying to me with telepathy. Got it, then again a real answer out loud while stretching his arms in his seat. Maybe you're right. One of the guards did show me how the pods work when I first arrived, but I never tried them out. A good rest could do me well. He lets out a sigh and gets up to leave the room. I'll take a 6-hour break in the pods, so nearly a day and a half inside. If there are no updates by then, I'll join Fisher and Lydia for time off. But, if you make any progress, I want to be the first one on the scene. As the elevator door opens for him, he replies with telepathy through our open link, I want you to teach me about this demonic energy. I need to get further into the abyss, before I have a moment to even ask him why he wants to go into the abyss so badly. The dense mana-shielded doors of the elevator shut and our link is severed. I turn back to Lith, as we're the only two people left in the penthouse office room, as finally get to the questions that have been eating away at me. So, now that we're partners, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I stand up from my seat and he does the same. We walk over to the holographic depiction of city lights and towers below us. He replies, I could tell you had a few things on your mind. After I watched that fight you had in the 8th stage of the arena, I knew things were starting to get serious. I nod once and reply, yes, I did talk with the corrupted royal guards, and they even told me the Dark One is watching. Litha's eyes widen, but I continue quickly to calm his nerves. They said it just views me as entertainment and not a threat, but that's enough of a hint for me to know it's time for me to leave this city until I'm strong enough. Good decision. So, if that's the case, then what are your real questions? I pause, looking over at him and seeing the access denied symbol on his status over his skills and items waver and flicker again. I up my mana control just another 10% out of curiosity, and the symbol finally breaks completely, revealing a small portion of his status for just a fraction of a second, under the active skills section. Access denied changes to combat magic, extreme wine summoning, then immediately turns back to access denied. Once I let up on my high perception skill use, I get a peek at some of his gear like rings and amulets too, but they seem to be pretty standard 130 to 200% buff items for a hunter of his caliber. Lith is over level 800 and the leader of the strongest trade and mercenary guild in Sector 1. Then, raise the question, where did you get this status blocking gear? I didn't find it too weird that you, the royal guards, and even the old Sector 2 leader had it on. but I recently spotted an association director with the same symbol. I assume your gear was made by the Sector 2 leader just like the special armor for the Royal Guards, but I'm more curious about a single item that I saw on a director's hand. It was a gold ring. Litha's head turns to me quickly, and he immediately replies, "The gold ring? You didn't encounter Mr. Freeman, did you?" He takes a step back from me, looking me up and down and squinting at every one of my magic items. His vision moves to my neck, and his gaze tightens again. Without any extra words, Lith takes another step back and asks the same question. "Well, did you encounter that man?" "How do you know about the gold ring?" I stare back with a confused look and shrug. "Mr. Who? Freeman? I don't know who this is." If you wanted to know who I saw it on, it was the Vice Regent's director, Mr. Matthews. Or, better known as Brutus. That backstabber. Lith lets out a sigh of relief and takes a step closer to me, putting his hands back down at his waist. "Oh, Brutus," he thinks to himself for a moment. "That's interesting. I guess the Vice Regent has been growing quite a bit lately. They trust him with a ring. Who would have thought?" He chuckles to himself, but I interject. "Well, what is it? Was it made by the Sector 2 leader? What does that thing do?" It gave off readings more powerful and ominous than anything I've ever felt before. Lith nods. "Yeah, no wonder you were spooked. I've seen items like that in some trade meetings and auctions. It's definitely the work of the old Sector 2 craftsman, but it's bonded with an energy that I'm still not quite sure how it works or where to find it. Similar to the soul stones you and your team managed to absorb, those rings give off power that makes pure mana attacks useless against it. I've seen countless A-class hunters in the association fall in line without a second thought when faced against the gold ring you speak of. If you just ran on instinct, I'd say don't look back. I think to myself about what Lith just said, but it doesn't confirm anything I couldn't have guessed on my own. Just looking at the ring on the director's finger, I already knew it was bonded with soul energy, but the way Lith is speaking, it seems like he's in the dark about the intricacies of chi. For the split second I broke through his concealment defenses, I did see an element skill at a rank higher than my own, and a very high mana control, but there was zero presence of any other energy in his body. I let out a sigh and decide to move the questioning to a different topic as I don't believe he'll have any useful insight on how to beat this power if he doesn't know how soul energy even works in the first place. "Okay, anyway, the next thing I wanted to know is how you managed to get teleport platforms and crystals to go with them in the Galeheart Tower? Did you get luminite from an auction and craft it yourself? Or do you have a special supplier? I'd like to purchase some myself if you have a link." Lith clasps his hands and cracks a grin. "A lot of hard-hitting questions today, huh? I wonder how you even heard of that element in the first place." He lets out a sigh and continues as his smile leaves his face and he becomes more serious. "All of the teleport platforms in this building and in every city of the Dark Continent, as a matter of fact, were all installed by the Association quite a while ago. We have to purchase new teleport crystals to go with them whenever we run out. They aren't very pricey compared to the convenience they bring. If you set up a base of operations in the Dark Continent, I'm sure the Association would gladly install some for you too. However, that does mean they have access to your platform if they wish." He turns to look me in the eyes. "Purchasing some for private use isn't possible, sadly. I've seen small amounts of luminite, the base for transport platform and crystal crafts, show up in some very high-end auctions, but I was always outbid over 10 times my maximum by." He pauses. "You know my pockets aren't shallow. My guess is the Association plants small amounts in auctions every once in a while to see who's interested. Then outbids them. They would never actually let the public get their hands on it." I exhale, thinking deeply to myself before finally responding. "But what about farming it from dungeons?" Lith laughs out loud. "That old myth. People have theorized that every once in a while, after a dungeon break, trace amounts of the transport magic is left behind in solid form. Yes." He shrugs and continues to talk. "I for one won't believe it till I see it. I've been around plenty of dungeon collapses and never once saw this so-called luminite. I think it's just a story the Association spread around to keep people looking in the wrong place. You're better off trying to outbid the government in an auction." Seriously, I look out at the night sky, wondering if Bree really was fed misinformation about this point, but the next words out of Litha's mouth make me believe she was on the right path all along. The same drunken A-class hunter that told me this rumor also told me at the core of every luminite crystal there is the potential to form an entirely new dungeon. You just need enough mana, and enough explosive force to be the catalyst. If this was true, I'm sure the association would be making new dungeons every day, he sighs. Then again, who knows what they do up in the Apex region. We stand in silence for quite a while after this point. None of my questions were really answered directly. But a few things are starting to make a lot more sense to me. I finally nod and turn away from the window, asking the final question that's been on my mind all this time. This may not have sounded very productive to you, but I assure you, it helped a lot. I'm going to head off to Sector 2 tonight, but before I go, could I borrow an isolation pod? I'd like to take one apart and see how they're made. Maybe the time dilation could be tweaked if a larger amount of mana was used as an energy source. What do you think? Chapter 430. Lith walks over to the elevator with me and agrees to grant my request. Sure, I don't see why not. This is another item specially crafted by the old Sector 2 leader. So there's a good chance it will be impossible to replicate. You can try to dissect the isolation pods all you want, at least they'll go to some use instead of rotting away in the storage room. The elevator moves down quickly to a very low floor and opens with a ding as we walk out into a room filled with crates overflowing with magic items and sheets of unused mana shielding up against the walls. Lith speaks up while rummaging through a few crates, pointing to the back wall at two large silver cylinders. There are 2 deactivated isolation pods. They were the first models I purchased quite a while ago. However, they started running low on power after about 4 years of consecutive usage. The time dilation is hardly noticeable anymore. Feel free to take both of them apart and do whatever you please with them. I don't need them back. I walk over out of curiosity and activate my all-seeing eye and appraisal skill to fully scan the machines. The only thing I get back is tons of thick metal, mana shielding, and a dense crystal of energy at the top of the cylinder. It's concealed and kept in place very efficiently, so it's hard to tell how much MP exactly is inside. All I can tell is it's a lot, and it would probably not be the best idea to go tinkering with high-density mana stones in confined spaces like this. So, I spread out my cloak and open up my item storage and place the 2 large metal cylinders inside to make it seem like a storage item. I'm sure Lith is already well aware that I'm a multi-skill user, but it feels right not to openly show every one of my tricks. While turning back to Lith, I see him holding up 2 handfuls of gems from another one of the now open crates. One hand is full of white crystals that shimmer with a rainbow shine and the other hand is full of dark blue crystals that I can see through just a little, but haven't ever seen anything like them before. They don't give off any mana readings, but I can tell they're definitely high-grade magical items. Lith speaks up as he sees my confusion, handing the crystals over to me. Here, if you're heading out now, I want you to have a few extra transport crystals back to the Galeheart Tower in case of emergency. I gladly take the white gems and place them into my black cloak with my item storage underneath in a similar fashion that I did the isolation pods, but my gaze lingers on the blue crystals. And these? What are these? Lith hands them over and replies, they're recording crystals. A simplified version of what the surveillance system in the city uses. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation, as I accept them, placing all but one into my item storage. Lith speaks again. Channel a small amount of mana into it, then point the crystals at any target you'd like to record. I squint at the dark blue glossy stone and channel MP into it like Lith said to. It glows lighter blue and an invisible array of mana surrounds the room. Lith speaks again. Now that it's activated, continue channeling a steady source of mana into it, and it will continue to record the scene that it's pointed at. The more mana you imbue, the further the range and quality of recording. Lith walks in front of the crystal and continues to speak, waving his arms directly in front of the invisible array of mana that comes out from the crystal. You may be able to perceive the recording zone much more efficiently now that you're the one casting the magic, but I assure you, anyone else being recorded will not notice anything unless their perception senses are abnormally high. I nod, stopping the flow of extra mana into the gem, and the array of invisible energy ceases to come out. I toss the now dimly glowing blue gem up and down in my hand, then point it at one of the blank walls as it feels natural to do this. A projection of light comes out of the gem in a crystal clear image and shows a copy of Lith waving his arms up and down. I can even hear him explaining how the crystal works just as he was moments ago. Once the recording stops, Lith makes a comment on it. If you drain the MP from the gem, the recording will disappear forever, but if left untouched, the recording can be played back many times over. I haven't found a limit, but I'm sure over a long period of time the mana will naturally leak out and it will go bad. Interesting. I continue throwing the gem up and down in my hand, then eventually put it into my item storage as Lith speaks again. They may come in handy if you'd like to give instructions once and have them played on repeat, or take moving pictures of certain parts of the abandoned Sector 2 region to mark for later. You never know what you may need out there. I've used many of these for training the royal guards in easy presentations for trade deals. I nod and smile, placing my hand out for a shake. You're right, this is quite the useful gift. I appreciate it, thanks, no problem. We shake hands again, and board the elevator while Lith confirms that he will get all of the new trade deals and meetings situated and have exact item order amounts along with dungeon types and crafting recipes by next week to fulfill these orders. Very well, I think we're set. I'm off to do my own personal survey of the Sector 2 land. I use the other set of teleport crystals in the transport room to leave the Galeheart Tower, getting far away from Valor City, and into the train station platform in the trade city below the mountain. Activating my stealth skill, I deactivate my chi barrier as there's no need for it if I'm already invisible. I walk in the middle of town in the dead of night and airstep high into the sky unnoticed until the small lights of civilization below me almost disappear from my senses. I recall Lydia's directions, looking down at a rough copy of extra notes she made for me. She said it's a straight shot in one direction if I traveled by land and would take almost a week to get out there. But I'm going to fly. I take about 30 minutes to airstep upward and get so far away from the city that it would be impossible to see me. Then, open up my item storage to let Ember out into the dead of night. For extra protection, I activate my Rising Emperor's domain perk and give him my stealth skill the moment he enters the real world. With both of us invisible to the eye or any radar skills up to an absurdly high mana control, I feel very confident that we won't be seen. I update Ember on the news, showing him a copy of the map and approximate distance to our destination as he flaps his glossy black wings to find a natural air currents to increase our speed without exerting extra force. We set off toward the border between Sector 1 and Sector 2 at high speeds. Chapter 431, the wind speeding by my sides is powerful as we fly above the clouds. Ember slowly flaps his wings, and we get faster and faster with every strong gust, soaring higher into the air and further into the dark continent. Every few minutes, clusters of tiny lights fly by below us, and I try to picture what kind of city we're passing by. From Fisher's descriptions, I'm picturing small towns and villages, but as we get further in, the lit-up cities get much larger. After just under an hour passes, a straight line of bright lights catches my attention, and I take a closer look, boosting my perception skills and staring down into the darkness of night to make out what seems to be a massive wall separating the mountainous, rocky, and grasslands region of Sector 1, and on the other side, an arid wasteland of long-stretching desert leading to Sector 2. The wall looks just like the one my team climbed over to get into the dark continent, and with one long-range scan with my all-seeing eye, I can tell it's imbued with mana to keep people separated. There must be gates, or some regulation to allow travel between sectors, but it seems like limiting crossing is a big thing in this specific section of land. However, at this height, no one's stopping us. After crossing the border here, we'll be changing our flight path from east to more southbound, back in the general direction of Sector 4. However, the abyss is the only thing separating the bottom half of Sector 2 and the top half of Sector 4. As the massive cloud of darkness sits and grows in the middle of the dark continent, once we cross over into Sector 2 territory, the smell of burning wood and other building materials begins to fill the air, filling pockets of the sky with smoke and smog. Ember flaps his wings, changing directions, and soars even higher, dodging the pockets of pollution that float up in the air. But the farther in we travel, the harder it gets to avoid them. More towns below are destroyed, left in cinders and letting plumes of smoke into the sky while others are still half occupied with lights shining through the smog. The large clusters of light get closer and closer together the further into the sector we travel. And eventually, the hint of a rising sun peaks over the horizon at the same time the far tips of my all-seeing eye senses pick up on an absurdly high mana reading, or, to be more precise, over 100 of them. I've fallen into a calm state, resting on the warm glossy scales of Ember's back as he glides through the sky, but as I perk up, his voice jolts me back to reality. You can sense those too, Master, I reply, nodding to myself as hundreds of dungeon portals show up in my minds. Far down below us, yeah, I can sense them all right. It looks like we're here. This is the canyon Fisher was talking about. Dive down lower, but keep your stealth skill activated. We're a good distance from the canyon. But I still sense some life right below us too. We dip down through the cloud line, and the orange morning sun illuminates a wide landscape view of desert. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. It looks like we're right back in the Sector 4 territory with rolling hills of sand and small mountainous rock formations with no wildlife in sight for kilometers all around. Far in front of me, there are three prominent details that stick out to me: a settlement, a canyon, and an abyss. The first is the black plumes of smoke coming from what looks to be a large developed area of what used to be a city. Tall buildings tower above the desert. but none of them compare to Valor City at all. At most, the tallest tower I see is 10 stories in height. From so high up in the sky, it's hard to see exactly what's going on, but there seems to be a 2-kilometer wide section of village with a few high towers, densely packed lower-class housing, and the remnants of merchants' shops and restaurants. Surrounding this central village about 5 kilometers outward connected by dirt roads, there are smaller individual houses and even little neighborhoods, but each of them is connected to large rectangular warehouses scattered all over the desert. Some are blackened and burned to the ground, while others are still silver and look as good as new, but their doors are broken into and raided with minimal exterior damage. I do a general wide enemy detection scan and sense about 400 people scattered around the town below. None of them instantly stand out as a threat capable of seeing through my cloaking defenses, so I don't bother mentioning it to Ember. I look up from the town and turn my gaze to the canyon visible past the city. This is what caught my senses previously, so this is what I'd like to look through first. I point to the massive hole in the desert that's barely visible to the naked eye and speak to Ember through our link. The town can wait. Our first order of business here is to mark teleport. Points for my dungeon walker perk, and also, my gaze tracks back up to the canyon, then further into the distance to look at the thick dark cloud of dense demonic energy sitting stagnant in the desert. I want to do a quick survey of the abyss. I haven't been around energy like this in a while. Of course, Ember soars over the destitute remains of what I can only assume was the production town run by the previous Sector 2 leader. It looks like it was built around farming the dungeons in this canyon and transporting the materials to the small villages to mass produce items at scale. Multiple roads branch out from the city through the desert and win their way to the canyon, but once I do a full enemy detection scan to see if there is anyone nearby, the sensation of dozens of level 100 to 130 readings hit my senses. I would assume it to be just rogue hunters out here trying to farm the open dungeons. But the fact that they all have body hardening skills makes me think otherwise, as my enemy detection perk shows visuals of my enemies and Ember descends down to the edge of the canyon. I see a horde of mutant cyclops monsters violently fighting each other and trying to make their way out of the depths of the large desert ravine. Nearby, a degenerate dungeon portal glows red and lets out more and more of these mobs. As we get even closer, I register a few more similar bizarre lower grade dungeon break events even deeper in other parts of the 20 kilometers wide canyon that seems to dip down so low I can't visually see to the bottom. There are rocky winding paths, and multiple levels and ledges that make for a very interesting array of cliffs, valleys, and even small amounts of plants and flowing water down in the lower regions, but the darkness and shadows hide most of these parts to the naked eye. However, my all-seeing eye and enemy detection skills are able to do a full scan. Looks like 6 breaks, 143 stable dungeons, and 2 oddballs. I can't tell if those last 2 are just really strong dungeons or labyrinths. I'll have to go down and check them all out for myself. Ember and I come to a stop at the edge of the canyon, looking down into the darkness to see a few blue glowing portals light up portions with mana as the morning sun finally fully breaks over the horizon. The hot desert sun hits my skin while I activate my item storage and let Ember hop back inside. Summon me back if there's an interesting battle to be fought. You don't need me for dungeon exploration and skill farming. I nod and comment back before he disappears into the white spatial magic. You're right. Over 100 new dungeons to explore. They may not all give off strong readings, but there must be some unique items and skills I haven't found yet in here. I'm about to have some fun. Chapter 432, Body Double. I create 2 clones and have them appear on both sides of me. Then, speak up as we all look over the edge of the canyon. Alright, I want approximate levels, loot type, and monster names etched in stone using an earth magic skill marked next to every single one of these dungeons. I look at the clone to my left, reaching into my item storage and pulling out a teleport crystal. Once the sun comes fully up, I want you to use one of these and go bring Ari out here. He's clearly very focused on learning about demonic energy and making it into the abyss, so I might as well teach him a few things and figure out what he knows that makes him want to go in there so badly. My double nods and catches the crystal as I turn to the other. You, stay in stealth while marking the dungeons. I don't mind if wandering hunters see our labeling, but I don't want to be seen dipping in and out of every single dungeon. Your main job is to absorb every unique skill and monsters you find in these dungeons. Just like when I killed the Sector 2 leader, the craftsmanship skill transferred to my main body, so farm every last one of them, of course. Also, don't clear those 6 breaks. Loot any unique mutant monsters, and keep any hordes from leaving the canyon, but don't beat their boss rooms. I want to see what happens if they're left unattended for long periods of time. I turn around as the faint sound of a small explosion hits my enhanced hearing to see plumes of black smoke rising from a warehouse that was previously unvandalized. I cross my arms and look back to my doubles, deactivating my stealth skill, but putting my chi barrier all the way up to maximum and using my cloak to turn my appearance into that of a low-level hunter carrying a steel sword on my back and leather armor on my chest and legs. In the meantime, I'm going to check out the city undercover. Whatever is in those warehouses sure is making quite the commotion. It shouldn't take more than a few hours for me to figure out exactly what's going on. At this, my two doubles jump down into the darkness of the canyon and I turn to start walking down a dirt path back to the settlements. It only takes a few minutes before I make my way closer to one of the newer warehouses being raided. I keep my distance but use a light inspect and appraisal scan to see hunters level 20 to 150 all rummaging through crates of E and D class gear stacked to the roof in these warehouses. They all wear small green pieces of fabric hanging from their belt with an emblem that looks like a diamond on it. But the hunters themselves look very different from each other. Some wear hunting gear, while others wear more casual apparel. Some even look as if they're fresh out of a business meeting in suits and ties. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The odd crowd and even more peculiar systematic pattern of rummaging and passing items down in a line to load up on a cart as it's hauled out somewhere else confuses me even more. I walk by with an eyebrow raised, but don't go near the opening of the warehouse where they're loading and entering, so none of them even bat an eye as I stroll on past. Another 5 minutes of quickly walking goes by and I see another group of 10 or so men wearing the same green flags on their waists doing the same thing on a smaller storage unit that seems to be half burned down on the other side. They're foraging for the goods that haven't been destroyed. Again, no one cares to turn their head as I walk by in the bright open light of day. Once I make my way into the center of town, I'm surprised to see no one outside. There's a center square with a large fountain that doesn't flow anymore sitting dry in the center of a nicely tiled walkway. Surrounding it on all sides are vacant shops and small markets that look like they used to sell clothes and food. Above some of the stores are what look to be apartments for the shopkeepers, and behind most of the shops, there are residential areas and even small parks where many people must have once lived. However, there isn't a soul in sight. It's not even the case of it being too early in the morning either, it's just that the whole town has been evacuated. Using a wide perception scan, most people are located only in the outer regions and sticking to a few select places. No one but me stands in the center here. I walk forward to the other side of town where I haven't ventured yet with a puzzled expression on my face, but soon sense two figures walking toward me that pique my interest. A level 296 and level 313 come out from behind a narrow street and make eye contact with me immediately. I sensed them the moment I left the center of town and made my way in their direction because their presence is the only one not moving away from the center of the settlement. And it doesn't seem like they're occupied in foraging for materials. One of them is a large man that towers over the other. He would be more intimidating if his size was purely muscle, but even from here, his rounded face tells me it's not all pure strength. The man next to him is completely the opposite, lanky and thin, and barely making it up to his partner's shoulders. Based on the gear he wears and the daggers on his waist, I can tell this guy relies on his speed. Sporting a fresh scar across his left eye, it's clear he's not afraid to fight either. Both of them are far below my league, but the red fabric hanging from their waists with a curved knife emblem on it makes me curious. The deep tone of the larger man's voice rings out through the empty street. Who do you think you are walking onto the Crimson Dagger's territory at a time like this? Do you have a death wish, man? His skinny partner chuckles and pulls both the daggers from his waist, spinning them in his hands, and reflecting a red glow off the morning sun on the tips of the blades. He adds to his partner's words while eyeing me up and down, "You aren't with the green mist, are you? Explain yourself, because we're going to have some problems if you don't start talking right now." As I think about what to reply, my all-seeing eye picks up on the presence of a skill activating the visual of a dark purple mana-imbued, shadowy hand erupts out of the body of the dagger wielder and comes shooting my way. Chapter 433, my eyes track the odd phenomenon, but the mana reading coming off it is so low I don't bother trying to dodge. I just continue walking forward with an innocent look on my face, responding out loud to the duo, "I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm new to town. I just ventured out here from a village up north. Heard there was opportunity to snag some free loot now that the sector leader went missing." Was I correct? As I finish these words, the shadowy hand expands and makes a motion to grasp around me, but the second it hits my chi barrier, it disintegrates and disperses on the spot. Nearly invisible black and purple energy sizzles away and gushes out to the sides, evaporating into the air. However, I don't bat an eye and walk forward like nothing happened. The larger man still looks at me with a menacing glare, but the skinny dagger user's eyes widen and he steps back. What was that dash? As his hand of mana mysteriously disappears, I activate appraisal to see exactly what just happened. The readings that meet my eyes are quite interesting. The large man has an extreme strength skill at the special grade rating, and his partner has a skill I've never seen before called bind, rated at legendary grade. From the look of these two, I never would have expected such high-grade skills. My only theory that comes to mind is they stuck their noses in an upgrade crystal storage locker of some sort to artificially boost these ratings. The gear they're wearing is shiny and unused, plus there is practically zero mana control aura coming off of them. At level roughly 300 each, they should be putting out at least a little bit of aura. This is what a prime example of artificially power-leveled hunters look like. As I'm thinking this, the lanky man continues to speak, turning his head to the larger fellow. Raise, hold on to this weakling while I make sure he gets a good taste of my daggers. He's wearing some kind of protection item. My bind attack was reflected. The taller man smirks, turning to me and begins to glow bright gold. You got it, Finn. Let's see how he handles this. He stomps on the ground and makes large cracks in the nicely stone-tiled road, then comes charging toward me. I roll my eyes as he opens his arms to try and bear hug me with his strength alone, and put up a light wind barrier around my chi to give the man a chance to run if he wants, but he doesn't slow down at all, grabbing a hold of the outer layer of the invisible twisting mana barrier, yelling to his partner as it begins to rip his outer layer of armor to shreds. He has no grip on me at all as he just hugs violent wind magic a few centimeters above my skin, but doesn't back off and just bears the pain. I don't bother moving. I got him. Do it now. Finn runs in, attempting to slash my midsection with the two blades soaked in red liquid. My appraisal skill gets a reading on these as he gets closer. Stainless steel dagger set, 300 speed, 250 agility, elixir of suggestion. I activate my all-seeing eye as the daggers get closer to my thin barrier of wind, and their in-depth description intrigues me. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Elixir of suggestion, grade, C, info. If this elixir is ingested or injected into the bloodstream of an enemy, their senses and cognitive reasoning will be dulled for up to 12 hours. Orders will be followed without question, and care for one's own life and well-being will be forgotten. Crafter's note: this elixir's effects tend to lessen greatly above level 400 hunters, and are negligible to those who have ranked up. Excessive usage may lead to dependency. Small dosages are suggested. Just like my low-powered wind shielding slightly comes out from my chi barrier, I allow a large portion of my cloak to flutter out of the barrier on my other side where the dagger user is attacking. In my perception, it looks like just pure black fluttering mana manifested fabric is peeking out. However, to the rogue with one eye approaching, my concealment abilities make it look as if my entire right side is wide open to an attack. He lets out a victorious yell and slashes through the weightless swirling black energy, but in his field of view, he's made 2 deep gashes on my side and sunk the red elixir deep into my bloodstream already. Let him go, Raise. We got another one. The golden glow of the giant man fades and I decide to play the part, falling backward to the floor and holding my side. At first, I was just going to kill both of them, take the scrawny one's skill, and move on with my spectating. But the fact that they're just trying to sedate me piques my curiosity. I'll hold off on my initial plan for the time being. Finn puts the daggers back on his waist while breathing heavily and looking straight at me. He throws a red cloth with a dagger logo on it down toward me. Stand up, put this on, follow us, and don't say a word. You've got yourself a new job. They both start to chuckle, and the tall man named Raise pulls out an HP potion to heal his wounded arms, muttering under his breath about how he needs to get new armor after that. Both of them don't even turn back to check on me. It seems like they've done this quite a few times before and have confidence in the elixir's powers. I stand to my feet and let out a sigh, following them through the streets without saying another word. If they're going to take me right to the action, I won't try and make things any more difficult than it has to be. The sun continues to rise overhead as we walk through this other part of town. Teams of about 10 to 15 are all working to clear out random warehouses and homes scattered all over the desert. Assembly lines are set up and none of their faces show any emotion. Hunters, businessmen, and average villagers all work together to load up large carts and haul them off to random locations. Everyone on this side of town has the same red fabric attached to their waistline. It's becoming a lot more clear to me that all of these people are under the influence of this elixir of suggestion, but the fact that there are 2 rival gangs doing seemingly the same thing on opposite sides of town makes my mind wander. As I bite my bottom lip and look up at the blue sky and white clouds, the dagger user calls out to me, "Watch your step, we're going down. We walk into a small tavern that seems to be abandoned from the outside, but after walking through the front doors it's clear what this place really is. The inside of the old bar is completely emptied out, and right in front of the bar is a wide open staircase down into the basement that looks like an awkwardly placed storm cellar in the middle of the wooden flooring. The two men disappear down into it, and I follow right after. I can sense an abundance of magic items down below us. High D and C grade items line the walls in piles, and some decent E and D grade items are even worn by about 20 people, all between level 20 and 200, standing still in two single file lines. As I make my way down the flight of steps, this is exactly what I see. The room is dimly lit with no decorations on the gray stone walls. Lines of men and women in new shiny gear all stare blankly in one direction. The scrawny man points to them and speaks to me. Get in line behind the closest person and don't move a muscle before we get back to give you orders. We'll be heading out in 2 squads to raid a newly discovered warehouse soon. I have to go check some things with the boss. I walk over to the nearest line and the two men walk off back up the stairs to leave the room in silence. I let out a sigh the moment they leave, disappointed at how easy it was to infiltrate their ranks. It's clear these two aren't professionals, but they're definitely using some heavy-duty magic items here. Anyone below a ranked up status is at risk of falling victim to its spell. Whatever skill or item was used to imbue this elixir, it's no joke. I tap the middle-aged man in front of me on the shoulder a few times, but he doesn't budge or react at all. I step out of line and wave my hand in front of his face too, and he doesn't move or even blink. Then, proceed to do the same for every other person in these 2 lines. After none of them seem to be conscious or able to think for themselves, I shrug and begin appraising all the gear and items left around in piles in this underground safe house. Chapter 434. As I continue to pace inside the small stone room, I expand my all-seeing eye and enemy detection perks to follow the path of the 2 men that just left. To my surprise, they head back to the center of the city. It doesn't take more than a few minutes for the duo to make it all the way to the fountain square where I stopped not too long ago. Once they do, a large reading of dense mana erupts from the ground in that area for a few seconds, then both of the men are completely gone. From my radar, I raise an eyebrow at this, and think about using a much higher percentage of my mana control to do a deep scan of the city to see where they went. But doing that would be like putting a signal of my own out. Probably much more intense than the one I just witnessed. It may not be a bad idea, but I'd like to scan my surroundings bit by bit first before I go all out with a scan that could give up my own location to someone with exceptionally keen eyes. However, while pondering this situation, a system notification rings in my mind. Skill transfer to main body, complete, Screech, legendary grade. My attention turns to this, and I open my status to see what kind of skill my body double just farmed. Using my all-seeing eye, I read over the description a few times to conclude this isn't a skill I'll likely be activating often. It allows the caster to let out an ear-shattering screech up to 50 times louder than an average yell. Some of the special and legendary grade perks here state that this skill can be used to increase the volume of a normal voice over long areas, but this kind of skill isn't useful for a stealthy situation like this. Still, I'm happy there are some unique dungeons in that canyon, and by the look of how fast a new skill was farmed, this shows good odds that this one probably won't be the last today. As I close my status, the large influx of mana from the center of town comes back, and the 2 men show up in my enemy detection radar as clear as day. I get back in line, and once a few minutes pass, they come back down the steps inside the tavern. Finn, the dagger user, crosses his arms and speaks up. Alright, I'm taking the team with the new guy. All of you follow me, we're doing the first 6-hour shift right now. The man at the front of the line I'm in perks up and begins to follow Finn. Then, everyone else in line does the exact same thing, following in an orderly fashion, so I do the same. As we leave up the stairs, the larger man says a similar thing to the second group, and they all begin following him too. We walk out into the open air and begin making our way further away from the center of town toward an empty small section of village. Finn speaks up from the front of the line as we approach a sturdy-looking locked steel door on a large wooden barn. Here's one of the irregular warehouses. There may be something interesting in here. Hunters with skills, crack that door open. Weaklings, stand back and take note of what's being hauled away. We need records kept of all items sorted. The one-eyed man pulls out a large wheeled cart from an item box around his waist, using the invisible ghost-like hands to gently place it next to the door as 2 men begin to bash it open with body-hardening covered fists. It opens with a crash, and everyone floods inside to begin their work, getting into lines and sorting through the piles of meticulously marked untampered goods lining the walls of the warehouse. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. I do a full appraisal to find there must be at least 2,000 items of decent quality in here. Some E grade, mostly D, and a few are even C. The dagger user speaks up again. C grade gear goes in the cart, E and D will be sorted and left to pick up at a later date. Get to work. I'll be surveying the area for any green mist intruders. If you see anyone with a green flag on their waist, you're ordered to kill them on sight. He turns away as the last of us make our way into the wooden barn and begins moseying around the streets nearby. I walk in and pretend to be productive, but in reality, I'm just doing a bit of shopping for myself. Some time goes by, and I slip a few crates of C-grade HP and MP potions into my storage along with interesting-looking unmarked crates with higher mana readings coming off of them. But overall most of this gear is just common low-grade goods. It's just items that would be sold to guilds training up new recruits, mercenaries for their armies and workers, or local shops in any hunter-friendly city. None of the mind-controlled worker do or say anything when they witness me acting differently than them. They just carry on with their tasks as usual. I would be bored out of my mind. But the constant ringing in my head is keeping me very occupied. Skill transfer domain. Body, complete, phantom step, legendary grade, skill transfer domain body, complete, flare, legendary grade, skill transfer domain body, complete, confusion, legendary grade, skill transfer domain body, complete. Blast, legendary grade, for new skills come in, and they're much more interesting than the first one I received. Phantom step is a movement technique that creates multiple phantom-like visuals, confusing the opponent so they're unsure of which direction the caster really went. Flare summons an incredibly bright light used for blinding an opponent to escape from battle or use a sneak attack. The legendary grade perk allows it to be ejected from the caster, with mana control strength varying its distance of the shot. Confusion has similar properties to my intimidation skill, but it leaves the ones afflicted in a dazed state only until the skill is deactivated. Lastly, Blast allows the caster to explode anything they make contact with. It is a self-destructing skill, so if the user activates it on the wrong portion of their body or channels too much mana into it, it could be a fatal move. While studying the intricacies of these new skills and wondering how to add them to my usual battle strategies, I continue to keep a close eye on the dagger wielder that patrols the streets around this block. He keeps doing the same routes, going in circles and staying within 200 meters or so from the warehouse. His bind skill is sporadically activated every time he rounds a sharp corner like he's on guard and ready to fight. Interestingly enough, the further I let my detection range go out, the more fascinating this city becomes. At first, it seemed random and unorganized, but after about 3 hours of studying the movements of everyone within a 5 kilometers radius from myself, it's clear to see there's many teams of level 250 to 350 guards handling small sectors of land. There are warehouses being raided systematically, and the C grade and higher items are all being separated from the E and D grades brought to different safe houses. This would be very standard behavior, if it wasn't for the fact that both this Crimson Dagger gang and the Green Mist on the other side of town were doing the exact same looting strategy. The systematic process that both of them loot and separate their gear is identical to each other, and it doesn't make any sense. On some of the spare material in this warehouse, I begin writing down an exact mapped-out system of where every guard is located, and which warehouses are currently being looted, while also marking ones I pick up on my perception skill that have seemingly not been found or messed with yet. I slowly let out more of my mana control once I'm positive no one in this general vicinity is capable of detecting me, and the only mystery that still remains is a large rectangular bunker I find on my radar beneath the fountain in the middle of the city. It's hidden well, but once I begin using over 1/3 of my mana control solely on perception skills, it begins to appear to me. However, even if I can sense that it's there, it doesn't mean I can see inside. The mana shielding covering this bunker is incredibly strong. The more mana control I use up, the more I believe it's possibly on par with the shielding back in the walls of the Galeheart Tower. For some reason, I can't see through them at all. That's exactly where Finn and Ray's left to go meet their so-called boss earlier this morning. This is exactly where I'd like to go next. Finn comes strolling back toward the barn on his routine route, but this time stops in front with his hands on his hips and calls out, "Alright, 10-minute lunch break. I don't want all of you dying on me, so stop working for a moment so you can eat and drink these." He pulls out bars of food and dried meat that look like they've been sitting in a storage locker for years, along with cases of water bottles tinted light pink. Immediately, I pick up on small traces of mana in the liquid, and my appraisal skill detects traces of the same elixir of suggestion in the drinks. Chapter 435. Everyone around begins to line up and take the rations. Then Finn speaks up again, looking through the people that approach him. "Alright, who was it keeping notes this time? I forget who's who sometimes. You all look alike to me. It'd be a lot easier if I asked your names before you all went under." He chuckles to himself and makes a light remark under his breath. Oh well, the ones that aren't useful are just going to be left to die out in this desert once we're done clearing this town out anyway. Then, turns to a woman who approaches him carrying a stack of notes. She has tan skin, dark black hair cut short just above her shoulders, and looks to be no older than myself. Possibly 20 or 21 if I had to guess. Despite the eerie lifeless stare everyone has on, her eyes look a bit different. They're light blue, so light that they almost look white, but there seems to be a hint of consciousness underneath them. Still, the young woman gives the stack of notes to Finn without saying a word. He takes them in a quick and aggressive manner, turning away and reading them on his own, muttering under his breath again for everyone to hear, "Damn, another dud warehouse. A few gold worth of C-class gear, but nothing too special. Oh well, it's good enough to give as a midday report to the boss." Then, turns back around to face everyone while stuffing the papers marking down all the tracked inventory in his back pocket. Alright? Drink up, eat up, then back to work. I want to see everything cleared out of here before we move on to the next warehouse of the night shift. You got it. He looks at the woman that's standing still right in front of him, and a single tear falls from her eye. I watch her lower lip quiver as well, and curiously do a full scan to find she's a fairly high level with a skill I've never seen before. LV 267, Moonlight's Gaze. The man grits his teeth at the sight of her small bit of defiance, then yells in her face, "That means you too." He gets closer to her and a moment of realization hits him. "Oh right, you're that girl. One of the only ones still useful from that wandering group of villagers we captured in Sector 4, weren't you? Your leader sure put up quite the fight against the boss." He scoffs. "It doesn't matter now though, does it? You know you'll just be a mindless pawn for the rest of your life, so drink up and get back to it." He uses his bind skill to grab an extra bottle from the pile, making it float in the air over to her as she accepts it without question. Then smirks and yells at her again, "You know what, no food for you, just a double dose of elixir. That'll teach you. Drink these and get back to work." He grabs his daggers from his waist, pointing them at her while forcing the drinks into her hands using his bind skill. Then uses the same dark hands to push her elbows to bring the pink bottles closer to her trembling lower lip. I watch in disgust, but as soon as the bottle touches her mouth, I decide to act. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I wanted to stay here and watch how things worked a little longer, but I've seen enough. I point a single finger at the man from over 10 meters away and let out a blade of advanced wind magic so dense and thin it'd be impossible to see without ranked up perception skills. It slices through both of his arms and severs the floating purple hand in the air in an instant. The drinks fall from her grip, hitting the sandy desert floor beside the grunt's severed arms still gripping the crimson daggers. He yells out in pain, looking around to see who cut off his arms, falling to his knees as a puddle of blood begins to form. How? How did you do this? You dash. With eyes full of rage and confusion, he turns his head side to side, trying to find who did such a thing to him. I walk through the small crowd of workers with my arms crossed, staring right at the man who's begun to bleed out on the floor. Then, stand over him and begin asking some questions while activating my telekinesis skill. How long have all of you been in business here? Seems like quite the operation you've got, huh? I pull the paper notes from his back pocket before they get stained by the pile of blood forming in the sand. He activates his bind skill at the same moment, but I use Plunderer to drain every last drop of MP from his body before the dense purple hands can fully form. Come on, tell me something. I was having fun spying on all of you. At least tell me your leader's name. Or am I going to have to find that out for myself when I give him a visit? He grits his teeth, and I hear a small crack of glass coming from inside his mouth, then the sour smell of poison hits my nose. Oh no, you don't. I use the same thin wind slash to cut the man in two. Use absorption, skill, bind, legendary grade, yes, no. I choose yes and shake my head. He was not in the mood to talk at all. At least I finished him off before he killed himself. Using very condensed advanced fire magic, I burn his remains to ash. Even the sand stained with blood melts away beneath him, and all that remains from this entire interaction is a hole in the ground burnt black and the woman with light blue eyes still staring straight ahead, with tears streaming down her cheeks now. I wave my hand in front of her face a few times and call out to her. Hello? Hello, but there's no response. I can see sporadic movements in her small black pupils, but nothing more. Stop moving your eyes if you can hear me. They stop. Now, move them again if you can. They move again with even more vigor than before. My gaze tightens. How did you all get in this situation? Her eyes don't stop moving, but she doesn't say a word. I realize she isn't going to be able to answer any complicated questions for a while. So, it would be a better use of my time to go search things out myself. If that elixir lasts for up to 12 hours on people with low mana control, pretty much everyone here will be running on fumes for quite a while. I turn to all the other drone-like workers and give a command. Whatever you do not drink another drop of the water given to you by this man. I pull one of the crates of E-class potions out from the storage locker and use telekinesis to empty them all out into the sand. Then, use my new water magic skill to summon pure drinking water into the emptied glass jars and containers. I make a pile of corked clean drinking water. Drink from this pile only if you're thirsty. As they walk over to the clean water, I use advanced fire magic to destroy every last diluted elixir in the area, then turn back to the woman with the wavering eyes. I give her some leftover food from my item storage and a potion bottle full of clean water for herself. These are for you, drink and eat up. Go rest inside the warehouse until you come to your senses. I look up at everyone else drinking clean water one by one in a single file line. All of you will do the same. Stay inside this warehouse and rest. Most of them drank more elixir when Finn told them to moments ago, so they're in for another 12 hours of mindless wandering. But this woman should have far less time under the influence. If I'm not back before you come to your senses, listen to her. She'll be in charge here, understood? I point to the black-haired woman, and all of the hypnotized workers do exactly as I said, slowly walking back into the empty barn. The woman turns too, walking back into the barn without saying a word. As the door shuts, I let out a sigh and use my conceal skill to shift my cloak and appearance into an exact replica of Finn. The dagger user, gripping the notes from the day's work of labor, I smile and turn in the direction of the fountain in the middle of town. Nearby, I sense the presence of Ray's, Finn's partner, making his way toward the middle of town already. Then, expanding my enemy detection skills range, I find readings of about 8 more people all making similar routes. No one from the green mist changes their formation, but everyone on this side of town in the Crimson Dagger does. I begin my walk toward the hidden base in the center of town just like everyone else. It's time to meet the boss. Chapter 436. The closer I get to the center of town, the more consolidated the groups of hunters become. Approaching the dry fountain, I properly adjust my chi barrier to the level of mana output I felt around Finn and test out my new bind skill a few times just to see how it works and get the hang of its abilities. The hand I'm able to summon is much darker and denser with mana. It seems like it's similar to my mana manipulation skill, but with the sole purpose of holding things in place. The legendary perk that shapes it into a movable and adjustable hand gives the skill a bit more flexibility, letting the caster hold and move objects, but overall, it is more of a defensive or utility skill than anything else. I'll most likely only be using this on far lower mana control levels than myself. Using it in full-out battle would not be optimal usage. However, if I make the mana dense enough for hunters to see, it can be a very intimidating floating purple hand. I think about testing out my other 5 skills my body double obtained from the dungeons, but they may be a bit too flashy to use in the center of town while I'm in disguise. As the center square comes into view, I put these ideas to rest and meet up with all of the other grunts that serve this boss. At first, I'm a bit worried I'll have to talk to some of them, and I'm not sure if Finn was friends with any of these other grunts in particular, but the odd scene I stumble upon puts my worries to rest. 3 of the men are already here. But they stand with their hands by their sides and look at the fountain with solitary stares, and none of them say a word to one another. Race pops out of an alley nearby and gives me a nod with a grin, but doesn't say a word, keeping his head down and finding a place to stand next to the fountain in silence. Hesitantly, I do the same, standing about 3 meters away from a random level 334 man dressed in shiny armor and an assortment of colorful magic rings with a legendary swordsmanship skill. He sports a bright red flag on his waist. I know full well how unique and powerful a skill like this is. It gives the user exact critical hit lines if used right, but again, this man's mana control is nearly non-existent. He's recently been given an upgrade crystal and power level 2. As all of the other higher level grunts of the Crimson Dagger show up, they give off the same readings. Every one of them has max upgraded skills and are all nearing or over level 300. But don't seem as strong as they should be. Once the final grunt gets in formation, the entire square is filled with 10 of us surrounding the fountain on all sides. No one says a word, they all just stare straight ahead. Some have stacks of papers in hand, while others have them in their pockets. A few look nervous, while some look excited, and others just don't show any emotion at all. Then, I feel the ground begin to shake, hear a mechanical noise. And the center of the fountain begins to glow white. The mana shielding below the fountain cracks open, and I can finally begin to sense what's inside. After a few seconds, it looks as if it's filled with white energy, and the center of the fountain disappears in the white glow. The mana-imbued energy is very immense, and it feels just like what I sensed last time Finn and Ray's disappeared from my radar. As the bright white light dims, what is left in its place is equally as intriguing. A spiral metal staircase has opened up in the center of the city and it leads down into the mana-shielded bunker I sensed before. Stolen story. Please report, portions of the shielding are now available for me to sense on the inside and outside. So I take this opportunity to do a full scan with my all-seeing eye. It's incredibly dense, similar to that of the Galeheart Tower's shielding, so it makes sense why I'm unable to see through it. However, I'm positive it's not unbreakable. With enough chi infused in an attack, I'm sure I could break this barrier down with ease if necessary. One by one, the Crimson Dagger grunts walk inside. The tunnel goes down about 30 meters and is well lit with bright white lights. I follow in line without saying a word in the middle of the pack. Once the last person in line follows, I hear the same mechanical mechanism close the fountain above and a wall of mana shielding cover it up from the surface. It's thick enough to block all my senses from the outside world, but I'm not too worried. My curiosity is more piqued than ever now that there's this much advanced security here. We all make it to the bottom of the stairway and find ourselves standing in an empty white box of mana shielding. It looks very similar to a replica of the inner portion of the Titan's domain, just about 1/4 the size, and there's hardly any ambient mana in the air. Only a small amount coming off the mana-shielded walls. There are the metal spiral steps at the back of the room that lead up to the now blocked-off surface, and nothing else in the room at all. The men begin to line up against the side wall. So I follow and play my role, taking out the notes from my back pocket just like everyone else does. We all wait against the back wall and stare forward, waiting for something to happen. There are 4 grunts to my left, and 5 to my right. Raze is 2 spots away from me on the right, with only one other man in between us. He's closer to the stairs. Almost 5 minutes of silence goes by, only to be drowned out by the low hum of the energy in the room before something finally happens. The back wall we're all staring at opens up in the shape of a rectangular door, and a figure in a large suit of red armor walks out. Printed on the chestplate is an even darker crimson logo of the knife that is on everyone's sashes. Locked to his sides, he has 2 bright red daggers in holsters ready to use, head to toe. The figure is completely covered in heavy gear, and I can't help but do a full appraisal, inspect, and all-seeing eye scan. LV 589, active items, Crimson Daggers of Speed, Blood Bonded, 130% speed, 122% agility, Poison Attribute? Access denied, active skills? Access denied, buffs? Access denied. The armor he wears is fully imbued with the same analysis blocking enchantment that Lith and many of the sector leaders wear. At the small amount of mana control I'm letting out, the only thing I'm able to see is the figure's level and the daggers that are seemingly not affected by the protection enchantment. He wears them as a prize for all to see, it seems. I'm positive I could see through his defenses entirely if I boosted my perception, but don't want to give myself away just yet. This figure is high enough level that I assume they'd be able to sense if I let out any extra power. A deep echoing tone calls out from the red armored helmet as he turns his head to the guard closest to the stairs, then carries his gaze over everyone else in the room for a few seconds before landing on the last person. Good. Everyone's here. One at a time, let's see the morning results. He walks over to the man closest to the stairs very slowly, then comes to a halt just in front of him with outstretched hands to accept the papers from the shaking hands of the grunt. Then, takes almost a full minute flipping through the sheets of papers before nodding one time. The moment he does, the man in front of him lets out a relieved sigh, and he begins to walk up the stairs. Echoing footsteps trail down as he makes his way to the top, and the red suit of armor takes the notes from the next man in line. As the footsteps stop, I sense the man just waiting up above at the top of the stairs looking up at the ceiling, but it doesn't open up. A few more seconds pass before the boss nods again, and the second man in line moves to the exit. It repeats exactly the same for the third in line as the boss gives him a nod, and he makes his way up the stairs to wait with the others. Next, Raze confidently gives his papers to the boss with a slight grin on his face as the armored man reads them up and down. Moments later, he responds while reaching into a small compartment on his waist. Quite the interesting find there, Raze. Good work. A gold coin flips in the air toward him as the armored man nods and continues to walk to the next man right next to me. Raze catches it and hurries up the stairs in the same manner as everyone else. Just a few moments pass before the guard to my right is sent up the stairs, and the red armored man looks at me. I hand the papers over and immediately get a response before the boss even looks at the notes. No ghost hands today? Finn. What's the special occasion? Chapter 437. I look up at the man and shake my head a few times in response. He looks down at me but doesn't say a word. We stand in silence for a moment, and I notice the grunt to my left is shaking hands. In the moment of pause, I can hear the papers flutter together. The red armored boss notices this too, turning his head to him for a moment, then back to me, then shrugs, flipping through my papers quickly and eventually nodding just like the last 5 men. I activate my bind skill with very little mana control seeping through my chi barrier to manifest a weak purple hand, bringing it to my forehead to salute the boss while walking away up the stairs. To everyone else, it looks as if I just walked off. But to the man under the suit, his response tells me he's capable of sensing this skill. There it is, he mutters to himself. As I walk up the stairs, another grunt in line has his paper processed, and the moment I step onto the cold metal steps, a scream comes out from the shaking man's mouth as he hands over his papers. I sense an ominous aura coming out from the red suit of armor and watch the 2 men using the legendary perk of my enemy detection skill from a distance as I carry on up the stairs at an even rate not to draw suspicion. A thick cloud of red mist comes out from the boss armor cracks and enters the grunt's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears like it has a mind of its own. As he screams out in pain, his body is lifted above the ground and blood begins to ooze out of every point that the mysterious mist entered. However, none of the blood hits the floor. It all consolidates into a crimson orb between them both. My mind races as I detect an absurd amount of mana flowing through the blood orb. It gives off an interesting aura. One that I have never felt before exactly but seems oddly familiar. The armored man lets the blood seep in through the small crack in his helmet. Then my reading of the mana gets covered by the analysis blocking enchantment. In the same instance, the floating grunt falls to the floor, breathing heavily, drained of mana almost entirely. But is still alive. The boss speaks while he moves on to the next in line. That's a reminder for all of you. If your warehouses aren't producing any higher grade items, move on to the next one. Don't waste your time sifting through trash. We need to get out of here before any sector leaders show up. The grunt coughs and dry heaves on the ground but eventually brings himself to his feet and walks up the stairs to follow as the next grunt hands in his paperwork. The following interactions go smoothly, and the last man in line even gets a gold coin just like Ray's for finding something valuable. The door at the back of the main bunker opens up again and the boss walks through. He yells out for all of us to hear before disappearing behind the thick mana shielding. See you all in 3 hours for the midday reports. Get back to work. As his door clicks shut, the mechanical sound starts up above us and the fountain opens to show us the sunlight of the outside world. We all step out into the square, and many of the Crimson Dagger men scurry off in opposite directions back to their posts. Even the man that was attacked with that odd blood magic skill limps off back to his station pretty quickly. Raze waves me down from the other side of the fountain and speaks up as he turns to leave down the alleyway I first saw him pop out from. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. I knew the boss would like what I found. I managed to dig up a whole new crate of those elixirs he likes. Jackpot. He laughs to himself then speaks up again. Well, see you for dinner tonight. Another 2 long shifts ahead of us. Good luck with your new guy. I give him a wave but don't speak, and the entire square is cleared out in under a minute. I look around curiously, then start to walk back toward the workers I left in that barn. Maybe with the clean food and water, that woman has come back to her senses. However, the moment I begin walking back is the same instance I detect every single one of the Green Mist's members on the other side of the small city start to break their usual formation. I stop in my tracks and expand my perception's range a lot more to see every last one of them start moving toward the center of town in the exact same manner the Crimson Dagger men did less than half an hour ago. I slip into a side alley within visual range of the center square and activate my stealth skill, curious to see what happens next. Less than 10 minutes later, 13 men in shiny new gear all between level 250 and 350 make a circle around the fountain. They wear green flags on their waists just like the workers I saw when I first entered the village. Moments later, the fountain erupts in a display of white mana, and the members enter one by one down the steps. I watch with a curious gaze for a few seconds but decide to check things out for myself and follow the grunts with my maxed out legendary grade stealth skill activated. My footsteps are silent, and my aura is completely concealed as I watch all 13 men line up against the back wall of the bunker, waiting for their boss to show up. The exit to the surface closes, and I make my way down onto the ground level as well, standing next to the stairs on the far right side of the room. Once the back door opens, a nearly identical suit of armor walks out, only this time it's bright green with a black diamond on the chest plate. My baseline appraisal and inspect skills activate, but not much shows up other than the towering figure's raw level. LV 606, active items? Access denied, active skills? Access denied, buffs? access denied, underscore 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 underscore. I stand unseen as each of the green mist members hands in their papers and gets nods to leave up the stairs. Some receive gold coins, but it isn't until the second to last grunt until anger starts to flare up in the armored man's tone. How many times do I have to tell you, men? If a warehouse has nothing of value in it, move to the next. He pauses, turning his head to the staircase and yelling, I hope you all hear this. I want results, and I want them fast. No more lazing about. He glows green, and a mist similar to the other boss pours out from his armor. The last man that has nothing to do with this mess backs away and covers his nose and mouth. In the same moment, I see dozens of green needles form around the armored boss, and they all fly forward into the grunt, and he yells out in agony. I watch his skin change color from light tan to dark green in a matter of seconds until he shrivels up on the floor, and the yelling stops. There's a moment of silence before the boss walks over to the last man and takes his papers, nods, and speaks up in a calm tone pointing back at the shriveled up man on the floor. It looks like we've had an accident here. Dispose of the body and take over his work team. We don't want to fall behind before we leave in a few days. The grunt nods quickly and picks up the body without hesitating but still holds his breath while hurrying up the stairs. The boss walks to the back of the room, and the rectangular door opens up while he yells for all to hear. I'll see you all in 3 hours for the midday check-in. Do not come until you get my call. Get back to work. He disappears behind the door, and it shuts. Then the mechanical doors back up to the outside world opens too. A few thoughts go through my mind as I decide whether or not I should leave with the green mist grunts or stay inside and try to figure out what's going on here further. The green armored boss voice sounds very similar to the man in the red armor. But there's a hint of extra experience in his tone, and their levels are different, plus the fact that they have very different skills debunks my initial suspicions that they were the same person. I nod to myself as I make my decision. About a minute later, the fountain door shuts, and I'm left alone in the mana shield room. I'm about to do a deeper scan of the underground fortress with my all-seeing eye, but another mechanical noise makes me stop and listen closer. The entire back wall begins to slide down into the floor, revealing another full portion of the bunker that doubles its size, making this space more of a square rather than a long rectangle. However, it's the sight that I see on the other side that leaves my eyes open wide. Crates of high C and B grade gear line the back walls of the hidden room, and in the center of it is a large handcrafted table and chairs. There is a large expensive-looking bottle of champagne on its center. The clinking of 2 glasses hits my ears, and I see 2 helmets beside the large bottle. One is red, and the other is green. Chapter 438, Clink. The man in the red suit of armor has spiky ginger hair and bright blue eyes. Brother, we're finally going to break into the big leagues after this one. I can't believe the entire stash of that old Sector 2 leader was left out to rot in the desert. The man in the green armor sports a buzz cut, and his black eyes match the color of the short trim. His facial features make him look a bit older than his orange-haired brother. It only took us a few days to get this town under control, and the progress today will clear out most of the surface warehouses. Their analysis enchantment is still active despite their armor helmets being off, but just by the sound of their voices and levels, it's clear that both the leader of the Crimson Dagger and the Green Mist sitting together at a table are celebrating their success. This revelation was definitely in the realm of possibilities that I was thinking up, but the fact that they're brothers, and so blatantly manipulating their grunts to do their dirty work is surprising. Both of them drink their entire glass of alcohol, and the man in the green armor pours them both another. He speaks up as they clink glasses again. So, how should we go about moving forward from here? This distribution city is by far our most profitable plunder yet. I say we play it cool after this one, don't want anyone getting too hot on our tail. The ginger man nods and replies after taking a drink, agreed. He thinks to himself for a moment, and I reach into my item storage to pull out a glossy blue gem as he does. Still under the protection of my stealth skill, I channel MP into the recording crystal Lith gifted me before I left. The information that's about to be shared seems like details that these two don't ever want escaping this bunker, and I intend to use it to my advantage. The crystal creates a recording array around the whole back of the room, encompassing all of the stacked riches, fancy bottles, and most importantly the 2 undisguised gang leaders openly conversing. The man in the red suit of armor finally makes his point. We both picked up quite a few members over the last couple of months. I think it's about time for a thinning. What do you think? They both grin slyly to each other, and the older brother responds, I was thinking the same thing. A gang war to keep only the strongest handful of guards moving forward is a fine idea. It's not like we need those weaklings anyway. Any new city we go to will have more grunts for us to choose from. he shrugs and lets out a chuckle. We might as well kill them all ourselves before we leave. Sharing the riches we've found in this town would be a waste. They both laugh to themselves and pour out another drink. Over the next half hour, they get more and more drunk, even to the point of opening another bottle. They recount the events of different towns they raided and other times they betrayed and manipulated their gangs to fight each other under different aliases. My eyes widened at their words, and I get some interesting insight on how they run their scheme. Ever since both of them ranked up, it seems their power gap among weak hunters in the Dark Continent has blown their ego far out of proportion. However, their crime tactics are pretty smart. They scour the edges of the abyss and wait for towns and villagers in need that have been driven from their homes, giving them food, work. And most recently, after they stumbled across a certain elixir of suggestion, the two of them have been making systematic teams of high-level grunts and low-level workers to raid and pillage small towns all over. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. However, every one of their drunken tales ends with them killing a majority of the people that have helped them. Especially the mindless working slaves. My anger builds as I remember the tear falling down that woman's face as she tried to disobey the grunt's command but failed due to the elixir. It makes me want to challenge and kill both of them on the spot. But as I look around the room even more, I come to an even better plan. On the back wall, resting on top of one of the crates full of high-grade items, I see a small silver tablet with 3 large buttons on the front side. The distance isn't far, and my advanced eyesight is more than good enough to see middle door, middle wall, exit door as the options. I stop channeling mana into my recording crystal and stow it away in my item storage. In the same moment, I begin to leave the large open room and hide halfway behind the stairwell, looking up at the closed door above. With a light activation of telekinesis, I flip one of the small silver enchanted rings out from a pile of loot in the back room to fall directly on top of the button that says, exit door. Immediately, both men's heads turn toward the fallen item and stand from their seats, activating their red and green mist abilities. At the same time, a mechanical sound opens the door above to the outside world. I activate extreme speed and zip out of the opening crack in the ceiling as both men yell out, "Who's there?" and show yourself, facing the back wall of their bunker. Once out into the street, I can already see the fountain closing shut again as one of them pressed the button to do so, but I can't help grinning to myself as a plan to bring this operation to the floor comes to mind. I reach into my storage and pull out the black mask I used at the arena in Valor City and put it on. After that, I use the concealment attribute of my cloak to turn my outfit into what looks like a black business suit, but add a unique touch to make it look like it is constantly flickering with black flames. I allow the perception of flames to change colors beneath my mask, so it looks like golden yellow light comes out from the eye holes of the mask. On top of this display, I put up my chi barrier to the max, so even though I look like a walking businessman on fire, my presence is completely concealed, so it feels as if I'm not even here. Once this is done, my hunt for every single grunt in the city begins. Whether they're from the Crimson Dagger or Green Mist, this is not my concern. The first one I decide to go after is the familiar man that helped to get me into this whole mess. As I round the corner, the round face and tall stature of Reyes comes into view. I allow just enough of my intimidation skill to pour out of my barrier to make it noticeable, but don't want the range to spread too far or knock out the grunt here. The moment his eyes meet the flaming man walking toward him, his gaze turns to one of fright. Earlier when he faced me, he ran into battle without thinking twice, but just by looking at my new form, something deep within his intuitive battle instincts makes him turn to run without questioning me at all. I calmly walk down the empty street and activate my new skill, Confusion, to send out a weak wave through my chi barrier. Just enough to stop him in his tracks and fall to his knees holding his head. A few seconds pass as I walk to stand in front of him, then deactivate my Confusion skill to watch his mental torment immediately cease, but the second he looks up to meet my fiery gaze, his skin turns pale and his eyes glaze over. I speak in a calm and professional tone. You may call me the Flame Emperor. I am not here to harm you, so don't try to kill yourself. I'll be taking over this town and giving you an opportunity. I have much to show you, so please follow me. I get ready to use more of my intimidation aura, or even ramp up the flames a bit to stop him from using the poison capsule like Finn tried when I attacked him. But the man's eyes just open wider and wider, and sweat begins to pour down the sides of his face. I turn around without saying a word and begin walking slowly toward the warehouse his team was working on organizing. None of them react to my presence as they're under strong hypnosis magic, but they follow my orders to rest for the day, and to wait until my return to follow any other orders. After this, I move toward the next closest Crimson Dagger grunt. As we turn the corner and my fiery eyes lock with his, a very similar interaction plays out. 7 more just the same all tremble before my aura and presence. However, a few start whispering to each other the longer I let them walk behind me unharmed. There were 2 that needed a little convincing, so I dropped them to their knees with my intimidation skill combined with confusion. One of them even tried to run away using a special grade, extreme speed skill. However, just to make it clear that I'm not playing around, I point a finger at him from over 20 meters away and send a pea-sized advanced fireball wrapped in dense wind energy in his direction. The instant it makes contact with his back, the man explodes into a ball of flames that tears down half of a small building in the aftermath. After this display, no one says a word or steps out of line. I make my way to the other side of town and the visual displeasure of the Crimson Dagger grunts grows. The first man of the green mist goes into full attack mode the moment he sees a group of Crimson Daggers. However, I make it very clear I'm in charge and no extra fighting will be going on. One by one, I collect every one of the green mist's lackeys and only have to burn one of them to a crisp that runs away to prove my point to the new guys. They separate into 2 groups, but hold themselves back from fighting each other in fear of facing the same fate as the others that have disobeyed. Once I finish my march around town collecting everyone, I bring them inside one of the large abandoned warehouses that has already been raided and take out my recording crystal to turn it on against a large blank wall. It begins to replay the conversation of their leaders. Watch this. Don't move a muscle or say a word until it is completely finished. Chapter 439, the conversation between brothers, bragging and laughing about backstabbing their men countless times for profit, plays in its entirety for every member of both gang to see. There are 20 of them in total. 12 from the green mist remain, and 8 from the Crimson Dagger. Their eyes widen more and more with every word said on the recording. I stand in silence behind them, watching closely while I think about exactly what I'll be doing next. As the video hits its end and starts up again from the beginning, I stow it away into a pocket of my burning suit that leads to a small item storage portal. The grunts begin to get restless as they sit on the hard floor of the warehouse, so I speak. Stand up and speak your mind. Whatever you say for the next minute will not have any repercussions. Instantly, a series of mixed remarks come my way in the form of yells, solemn silent stares, and questions about how I got that footage. Some question its validity, while others believe every word and are having moments of clarity, cursing out their leaders because they suspected something like this was going on all along. Overall, anger and mixed emotions fill the room, and I let them discuss it amongst themselves for a moment before speaking up. Good. Now that you all understand what's really going on, it's time for me to confront your leaders. You're all going to watch. They all nod in silence as I let the black flames around me grow slightly bigger and the golden yellow glow from my eyes shine brighter. After I'm done with them, we'll talk about the future of this town. I turn to face the door. Follow me. We all walk out from the warehouse and the stern looks and overly negative attitude toward me have faded. Now the men are only fearful and questioning their decisions in life. I bring them to the center of town and order them all to stand back in a group in front of one of the abandoned shops in the square. Far enough away not to be within the range of whispers, but close enough to see me stand right in front of it with my arms crossed in a relaxed stance. We wait in the square in total silence for almost half an hour until I feel an eerie presence watching. The moment I shift my gaze in all directions, then finally upward, it disappears and the fountain opens up with a bright white flash of mana-imbued light. I'm unsure if I felt this the last time I witnessed the doors of the bunker open, but I wasn't this close up to it. I brush off the feeling, but stay on high alert moving forward. It's about time for the Crimson Daggers check-in meeting, but their leader is going to get quite the unexpected surprise. I turn back to the grunts and speak. I'll be back in a minute. If you even think about running before I come out, you're dead. Then, walk down the spiral staircase into the mana-shielded bunker with a confident and steady pace. Once I get to the bottom, the middle door opens and the man in bright red armor comes charging out with both his Crimson Daggers already in his hands. Red fog comes seeping out from his armor as he lunges closer. Intruder. What have you done with my men? What is the meaning of this? I sidestep using extreme speed to dodge his incoming strike and move to the far side of the room. Upon seeing my agility, the man's anger rises and even more of the red mist plumes out from the crack in his armor. It begins to drift toward me in a wave of energy impossible to dodge, but I just tighten my chi barrier's density. And not a drop makes its way through. Half of the room is filled with his red mist, but it is blocked from touching me with a barrier of invisible energy just a few centimeters above my skin and clothes. I stand ominously in the back of the room, not putting out a drop of aura while flickering with black and golden flames. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation, brother. Come out here. We have a pest to get rid of, he yells in a stern tone. Still filled with confidence, I question what other tricks these two have up their sleeves. Without a moment of hesitation, the man in the green suit of armor comes charging through the open middle door. He has a large silver warhammer in hand that I didn't see before. Once both of them lock their gazes on me, I make a run for the exit. I could have easily used maximum buffs and speed boosts to zip out of the bunker in an instant, but I limit my mana control output to about 1/8th of its full potential beneath my chi barrier to make them believe they have a fighting chance. I narrowly dodge two red dripping daggers covered in poison and a hammer that hits the ground right behind me, sending vibrations through the entire shielded structure. I run up the stairs and out onto the surface, yelling to the grunts, "Get back and watch closely. We're about to have some company." I speed off to the opposite side of the square where the grunts aren't waiting, and two glowing suits of armor follow me filled with rage, aim to kill. I jump up on top of one of the one-story shops at the edge of the square using wind magic and turn around, drawing my flaming sword that now flickers with dark flames to match my suit while smiling wide underneath my mask for no one else to see but myself. The two armored bosses pay no attention to their henchmen and jump up in the air to attack me. Mid-flight I see a thick red barrier of what looks like mana-imbued blood forming around the red man's armor and daggers. Simultaneously, dozens of tiny green needles all manifest around the green armored man while two clouds of mist trail both of their in sync and powerful strides. They both jump high above me, making my high ground useless, stepping off of mana-imbued barriers summoned in the sky to lunge down at me and attack. I release more of my mana control, now letting 1/4 of it out so my intimidation skill can hit both of the men as they jump in the air toward me. However, they bear the pressure and release their attacks. I block the red daggers with my sword in a swift strike. The chi surrounding my blade evaporates the poison covering them and shatters them to pieces. My sword pierces through the red barrier made of blood that covers his body and pierces a hole right through the Crimson Dagger logo on his chest plate, sending him back down toward the ground where he came from. In the same instant, I stop the spiked hammer aiming for my left shoulder with an open palm, and its momentum halts. The miniature green needles that rain down on me are all stopped by my invisible barrier of chi as well. To the perspective of the men that cannot sense chi, it looks as if my black flames have eaten their attacks and fallen into an endless fiery abyss, doing no damage to me at all. With a tight grip on the older brother's warhammer, I release a wave of advanced fire magic flames that engulfs his weapon and spreads to the rest of his body while throwing him downward to the road below following his partner. There are two loud earth-shattering thuds as each of them hits the stone road and cracks the pavement, making craters. I jump down to get between them and the fountain, holding my blade upright and waiting for the dust to settle. Surprisingly, they both get up from the ground pretty quickly. The green mist leader's armor protects him from the dark flames that eat away at his enchanted gear for the time being, and a red glow and swirling orbs of blood enter the Crimson Dagger's wound as he stands to his feet. I let out more of my mana control, allowing them to perceive just over of my true strength for a moment, and focus on activating my intimidation skill directly in their direction. They both fall to their knees again, but I see clouds of green mist and red liquid energy escape their bodies and trail off behind me in the direction of their subordinates that witnessed their utter defeat and are now backing away to avoid the release of excess mana in our clash. I realize what they're trying to do and let out my natural mana control even further, letting out just under without any buffs activated other than intimidation to bring them from their knees to face planting down in the pavement. The green needles and deadly crimson liquid hit a pink dome of mana that I summon using my mana manipulation skill on the other side of the fountain to stop them from harming their men. I don't think so. I feel their powers dampening and their minds slipping away as they're being overpowered by my aura alone, and their last-ditch effort to kill their lackeys and leave me with nothing fails as well. The last thing they hear before they pass out on the cold ground is my slow footsteps toward them and the swift swing of a fiery sword cutting through their helmets. Use absorption, skill, Bloodweaver, legendary grade, yes and no. Use absorption, skill, poison mist, legendary grade, yes and no. I choose yes on both options, and absorb a few million MCP from my legendary absorption per 2, then turn around to take the pink barrier down around the men that watched me kill their bosses without any trouble. I peer down into the open underground bunker in the center of the square and mutter to myself while doing a routine scan with enemy detection and my all-seeing eye while my mana control is already being released at such a high rate. I was hoping for a more interesting fight, but I guess that we'll have to wait for mid-sentence, my gaze turns to the sky off in the direction of Sector 1. I feel the same sensation of being watched as I did when the bunker opened. I sense 6 figures approaching, 5 dark suits of armor that look just like the Royal Guards fly through the sky in a triangular formation. At their front is a suit of jet black armor almost twice as large as the rest. Its gaze is pointed directly at me from over a kilometer away. I feel a wave of telepathy hit me and a familiar static voice enters my mind that I haven't heard since talking to one of the 12 remaining Dark Guards in the arena back in Valor City. The Dark One missed you in the arena last night. We were wondering where you went off to hide. Chapter 440. The static voice echoes in my head as the 6 black armored guards float in the air closer toward me. It looks like you've begun to clean up the Sector 2 leader's mess for us. How thoughtful. As they get closer, I'm positive this is the exact same guard that talked to me in the arena. At that time, its speed and power far surpassed mine, the mental image of it blipping in and out of existence faster than my eyes could see, and it telling me that the wraith I defeated was the weakest of the 13 Dark Guards is a memory that has not left the forefront of my mind. It has been lingering in my subconscious throughout all of the training inside the Titan's domain both times since I fought one of these monsters last. Even while using my full strength and even the help of my Red Hydra's buff, I left that match in a very weak state. However, I'm a far different fighter now than I was then. To them, it has barely been 2 days, but to me, I've been training and absorbing more mana and chi for almost a year. I feel the telepathy link gets severed between us, and the largest guard motions a hand forward toward me. One of the more human-sized sets of armor comes floating my way at over twice the speed of the others behind it in the rigid formation. The eye slit in its armor begins to glow orange, and I see 2 orbs of familiar black energy forming in both of its hands. As it plummets down toward the town, I make the split decision to jump high into the sky using air steps to put distance between everything below me. Before I even get 20 meters into the sky, the black orbs that gave me so much trouble in the arena come shooting my way. I manage to get a full inspect and appraisal reading on only the approaching guard. Everyone else is too far away and their concealment items are too strong for me to get any kind of efficient data. Everything on the approaching corrupted royal guard says access denied, other than its level rating at LV 835, and a Curse of the Lich King mark in its buff section. My eyes widen, and I immediately activate all my buffs that don't overly consume mana while imbuing my sword with chi. This is a higher level than the Wraith that was the so-called weakest Dark Guard. With the reappearance of the same kind of magic, as well as the identical soul energy buff, I'm assuming this is at least the 12th in line. Once I reach the height of about 100 meters above the city square, the approaching Dark Guard's 2 orbs of energy curve downward and accelerate even more as its wielder already begins to form 2 more attacks in its hands following close behind. I grip my blade and watch the orbs approach, but can't help but to smile beneath my flaming mask as the orbs look like they're traveling in slow motion to me right now. I want to laugh out loud while easily air-stepping around the motion-tracking orbs. Activating extreme speed and using my immense increase in mana control and wind magic upgrade to easily swerve and glide through the air to avoid the 2 attacks. I still have my chi barrier on, limiting my mana control to 50% of its full strength, and the ease at which I'm able to dodge and keep an eye on the approaching black armored knight is quite surprising. The last time I faced these orbs, using 100% of my mana control with my Red Hydra's buff activated, it was barely enough for me to slip away. Now, it's hardly a warm-up. It lets out 2 more orbs of dark energy my way, and finally gets close enough to me that I can see it hovering and watching me dodge without having to use my enemy detection perk to see it from afar. Once 4 orbs are chasing me through the skies, I speed up my air steps and make my dodges slowly drift in the direction of my enemy. I'm well aware if one of these energy balls is pierced open, the orange energy inside that leaks out is not pretty. I remember feeling it burn through my soul energy buff, armor, mana shielding, and skin with ease. A repeat of that event is not what I'm aiming for here. I lock my eyes onto the chest plate of the Dark Guard that is now beginning to conjure 2 more orbs and focus all my active perception skills strength into my all-seeing eye. A wave of energy pierces through the dense black material and I sense the presence of an orange beating heart. Taking a deep breath, I aim my sword directly at it, then concentrate on channeling the majority of my available chi to surround my blade rather than using it for defensive measures. I'm confident that I'm fast enough to dodge its orbs of energy, and I'm not getting any particularly strong barrier readings from its armor other than the appraisal blocking perks and a high-grade mana shielding attribute, so I air-step forward and make my move, making full advantage of the crimson thread of my swordsmanship skill, and activating surges of intimidation building stronger with every stride. The new orbs of black matter get larger in its hands that it holds above its head, but my perception of reality is far quicker than it has the ability to process. In what feels like just the blink of an eye, I cut the distance between us down to less than an arm's length and swing my sword white-hot with chi directly through the creature's upper torso. It doesn't even have a moment to react. The blade slices through its armor like butter, and I feel trace amounts of my chi being burned away as it sinks into the black veil of energy beneath that makes up its body. However, it's not near enough to stop the sharp edge of my sword crack its rib cage and puncture the orange beating heart. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The instance I feel the blade comes out the backside of its chest plate. I follow through with vigor and activate extreme speed to dash past to its backside, cutting all the way through. I channel the majority of my chi back to defense once my blade leaves its body and turn my head to watch all 6 orbs of energy twist out of control and explode without anyone to hold them. Level up, 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 level up. I hit level 692, but let its armor and body fall to the city below as I have more important things to worry about right now. My attention shifts back to the formation of approaching guards and see that they're less than half a kilometer from me now. In the gaze of my enemy detection perk, I watch the leader give the same hand motion to attack as before, but this time all 4 of the remaining guards fly forward with energy orbs forming above their hands. Their speed is a bit more impressive than the guard that just attacked me, and once all 4 of them get within about 100 meters of me and release 8 orbs of explosive soul energy my way, I manage to get a reading on their levels. 2 come curving around on my left and right sides, clocking in at LV 847 and LV 871. Then 1 comes soaring through the air right toward me down the middle at LV 901. Lastly, a final attacker floats upward, preparing to make an attack on me from above while I'm busy with the other 3. It's at LV 944. I smile even wider, using the same style of dodging and swerving to take on the barrage of explosive orbs while they get in formation. The attacks from the 2 guards that come at me from the left and right aren't hard to dodge, however, the middle and upper guard's orb speed is noticeably quicker and the energy output on them is much more intense than the ones before it. I let out a bit more of my mana control, now using 2/3 of my true strength to use my extreme speed and buffing skills with greater ease. As I twist my body, and the first round of orbs flies by, the guards on my sides are now less than 10 meters away, with my all-seeing eye on full blast. These wraiths' skeletal structures and glowing hearts are all as clear as day to me. The 2 closest guards release another round of orbs, while the higher levels ones wait to make their move while closing in. I control my breathing and activate swordsmanship. A crimson thread forms from the tip of my blade in a wide crescent formation that aims straight through 2 of the monster's glowing hearts. Again, I shift my chi barrier's density to the striking portion of my blade and glide through the air full of confidence, while dodging each orb that comes my way by a hair. My sword slices through the armor of both dark guards on my left and right side with little resistance, destroying their hearts and setting off a chain reaction of explosions in the air, detonating every single orb of energy including the ones sent by the 2 remaining guards. Level up, 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 level up. I gain 15 levels, hitting level 707. However, the 2 remaining dark guards don't warn their fallen partners one bit, and use the clouds of disappearing soul energy to their advantage. The highest level guard that hovers above me, holding both hands above its head, charges up a single orb of dark energy. The moment I notice it, the creature lets it go and rockets down at me. I can hear it buzz and crackle, sensing well over 4 times as much raw soul energy as any other orb I've seen today in a single attack. Swirls of hot yellow-orange light come out of small cracks as this orb was created as a finishing move designed to take me out in a single hit. I increase my speed and airstep quickly out of the way, hoping to dodge. However, the only direction I think to move in is the direction of a cloud of fading soul energy, where the other guard comes out holding 2 highly charged orbs of energy itself while it stares me down and increases its forward momentum toward me even more, with a hot ball of mass curving downward from above, trying to hit me in the back, and a hyper-focused dark guard at my front ready to take me out with any means necessary. A plan comes to mind. I take down my entire chi barrier that suppresses my mana and make sure to only channel this excess energy into my movement speed, increase soul energy senses, and the attack power imbued into my sword. Then, take a moment to allow the orb of energy to get closer to my back, while lunging forward to make it seem as if I'm running away at full speed. I burst into a flashy display of advanced fire magic to ramp up a distraction, and airstep forward right at the dark guard that points its 2 hands with orbs of energy fully charged and ready to release at close range my way. The closer I get, the more I slow down, but prepare to use 100% of my mana control and buffs at the last moment to make my move. I can feel the heat of the orb on my back through my lowered defenses, and the sight of the guard in front of me is less than 5 meters away. 4, 3, 2, 1. I count down under my breath. I activate stealth the moment I'm less than half a meter away, then duck down and use extreme speed to fully conceal myself and slice through the creature's armor, rupturing its heart myself to get the level gains. Then, focus on my swordsmanship while air-stepping upward in the direction of the remaining guard with a magnificent explosion of supercharged soul energy below me. I stab my sword straight through the last dark guard's heart and deactivate stealth right in front of it, staring into the slit in its helmet while its glowing orange energy fades away. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Level up, 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 level up. My level reaches 737, and the guard's armor and bones fall to the city below. I want to see if they've all dropped the same essence that I got after destroying the heart of the wraith in the arena, but I know I'll have time for that once the danger is gone. My head turns to the final dark guard as the remnants of soul energy fade, and the scratchy static telepathic voice hits my inner ear from less than 300 meters away. I'm impressed. All I asked them to do was to bring you to me, but it seems you were holding back quite a bit in the arena, weren't you? There's a pause and a stillness in the air as the remaining dark guard floats my way, but doesn't increase its speed at all. More than 10 seconds pass, and I try to use my inspect and appraisal skill on its armor, but nothing comes back. Even using my all-seeing eye at its full power, I still get glitched numbers and letters back that are on the verge of changing, but never show me their true value. It speaks again. You may have bested the lower 6 dark guards, but I'm here to bring you back to the dark one. You are still no match for the upper 7. We have all ranked up more than once. You cannot defeat me in your current form. Come with me now, or I will assume you have chosen death. As the black suit of armor gets within 100 meters of me, it reaches for its helmet and begins to take it off. A bright orange light shines out from underneath, and my inspect skill finally registers a number, LV 1082, chapter 441. The black helmet comes off, and underneath is nothing but a glowing orange, handsome man's face. It drops the helmet, letting it fall to the town below. One by one, the large figure slowly takes off its gloves, boots, chestplate, and heavy leggings to reveal the shape of a bright orange form of energy in the shape of a 3-meter-tall man with short hair and smooth skin. Still floating, moving toward me at a constant rate, I do another full scan. Now that I can see it clearly, LV 1082, active items, none, active skills, none, buffs, Curse of the Lich King. Its status looks no different than any of the other wraiths that attacked me moments ago. Even the ghouls back in the arena had the same status details. The only difference is I can sense the intensity coming off of this soul energy is on a whole other level. It feels like the air pressure all around me is shifted, and I'm looking at a being that is far stronger than anything I've ever seen before. The soul energy reading that came off of all its subordinates combined moments ago doesn't even compare to the strength of the energy flowing around this creature. It has a soul energy barrier surrounding every inch of its body, making it seem like it is a bright orange entity. It comes closer and closer until the gap between us is less than 15 meters, then speaks through the static telepathy link. I am on another level than those weak wraiths. This heavy armor may improve their defenses, but it only slows me down. I told you already, you stand no chance. Give up now, or die trying. It's your choice. I don't say a word, still analyzing the being in front of me, trying to figure out what exactly it is. Are you a human? There's a slight pause, then the orange floating man clasps his hands together. They glow brighter orange, giving off a nearly yellow shine. Then as he separates them, an incredibly large long sword materializes from thin air. It's well over half the man's body length, and almost 4 times as wide as my own sword. It looks extremely heavy and awkward to wield. However, he swings it a few times through the air so fast it's hard to track, and the graceful swings leave trails of orange energy in their wake that shimmer and linger in the air. He replies to my question, and I see a black number 7 printed like a tattoo on his right wrist right where he holds the sword. This is my human form, yes. You know too little, and have stepped too far into the unknown to continue any further without proper guidance. The Dark One wishes to make you part of the Dark Guard. We needed a new number 13, but now it seems we need 5 more. Your friends in the arena will do just fine as substitutes. He pauses, and the only thing that fills the open link between us is static. One last chance to comply, or your journey ends here and now. A mind-bending wave of energy ripples out of the floating dark guard that feels like a natural aura version of my intimidation skill. It makes me sweat and grit my teeth just bearing it, but I look him in the eyes while activating all my buffs and channeling chi into my sword. Not happening. If you want to fight, bring it on dash. Before I can finish my last word, a flash of orange light comes rocketing toward me. The only thing I'm able to do is swing my sword up to block. I come face to face with the oversized man, and his orange blade made of soul energy collides with mine wrapped in chi, mana shielding, and a veil of flames. An eruption of energy comes out of the collision, and an ear-shattering crack that sounds as if the sky is splitting in two is released into the atmosphere. Next thing I know, I'm propelled backward at speeds faster than I've ever traveled before. Half of my barrier around my sword is eroded away instantly by the collision, but so did a nearly equal portion of the Dark Guards. Even so, the pure strength and force behind this frontal attack sends me on a crash course for the city below. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. I activate wind magic to slow my fall so the impact with the ground won't be as bad, but in the back of my mind, I can sense dozens of people below me all standing together in an abandoned warehouse. The orange sword wielder watches from above, admiring his own work, concluding that the battle is already over. At the forefront of my mind, the first thing is surviving, but the town below me is still a very valuable asset I'd like to keep in good condition. The people in it, and the thousands of brand new items don't need to be destroyed for no reason, so, less than 100 meters above the ground, instead of using all my air magic to lighten my landing, I use it to change my course and make impact with an abandoned neighborhood of small homes off to the side. The ripple of stone, dirt, and mana that flies in the air as my feet make impact with the ground disintegrates everything around me for over 20 meters. As I stare back at the sky and replenish the chi that was destroyed from our clash from my core back into my sword, I see the same streak of orange light come soaring down my way. Waves of energy attack my psyche and the static telepathy triggers in my mind again. Tougher than I thought. Maybe it'll take a few more hits. The Dark Guard shows a smile across his face and the lifeless eyes of his human figure begin to glow. The energy from all around his body starts to thin, lowering his overall defenses, and the density of the soul energy around his sword grows to be far greater. It shines yellow like a second sun in the sky as I look up at him. However, there are a few points on his body that remain fully guarded. The area around his neck and heart do not have soul energy drained from them to create this strike. My perception skills are sensing hundreds of innocent workers all around me on every side. If I want to go all out without holding back at all, I need to get away from this town. I activate stealth and jump away in the opposite direction of the falling swordsman, aiming for the outer edge of the village that leads to the wide open rolling sandy hills of the desert. Even when fully concealing my presence, the eyes of the man follow me. I hear in loud crack of the ground below me. Then sense the intense energy and heat of a supercharged sword swinging up at me. I deactivate stealth and focus all my energy on blocking with a downward swing of my own. But my eyes widen as the dense hot energy of its attack overpowers my full-strength chi barrier this time around. It pushes through, sizzling away the protective layers and hardly taking any damage itself. As a last-ditch effort, I channel the remaining chi and mana shielding that surrounds my body into my sword. The resulting explosion of released energy throws me high into the sky and pushes the Dark Guard back to the ground. I open my item storage to let thousands of MP worth of mana crystals out to plunder, rejuvenating me on the spot, while swallowing a chi pill to bring my core back up to full while I soar at full speed into the open desert. Those two attacks may not have done any physical damage to either of us, but it definitely gauged our strengths. This guard knows I'm capable of blocking its attacks now, so he isn't going to hold back any longer. There is a positive note that follows this though. I believe I spotted a fatal weakness and plan to exploit it once I confirm it's true. Less than a minute passes as I fly away at my top speed, but the flash of light outpaces me easily. Once the city is out of sight, I finally turn to face the creature again as it storms toward me with a focused gaze and glowing sword. I charge thousands of MP worth of fire magic into my blade to test my theory. I swing it across my body, letting a crescent-shaped wave of dense flames fly through the air and collide with the guard's sword. As expected, its eyes track it perfectly, and its sword slashes upward to easily destroy the flames. I get a telepathy link in a taunting tone. Giving up so soon? That must have been your weakest attack so far. I smirk and activate my Red Hydra's buff for a split second to send another crescent of energy its way. The wave of fire ripples through the air, covered in a dense red aura of borrowed energy, but the same exact result follows this attack too. The Dark Guard swings its bright orange sword through my attack and it's dispelled and evaporated with ease. This time, there are some resulting crackling reactions of soul energy, and a small amount manages to sizzle away its own, but the energy is replenished instantly and doesn't make a dent in its own soul energy stores. A little better, but is that all you've got? Your energy was rather strong when we started, I won't lie. Even your borrowed energy can't save you now. Did those two attacks really wear you down this much? So long, Flame Emperor. I deactivate all my mana-based combat skills and focus on my chi alone. there is still one technique that I managed to awaken in my last few months inside the Titan's domain. These 2 tests confirmed to me that it's time for me to finally try it out. I channel all of the chi in my body into my sword, continuously replenishing my barrier from my core, and channeling more into the blade until it becomes oversaturated, held tight in both my hands as a sword glowing so white it is dripping with chi. Every moment I waste staring down at it, there are large percentages of my core's energy that fall away into the air. I focus on my breathing and stare straight ahead at the incoming confident man. I swing my sword across my body and let a crescent of pure condensed chi erupt from my blade. The contents of nearly my entire core are released from my sword's edge and rocket toward the glowing orange guard. It takes less than a second to make contact, and my opponent doesn't even see it coming. His eyes widen as I swing my blade, but the corners of his lips curve upward as he watches nothing come out, just like me back in Valor City, when I was relying on the Red Hydra's buff for all of my power. I could not sense the chi in Monk's attacks when we were fighting in the arena for the first time. Now, this ignorant warrior is learning that same lesson for himself. My invisible attack slices through his left shoulder that isn't protected by a dense barrier of soul energy like his right holding the sword. Moments later, his whole left arm slides off his body and falls down to the desert below. The man's expression shifts to one of anger. But his forward momentum does not stop or slow at all despite his lost limb. The supercharged blade of soul energy continues to swing downward directly at me. Chapter 442. I'm almost entirely drained of chi, but I planned for this to happen. As I watch the red blood drip from the Dark Guard's wont, his sword comes down toward me at incredible speed. I still have nearly all of my mana stores left, so I activate my Red Hydra's buff along with all my perception and stat boosting abilities to bring my next move to its full potential, activating 4 of my newest skills all at the same time: flash, confusion, screech, phantom step, letting out an ear-shattering yell, with a simultaneous flash of light that erupts from my body. The sky fills with a bright white light, waves of eerie confusion energy erupt in all directions, and illusions of my body take on the form of purple ghost-like phantoms, splitting off into 3 different directions. One goes to the left, the other to the right, and the other flies upward. In my main body, I activate stealth with all my leftover mana and air step backward, then down toward the ground using gravity to my advantage to accelerate my fall, narrowly avoiding the downward strike of the bright orange energy sword that hardly slows down at all despite the barrage of distractions. I still feel its immense heat and power melting through my mana shielding, burning my armor, and blackening the outer layers of my skin without it even hitting me. I continue to plummet as the Dark Guard's forward momentum continues. I swallow another chi pill and plunder MP crystals while adding wind magic above me to accelerate the fall, getting further and further away from the man in the sky as fast as I can. The large gash and burns left across my chest and all over my arms and legs are slowly healed by my self-regeneration, but I see over a quarter of my health bar gone just from getting close to its soul energy without my chi barrier up. Once fully recovered, I hit the empty desert floor with a thud, making a crater over 3 times the size as the one I made decimating the neighborhood back in the city. I look up into the sky while readying my chi around my body and into my sword. Residual mana and chi are left in the wake of my attack, and it's no surprise I sense the orange man's presence coming down toward me. However, his rate of descent is surprising. He looks far less intimidating with a lost limb and blood dripping from his stump of a shoulder, but the calm smile on his face and slow descent toward me is not the sight I was hoping to see. The fact that he's relying on the Lich King's soul energy, and not able to see chi in its base form just like me before Monk awakened me, means I have an edge in this battle that I didn't have previously. Even if his fully charged sword could potentially overpower me, the only way it's possible for him to charge it up is if he lets other portions of his defenses down. Even knowing this, he floats down and readies his energy blade with a single remaining hand with a creepy grin. He touches down on the desert sand about 50 meters away. My eyes dart back and forth, analyzing his soul energy flow, and seeing thin spots of shielding where I'm positive I could pierce through if I replicated my last attack. I grip my blade with both hands and breathe slowly and deeply to wait for him to make his next move. Then, our telepathy link opens while something very strange begins to shift in his soul energy shielding. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. I didn't know why the Dark One liked you so much. But now it's starting to become clear. He takes a step forward while the soul energy around his body drifts toward his lost limb. An orange veil of energy covers it, and in a matter of seconds, the outline of an arm is formed in the shape of pure energy. It doesn't grow back, there is just a manifestation of an arm there, similar to his sword. It's arguably more deadly than the real thing, but in doing so, the other areas of defenses around his body thin out even more. You caught me off guard. For that, I'll remember this battle for many years. Not many humans can say they punctured the skin of a double ranked up colossal. My grip on my sword tightens, and my gaze is locked on its weak points. However, the energy around its body starts to grow. Every step forward it takes, more orange energy seeps out from its core like an endless supply. A valiant effort, young hunter, but you cannot survive a single attack from my final form. I assure you, the battle is finally over. The energy around its body becomes equivalent to the density that made up its supercharged sword moments ago. My eyes widen as I realize I wouldn't be able to pierce through this shielding if I tried. Maybe blocking a few blows would be possible, but the many plans of attack I had swimming in my head moments ago all fall away as the entity's entire soul energy density shielding begins to rise even higher than the supercharged sword. After a few more steps, it looks as if the energy around him is expanding outward. Then, a few steps later, I'm positive it is. Along with the expanding energy, his body grows too. I see large bulging muscles and veins growing all over, striations in his chest and thighs, and thick hair grows on his legs and one remaining arm. The orange energy's density stays the same, but multiple times more of it comes flowing out from a hidden source, covering its full body in a massive flowing shield. The manifested sword grows larger and larger, and the fake arm on his left side grows to match his expanding body as well. I feel the atmosphere crackle and buzz in the growing presence of the monster that slowly walks toward me. His facial features even begin to shift, and his short hair grows rugged and long. The slick smile and smooth skin molt into a coarse hairy beard, and two long yellow tusks curve down from the edges of his lips down to below his chin. His posture grows larger, and his eyes begin to merge together to form one massive eye that stares down at me without blinking as the steps draw closer. As the creature before me passes 10 meters in height, it's closed half the distance, and I stop trying to. Guess how much more it will grow. The rate at which it does isn't looking like it will stop anytime soon. I take a step back, assessing my options, and try to find some kind of weak spot in its shielding. But the overload of immense power that comes off it is mind-bending. I can't perceive a single opening. So this is what a level 1000 monster can really do. I take another step back, then open up my item storage portal behind me. Two glossy black wings flap in both of my peripherals, as the glowing orange colossal monster doubles its size again and raises its soul energy manifested sword high in the air. The blade itself is larger than a building, and the immense crackling pressure in the air is pushing tons of sand to the side and shaking the ground with every step closer it gets. Waves of aura hit me like tsunamis, and I clash back with my own intimidation aura and shield my mind from the mental pressure using chi. But it just keeps getting stronger and stronger. I hear Ember's voice speak in a calm and curious manner through our link. You're in quite the troublesome situation, aren't you? Would you like some assistance? I respond while staring the beast in its single eye. Yes. Let's kill this thing. A wave of red energy floods out of Ember, and clashes with the aura of the colossal. I jump up in the air as Ember swoops down beneath me, and I land on his back. The enormous one-eyed monster's height surpasses that of multi-story buildings, and it swings its sword downward as I stand on Ember's back and we soar up into the sky straight at its attack. Ember's mouth opens wide, and I watch a wave of shimmering soul energy-imbued flames erupt out. They're tinted red and flow like water, enveloping the energy sword rather than clashing with it. The only other time I saw him use an attack like this was when he demonstrated how his soul energy worked, disintegrating an entire mountain in a dungeon with ease. As the flames begin to react with the shielding around the Dark Guard's final monstrous form, I come up with the perfect strategy to defeat this creature once and for all. Chapter 443, Ember's soul energy-imbued flames cover the orange sword that plummets down at us, but as the beast follows through with its swing, the massive blade disintegrates away in an instant. All I feel is a huge gust of wind left behind in its wake. But as we swoop upward, and I see the rest of the flames flow down the monster's arm, eroding away the soul energy shielding around it, a plan comes together in my mind. I may not be able to puncture its shielding myself at my current strength, but I sure can cut through its flesh with an invisible attack if I'm given the opportunity. A flap of Ember's black glossy wings brings us higher into the air, moving up past the monster's eyeline almost 40 meters off the ground now. I deactivate my mana skills and channel chi into my sword again, just like I did before to take off the monster's left arm. White-hot energy flows from my core and oversaturates my sword again, residue trailing below as our ascent increases in speed. Before, it was still a test, now I'm sure it will work. My gaze locks on the evaporating layers of orange shielding that creeps down the monster's arm while Ember's flames of cleansing begin to die down too. They have their limits too, but it seems the limit to their power is going to be just enough for me to set off an attack. I swing my blade downward, aimed at the thinnest portion of its defenses in the elbow joint of its right arm where the majority of flames have accumulated and begun to die out. Orange energy seeps in from its core to fill the exposed portions of shielding, but it's too late. another blade of chi flies downward, and Ember and I fly up. The sound of a ferocious roar fills the air, followed by a thud as half of the beast's last remaining arm hits the desert floor. I smile inwardly but keep myself composed in full battle mode while restoring my MP and taking another chi pill, leaving just 2 more in my storage total. I open my telepathy link with Ember as he stabilizes us in the air and swoops back down at the beast, now manifesting 2 arms from pure energy and regrowing the long sword. We need to aim for its vital points. The head or heart will be the only way to take it down. Understood. Ember swoops down and tries to attack the monster from behind, releasing a blast of soul energy imbued flames at its head. However, it seems this beast won't fall for the same trick twice. It turns its body the moment it sees the attack coming and uses both of its manifested arms and sword to block the wave of fire. The same scenario as before happens. Its sword is melted away, and the energy that makes its arms melts away too, but it manages not to let any of the dangerous flames hit its real body this time around. Ember swoops around it with impressive speed and agility, but the giant angry eye continues to track us through the air without fail. I grip my sword tightly, using my perception skills to their maxed out potential, trying to find any kind of opening I can. Ember releases another wave of fire. At the last moment, it's blocked again. The colossal sword and arms are disintegrated away, and some of the shielding on the stub of its right remaining arm is burned away too up to its shoulder. I could land another hit. However, wasting my entire chi stores on a non-lethal attack right now is not a good idea. I open my link again. We need to slow it down. This creature is too quick in battle season to allow us to pull another fast one on it. Got it. Ember swoops down again, sending a third wave of fire down onto the monster, only to be cloaked by the same standard move. However, Ember doesn't swoop back up like the previous times. Unauthorized duplication. This tail has been taken without consent. Report sightings. We dive down low to the desert floor, and Ember releases another wave of flames mere fractions of a second after the first attack, directly aimed at its legs. I focus my chi on the way down and let an attack fly right behind the waves of flames, confident they'll do their magic. If we don't land this hit now, this monster will surely catch on and find a way to counter this one too. It's now or never. An eruption of flames, chi, soul energy, and a vicious roar erupt in my senses as Ember and I fly right past the creature's kneecaps and back past its eye level up into the sky. An earth-shaking thud can be heard while I rejuvenate myself with mana and another chi pill, ready to strike again if needed. My body is starting to ache and shiver from the high usage of chi in such a short period of time. I've never gone through multiple full cores in just a small amount of time, but I push the feeling to the back of my mind and charge my blade up one last time. My head turns to the ground as Ember changes direction and starts dive bombing toward the desert floor again. The body of the colossal is resting face down in the sand with both of its legs cut off through the shins. However, the growing orange glow that pulses and hums throughout its body grows new manifested limbs, and it begins to attempt standing back up on its new bright orange feet. Don't let this monster stand again. We're finishing this now. A wave of flames stronger, hotter, denser, and more intense than any of the previous waves comes blasting out of Ember's mouth as we make a crash course straight for the back of the creature's head. It's lifting itself off of the ground slowly, but we're falling downward toward it much faster. Once my sword is fully saturated, I don't move a muscle and keep my eyes locked on the back of its neck. The soul energy flames make contact with the beast, evaporating its shielding away, and I see my opening. A final crescent of pure chi makes contact with the exposed neck, and it slices through without any resistance. The head slides off its shoulders, and Ember swoops upward while I watch the frightened and confused massive eye lose its life as it hits the desert ground. Another thud follows as the remainder of its body collapses without life. Level up, 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 level up. I hit level 765 in an instant, and Ember circles around the corpse high in the air for a few moments before we finally drift down to the ground. The leftover orange soul energy begins to disperse into the air, but some still stays stagnant. It's just like the leftover residue from my red Hydra's buff. Before I hop off Ember's back, I swallow my last remaining chi pill along with restoring my MP. Even with continuous self-regeneration, my body feels a bit weak. Plus, I'm covered in sweat and breathing heavily. I do a few circles around the monster, trying to scan it for any other interesting things, but no readings come back. There aren't any extra pop-ups for stat boosts, and no skills either. I can't help but think it has something to do with its soul bond with the Dark One. Just like the ghouls and wraiths, its status is cleared of any items or skills. Or extra buffs. I let out a sigh, then do a deep, extensive all-seeing eye scan to see where the dropped armor was that it shed before the battle, and located in the city along with many of the broken armor pieces and Wraith Essence cores scattered around from the other earlier fights. Then, the faint reading of mana comes from inside the middle of the monster's corpse. I lift my sword and begin chopping the massive leftover mass of flesh to pieces, trying to dig through to its heart. The more flesh I rip away, the more intense the source of mana becomes. It gives off a reading unlike anything I've felt before, and doesn't feel like it's infected by the Lich King's soul energy at all. I finally find its heart and carefully tear it open to find a clear crystal-like shard bigger than my open palm. I have to put my sword to the side to lift the large clear crystal up with 2 hands and use appraisal on it. Shard of the Colossal, 266% strength, 210% defense, 200% mental strength. I stare down at the item in awe for almost a full minute, admiring the amount of mana coming off of it in its dormant state. The possibilities of item crafts race through my mind, but I can't think of any item at par with its quality that would be worth merging with it. This is my first A-class material I've ever come in contact with. With a growing smile across my face, I place the item into my item storage and turn to walk away through the blood-stained sand. I let out advanced fire magic behind me and let my black flames burn the corpse away before it makes a mess out here in the desert. Then, I approach Ember with a smile, a job well done. That was quite the battle. The corners of Ember's mouth are curved up, and I can see a toothy grin forming. It sure was. Your first double ranked up monster kill. I nod, and a moment of silence follows before Ember speaks again. I know that soul energy very well. That was one of the Lich King's subordinates, wasn't it? I let out a sigh. It was. And now that this has happened, I doubt it's the last. Ember thinks to himself and watches the black flames crackle away as the body burns. Well, nothing we can do about it now. If more are on the way, you'll need to find a way to get much stronger. Fast, before I open my mouth to agree, more ringing system notifications enter my ear, and I look down at my status to see quite the unexpected string of skill upgrade notifications from my body double. It makes me realize there are definitely more things than just dungeons down in that canyon. Chapter 444, Body Double POV. 7 hours earlier, I catch the transport crystal and place it in my storage while my main body leaves to check out the town. My other body double heads off to begin farming skills while I glide down into the canyon to step into the nearest stable dungeon. It seems to be a standard high E-grade grassland dungeon, but I don't stick around long enough to figure out what kind of monsters are inside. I set a dungeon walker point and crush the teleportation crystal in my hand to bring me back into the lobby of the Galeheart Tower. Unfortunately, this body double form doesn't have all of the perks of my main body. I don't have access to my Red Hydra's buff, and no chi is present in my core. However, my mana control is still leagues above anyone near my level. I place a shielding barrier up, mimicking my old way of suppressing my intimidation perk's aura. As I walk forward through the blinding transportation light, I see a single figure in the lobby waiting for me. Stood up against the desk that the 2 lobby men sit behind, Ari stands up straight and gives me a wave. His all-black outfit contrasts a lot with the white mana shielding as he walks over with a curious expression but decides not to bring up my change in aura that I'm pretty confident he can perceive. He just speaks up, turning to the elevator. I was prepared to wait a few more hours, but looks like you came right on time. I assume this means you already made it to Sector 2, I nod, and the elevator door dings while sliding open. We board it, I have. Let's save the talking until we make it there. My eyes move around the room in a suspicious manner, and Ari shrugs, sure. Whatever works for you. If you really think you can get me deeper into the abyss, it'll be worth the wait. Ding. We make it to the dungeon access floor and make our way into the Red Ogre dungeon to use as a connector point to teleport back to the dungeon I just left. As we step out of the exit portal onto a narrow rocky ledge within the canyon, I let out a sigh, and Ari's questions begin to fly. Your aura feels totally different than last night. What's up with that? And is what Fisher said true? The abyss is really nearby. I airstep upward, and soon see Ari follow as he manifests small platforms of white energy beneath his steps. The aura may feel different because my main body is off exploring the city. You're talking to a body double right now. Ari lets out a remark in a joking tone. Oh, you sent the errand boy to come fetch me, that's real nice. I turn my head back as we're about to exit the canyon. Hey, it's still me. I'm just multitasking. I turn back as the open desert comes into view. The town is on one side of the canyon while a giant black looming cloud of used up demonic energy is sitting stagnant in the desert. I point to it. Does that answer your second question? Ari's eyes track it left and right, scanning the massive black cloud that curves around as far as the eye can see. his ranked up buff even activates, and I see a layer of white energy forming around his eyes as we begin to float closer. Yeah, it definitely does. Let's check it out. We fly over to the edge of the abyss, and I activate my demonic energy manipulation, but use the trick to split my focus that I learned before to allow myself to use mana-powered skills as well. It's been a while since I used energy like this, but with all my new chi and mana control training, my ability to manipulate any kind of energy has increased drastically. It almost seems as easy as breathing to spot the small clusters of unrefined energy in the abyss and pinpoint enemies that line the border, as my head turns to look straight in the direction of one that seems to be the same strength as those demonic wolves I faced in the abyss right outside Solara. Aries' gaze turns to a 2. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. We both touch down about 20 meters away from the wall of darkness, and he speaks up, so you can actually see them too. I nod with both arms crossed. I'm more surprised you can see them, honestly. Is it a special perk from your ranked up buff? I thought it could only manifest weapons and gear for you like you showed me before. He nods and begins to manifest a white bow out of energy, then draws back a shimmering white arrow made of the same material. Moments later, he locks it onto a target in the abyss and lets the arrow fly. It pierces through the veil of darkness and hits the swirling ball of unrefined energy I pinpointed previously. Then, a howl and squeal of an injured wolf calls out the moment it's hit, but ceases moments later as I'm sure the monster was killed. Then, the sizzling sound of sparks and demonic energy reacting with mana erupts from inside the abyss for a few seconds, crackling like fireworks, then going silent again. My curiosity is piqued. How'd you manage that? You sent a mana-based attack through the abyss without it instantly erupting into sparks. It's more complicated than that. Inactive, sealed, or very unique mana signatures don't activate a reaction. It's how you're able to wear gear inside the abyss and not have it explode on you. As long as the mana isn't free-flowing or actively interacting with anything, it shouldn't combust. I nod, pointing a finger at the abyss and shooting a fireball at the dark wall to watch it explode and turn to yellow and white sparks the instant it makes contact with the wall of black fog. Ari continues, activating his red Hydra's buff for a split second and letting a white arrow coated in red energy fly into the abyss next. It soars for hundreds of meters, almost further than I can sense, then finally hits something, and the energy is dispersed, making a crackling explosion deep within the darkness. The energy from this buff works as a protective layer as well. It makes my attacks last even longer before they sizzle out. However, I have reason to believe my skill and buff are not replicable. You see, I didn't naturally awaken my spirit archer skill. It was artificially infused into me while I was awakening as a gift from my village leader back in Sector 4. I believe because of this, the special traits have carried on to my ranked up buff too. I turn my head to Ari, wondering exactly what he means by this. I always knew his skill was odd. Spirit Archer is not a skill I've ever seen a replica of. After scanning hundreds, even thousands of skills in cities like Solara, Vice City, and Valor City, I've never seen a skill like this. Whatever he's talking about, it would explain a few things. I've been meaning to tell you this for a long time, but never found the opportunity to do so. There's a silence between us, but I reply in a friendly tone. You can tell me anything. My lips are sealed and my ears are open. We have plenty of time. He smiles. Well, as you already know, I was trained at a very young age to become a strong archer. Others in the village were made to focus on their specialized abilities too. Some were tanks with shields, others were rogues with swords and daggers, some specialized with medicine, and others worked on their perception skills day and night. He lets out a sigh, staring into the abyss with the white glow from his buff still surrounding his eyes and charging up his bow to make another arrow. There were 20 of us, orphans. And of course the leader of the village who took us in to train. Every day he would consume white pills and tell us to sit on slabs of black rock while we eat our meals, and even while we slept. The day any of us turned 18 was the day he'd bring us to a low-level dungeon and watch us awaken. Everyone came each time, and the old man always told us that we would awaken special unique skills if we followed his training regime. I nod, letting Ari go on, curious about this unknown history he's hinted about but never shared with anyone on the team before. Most members would awaken normal skills. Body hardening, swordsmanship, speed or strength buffs. So we just assumed the old man was crazy, or just kind, keeping our hopes up and making our lives fun despite being misfits thrown away by our families in the Dark Continent. However, this all changed when my 18th birthday came around. Ari pauses, smiling to himself, and releasing another arrow far into the abyss. As it pierces through two demonic wolves that were approaching at the sound of its fallen fellow monster's call, he continues to talk. I was the first to awaken a unique skill. I was overjoyed, but the old man seemed to be the most happy of all, screaming out that his hypothesis was right and I was the first success. After that day, he'd bring me to the dungeons in Solara to train every weekend, buying as much mana potions and gear as I needed to buff up my mana control at a young age and level up quickly. Ari powers down his buff and the bow disappears from his hands. A few years passed as I trained up my skills with the other kids there, and one other girl in the village awakened a unique talent too. Her name was Luna. It wasn't a powerful combat skill or anything, just a very unique perception skill that only works at night. Ari lets out a sigh. The old man told us he would awaken us fully if we ever made it to level 500, but we all thought that was just to push us further in the future. However, there were no dungeons strong enough for the public to farm, and once we got to a certain point, as each of us hit level 250, we were each given special access from the Solaran government to enter the Hunters exams with temporary citizenship granted by the Hunters Association. It takes a few years to get approved, but the process is not complicated. Long story short, I left my village right after one of the first big surges, entering the C-class exams, and meeting all of you. He pauses and we stare off into the abyss in silence for a few seconds, and I connect all the pieces together in my mind even before he speaks up again. Ever since we first set foot in Solara, I dreaded nearing the abyss because the fact that it was that close to the city could only mean one thing. It had already enveloped the place I used to call home. I'm sure our leader got out of there with the students he had left, but I still wanted the closure of seeing it one more time. Once I finished up my power leveling with Chester in Solara last week, I went to venture out into that pit of darkness to find what remained of my village but couldn't make it far enough in. I kept running into some damn giant worm and was never able to make it past. Despite the long heartfelt story, memories of running away from that giant demonic worm come back to my mind as well, and I can't help but to crack a smile. You almost got eaten by one of those things too. He sees me chuckle and shifts his serious tone back to one more lighthearted and smiles back. Yeah, 3 times actually. One time, 2 of them even attacked at once. They're no joke. No matter what direction I came at, they wouldn't leave me alone. My arrows still aren't strong enough. I never even managed to leave a scratch. Memories of my time in the abyss flash through my mind. Then I compare it to all of the training I've done recently. It's not too outlandish to believe I could make it past those worms now if I really tried, so I nod to myself and respond to Ari with a proposition. Chapter 445, I know 3 potential ways you could get strong enough to venture further into the abyss. Would you like to hear them? Ari listens and nods. Of course. What do you know? I do a quick inspect on Ari to see he's level 586. It's a high number, but far below his actual power level that he showed me with his bow right here. Well, the first way is obvious. I could take you back to the Vice City Labyrinth and we could climb the floors to level up. I'm sure the stronger you grow your body, levels, and mana control, the better your unique skill will work against demonic monsters. He responds, sure, that's obvious. But it'll be a slow process, and just raising my mana control and level does not guarantee the increase in effectiveness against these so-called demonic creatures. I nod, yes, you're right. That leads us to the second option. I could awaken the power that Maria and Abby have been training with the last few weeks. It's called Chi, and I have reasons to believe after hearing your story. This is the energy your old village leader used to awaken your unique skill's special traits. Similar to the Red Hydra's buff, it is rooted in a different power source than just mana-based attacks. It would not react with demonic energy like mana does. Ari perks up at this. You can just awaken me? And I'll be able to wield it immediately. I sigh and shake my head. No, it would take quite a while to learn, and to be honest, the only source for more energy to get stronger is back in Valor City. I can awaken you if we meet up with my main body, but it will still take weeks or months, maybe even years to get to the point where it'll actually do significant damage on a creature of the demonic worm's stature. Though, I'm very confident she would be enough to kill it. Ari gives me a curious look, then speaks up again. Okay, what's the last option? You've given me the fast and inefficient route with mana training, the slow and guaranteed route with this Chi proposition, so what's the third option? A risky yet guaranteed method, or what, exactly? I smile, looking Ari in the eyes for a moment, then turning my head to the abyss while activating my demonic energy manipulation and gathering all 30 or so units of unrefined demonic energy that has dispersed from the wolves killed by Ares' prior attacks. A swirling of black energy comes flowing out of the abyss, then into my hand, and flowing into my body to rest in my demon's core. I create a slashing movement with my hand, letting a few units of energy flow out into a small crescent of energy. My midnight dagger is in the item storage of my main body. I would have used it now to show off if items like that could replicate into body doubles. Still, the refined demonic energy flows from my finger and pierces through the dark veil of the abyss. I let the remaining refined energy drip from my fingers and lock away the 27 units of unused energy into my core for later use. Then, respond. The third option is using the power of the demonic monsters against them. I believe I can teach you how to wield demonic energy. Ares' eyes open wide. He watched the whole attack and didn't let his gaze leave the crescent of darkness for a moment. I continue to speak in his moment of silence. I'm positive it'll kill these creatures. I managed to crack the tooth of one of those worms with this power when I was much weaker than both of us are now. From what I've learned so far, demonic energy is the most effective and safe offensive move against demonic creatures. It only took me a few days to get the hang of it, and as you can see, we have a pretty abundant supply of energy to do training. I point at the abyss, and Ari finally replies, unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. I think the answer is pretty clear then. I smile. The only tricky part is to prepare for training. You're going to have to permanently give up an item slot. And we're going to have to clear a labyrinth. Ares' eyes open even more, but while he thinks to himself, I do another deep all-seeing eye scan of the canyon nearby. If my guess is right, at least one of the two strongest portal readings is a labyrinth. Fisher mentioned he saw one in our briefing back in Valor City too, but I still need to see it for myself. I speak up. Before I get your hopes up, I want to go check out the canyon for myself and see if there is even a labyrinth for us to farm. If there is, I'll be telling you the secret of a labyrinth's hidden reward for completely clearing it. Ari shared his past with me. And in return, I'll gladly explain the secret intricacies of what the actual purpose of labyrinths are. He responds, clearly still very deep in thought, sure. Let's go see. You're right, we better see if there really is one first. If there is, I'd like you to teach me demonic energy. I pick option 3, gladly. We head back in the direction of the many dungeons and begin air-stepping and spirit walking down into its depths of the canyon. It gets darker the further down we go, but Ari illuminates the area around us with a white glow. My advanced eyesight is good enough in the dark that I don't really care either way, but the light does make traveling a little easier. A few red dungeon breaks pass by. And dozens of blue portals fill my vision as well, but once we finally get about 3 kilometers down past winding paths, huge rock formations, and small flowing streams of underground water sources, the first anomaly reading on my radar comes into view. It's an enormous portal, but unfortunately, its tint is blue. Based on its mana output, this is a middle or high-ranked B-grade dungeon. Possibly the strongest one I've ever felt. It gives off more energy than the Red Ogre dungeon back in Valor City. However, it's not worth checking out right now. My other body double that is checking out the dungeons in here will get to it eventually. This dungeon has the same level of mana output readings the other oddity gives off. However, the depth of its power feels much different and the energy flowing away from it is in a far more constant and steady rate. I believe these are the readings of a very stable labyrinth, but don't have much data to test my theory. As we dip into another cave system following the flowing streams, we make our way to the last oddity. The air gets thinner, the humidity increases, and the temperature around us gets hotter the further down we travel. But once we're nearly 6 kilometers beneath the surface, and pass a few more scattered dungeons, a faint green glow hits my vision and I begin to get excited. There it is. I can see a grin forming on Ares' face too, and sweat drips from both our foreheads as we touch down on the wet rocky floor in front of a large green glowing labyrinth portal. So, training can begin. I nod. Yes, it can. Let's clear this labyrinth. You have much to learn. We both jump through onto the first floor without hesitating at all, eager to see what's inside. Not to waste any time, we both race through the bottom floors without targeting any monsters. I make it a habit to kill one per unique floor just in case there are some new skills, but most of these dungeons are duplicates that I've faced many times before. At our top speeds, it doesn't take more than 10 to 15 minutes to zip through some floors high above the sky. While we venture further upward, I explain the basics of dungeon physics and dungeon mass regeneration, as well as the presence of a labyrinth master at the top floor. I mention the fact that they're demons that make soul bonds with powerful creatures like dragons, and if defeated, the demons drop their cores and can be wielded by humans. I reveal the fact that I have 2 cores. One from the C-class exams, and another from the Solarian Labyrinth. explaining that this is most likely the reason the association screwed us over, but I still don't have any evidence of it. I tell him about what happened when we were captured, and how I escaped using demonic energy in my demon's core for the first time. I even reveal the events of my time in the demonic rift, fighting 3 waves of demonic minotaurs to Ari, then relate all this information to the fact that there is probably some kind of demonic entity deep inside the Dark Continent, causing the abyss to expand. This possibly gives validity to Chester's theory of there being a massive labyrinth deep within the Dark Continent. Of course, I give no mention of Ember or the Void Creepers. They seem pretty unnecessary to this conversation, and it's a secret I'm still not ready to share. About 4 hours pass and we beat the 20th floor's special boss room of this labyrinth. Ari is completely caught up to speed and understands the risks and rewards of accepting a demon's core. We decide that from here on out, he'll be doing all the fighting because he needs the level gains and combat experience more than me. However, we have also agreed that I get the final strike on this demon at the top no matter what because it may have unique skills I can absorb. Once we pass the 25th floor, things start to get interesting because the creatures on these floors are nearing Ares level. By the time we hit the 26th floor, a large mountainous region with earth-wielding bug creatures with strong exoskeletons that are able to dig holes and spin their bodies very quickly to both attack and retreat, Ari starts to level up. Once I see he's still able to pierce their vital points with a single arrow, I step back and let him train solo for a bit. The 27th and 28th floor go similarly, as Ari uses this opportunity to make it to level 632, once the tan-skinned archer easily defeats the flaming serpent boss of the 28th floor with 2 white arrows through the forehead. We're both transported into a narrow stone hallway that feels very familiar. I turn to Ari and speak as he illuminates the short pathway to show a slow-spinning portal at the other end. This is it. The labyrinth is 29 floors. Next up, you'll be fighting a demon. Chapter 446, Ari takes a step forward and powers up with a buff. Let me fight on my own. I'd like to see how I stack up against this final floor. I want to feel like I've earned this core. He stops right before the portal at the end of the hall. Of course, slip in the final blow to get whatever skills you need. Just don't help me in battle unless I'm in really bad shape. I doubt I will be, but you never know. I nod, and he jumps through without saying another word. I do the same, letting the transport magic bring us to the final floor of this peculiar labyrinth. It's not much different than the labyrinth we faced back in Solara, and only a few floors higher. However, something feels too perfect about this place. The teleport magic brings us into a wide-open boss room that is forest and earth-themed. Thin dark green trees reach up to the blue sky, and rocky mounds of hills and stone formations riddle the landscape. For the most part, it's very flat and calm. However, near the back of the boss room where the danger always lies, the dense presence of 2 mana figures comes rocketing our way instantly. I do a full inspect and appraisal while stepping to the side, letting Ari know what's happening. They're on their way. I cross my arms and air step backward to sit on a tall boulder, and take a look at just the level and skills from the 2 approaching figures. LV is 707, telepathy, legendary grade. Body double, legendary grade, dungeon walker, special grade, LV 707, telepathy, legendary grade, plunderer, legendary grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, the shadowy figure of a greater demon with 2 red horns coming out of its forehead and curving behind its head comes into full view as it glides above the tree line. Standing on the back of a massive earth dragon almost the size of Ember, the demon's eyes are sharp, and it stands almost 3 meters tall. It has an impressively strong and tight build, wearing dark red armor with impressive defensive stats. It wields 2 daggers and stares both of us down from a distance. The dragon lets out a loud roar, and I observe its glossy tan scales reflect the clouds and the blue sky from above and the dark green trees below it on its white underbelly. The flapping of its wings ceases once the 2 touch down on the opposite side of the small wooded clearing we're in, and a surprisingly pissed off voice comes through our telepathy link. It seems like we're just pests that woke it up from a nap, rather than hunters challenging its throne. What are you 2 doing here? I thought we had a deal. I won't kill your men in the dungeons around here, and you'll let me grow my labyrinth in peace. I almost have that unique floor 30 ready for you, so what's with the interruptions? The demon rolls its eyes and starts to get closer, gripping its 2 jet black daggers and imbuing large amounts of mana into them, giving off a growing aura of intimidation and hostility. As I piece the puzzle together that the Sector 2 leader must have had some kind of deal with this demon to allow it to grow its base while not interacting with hunters that farm the nearby dungeons for supplies, it seems Ari has come to the same conclusion. He manifests a white bow and arrow, speaking out loud to the demon and massive earth dragon, deals off. The leader you made that deal with is dead. You'll be fighting me now. More intense aura pours out of the demon, and its calm stance shifts to a much more serious battle-ready one. Fine. Filthy humans, you all can never keep your word. The ones that can are always too weak and die before any deals can be done. I was foolish to believe that man was any different. It glows white, and 3 body doubles separate from its main body. All of them have nearly identical amounts of mana control as far as I can see. They charge forward, leaving the main body and the dragon behind, slowly making their move. Ari smirks, spirit stepping upward, and releasing a full-powered arrow strike far faster than anything I've seen him send off in the past. It collides with the dense shielding of a nearby demon's clone, while the other 2 blip out of existence and reappear. On opposite sides of Ari with their daggers poised to kill, one goes all in for a shot at his neck while the other aims its daggers at his heart. He summons 2 small walls of white energy in front of his vital points using his ranked up buff. And the buzzing noise followed by fragmenting metal is all I hear as the daggers break against a nearly impossible to penetrate barrier. Meanwhile, the dust and mana cloud around the double Ari shot it that is still on the ground finally clears, and a bright white arrow is lodged right through its chest. Blood drips out, and the demon does not look happy as it pulls it out from its chest with bare hands. The creature dungeon walks up to help its 2 other partners with the close-range attack. As it materializes, Ari turns his gaze and releases another arrow that punctures right through the already injured demon's head, killing it on the spot, and the double disintegrates into pure mana. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. He twists his body around, jumping higher in the air while blocking the onslaught of more close-range jabs and slashes from these 2 remaining demons' knives. Unexpectedly, 3 of the small shielding circles Ari summons to block their strikes morph into a long white spear the moment their attention leaves it. One of the unsuspecting demon's copies is impaled from behind, skewering it 3 times with multiple new manifested spears from its blind spot. In the same moment, the last body double is thrown off its game for a split second while witnessing the gruesome and instantaneous attack out of nowhere. And Ari takes this moment of hesitation to charge his bow back up to its full potential, landing a fully charged arrow to its forehead at point-blank range. It doesn't even get to scream, and the double disintegrates away. The mana disperses, and the only thing I can think to do is clap slowly. That was an impressive display of raw power and battle IQ. I have to give it to him. Ari has improved, however, based on the reaction of the real demon's body that storms his way. It's not as impressed. It jumps up in the air, glowing brighter and brighter white itself, while the earth dragon by its side begins to activate what I can only assume is its ranked up buff. A thick barrier of liquid stone surrounds the dragon, and a pair of crimson wings the same color as the demon's horns come jutting out of the demon's back. Once the white light goes away, I sense its mana control increase by over 50%, meaning it's activated some kind of ranked up buff too, with a shapeshifting perk that I've never seen a demon wield before. As it flaps its wings and flies into the air, the dragon jumps up and, even with its heavy stone armor on, gracefully spins through the air. 3 more doubles of the demon form all around it, with wings of their own this time around, and twist and swirl through the air with impressive agility. Ari stands still, drawing his bow back, and not moving from the circular 1 meter wide white manifested platform beneath his feet. Then, less than 10 meters before impact, as the 3 body doubles dungeon walk closer and the real demon and its ranked up dragon swirl around it attacking from both sides, a dark crimson aura emits from Ari and I watch blood red arrows fly. Streaks of red energy are left in the sky as the instant Ari activates his red Hydra's buff. His speed, agility, and power are multiplied by a factor of nearly 3. The doubles are disintegrated in the blink of an eye, and I see a barrage of crimson arrows crack through the defenses of the Earth Dragon's stone-imbued ranked-up shielding. It takes a few hits in the exact same spots, but eventually, one of his arrows pierces right through the dragon's left wing. The demon ruthlessly sends more and more doubles at Ari, but they get weaker and weaker every wave. Ari takes them out with ease. The great thing about the red Hydra's buff is you're able to keep up the same intensity until the battle is over. Only then will you have to face the consequences. The demon is unaware of this, and I'm starting to see the look on its face change from annoyance and anger to helplessness and fear. This demon has never faced a fearsome opponent in its life. It's been able to sit back and enjoy the luxuries of growing its labyrinth with the Sector 2 leader watching over its lackeys, never having to actually protect its throne. The battle instincts of a demon that it was born with are surely there, but its will to survive and win by any means necessary are lacking. It's very clear to see. Ari's sharp eyes, determined grit, and battle experience over the years will easily bring him to victory here. Another 30 seconds pass and Ari gets closer and closer, chipping away at the Earth Dragon's armor and dispatching dozens of body doubles that come 3 at a time. He finally sends a red arrow through the walls of protective doubles and shielding to hit the demon's main body in the thigh. It yells out in fury while blood flows through its wound, opening up a telepathy link as a last-ditch effort. The demon's voice is wavering and much more nervous than before. Let's make a deal. Come on. That was just a test. I see a very profitable future in your midst. Another red arrow comes curving around the backside of the dragon, past its wings that have a few arrow holes of their own pierced through them, and the shot lands right through one of the demon's wings on the same side as its injured leg. It erupts into a massive display of mana shielding flying into the air and red residue from the red Hydra's buff as Ari releases yet another arrow, threading the needle through the tall trees, explosions, and distractions placed in his way. You should have spoken up before you tried to kill me. Your core is all mine. His next arrow hits the demon's other wing, making it begin to fall to the woodland floor. Ari spirit steps and narrowly dodges every one of the body doubles with ease, making eye contact with me for a split second, letting me know he's going in for the kill and I should get ready to do what I need to do. I activate my buffs and pull out my sword while Ari releases his final shot aimed straight at the demon's heart, charged up with as much of his red Hydra's buff soul energy and mana from his skill as possible, making it a strike that is a guaranteed fatal blow. I grin, filling my blade with mana and igniting my body on fire as I airstep into battle. I follow the crimson arrow with all my buffs activated and extreme speed on full blast. I zip through the trees, soar beneath the wing of the massive earth dragon, and swing my sword at the demon's neck as it falls toward the ground. There's a satisfying sound of dense mana slicing through weaker mana as my blade melts through its shielding and cuts off the demon's head in an instant. However, fractions of a second later, the dark red arrow pierces its heart and the body of the creature goes limp before it can even hit the ground. In the resulting thud, the soul bond agreement between demon and dragon is triggered and the eyes of the mighty earth dragon gloss over and it falls to the ground as well. My eyes, on the other hand, light up with excitement as the notifications in my vision appear. Use absorption, skill, body double, upgrade, legendary grade. Yes, no, use absorption, skill, dungeon walker, upgrade, legendary grade. Yes, no, as I choose yes on both of them, notifications that they've been transferred to my main body fill my vision. Then, Ari walks over while powering down his red Hydra's buff. He catches himself on a nearby boulder as he almost passes out from exhaustion, but I run over and help him walk toward the demon's dissolving corpse to claim his prize. I'm impressed. That may have been the most extreme battle I've ever seen you fight in. Taking on a demon and dragon over level 700 on your own, not bad. I crack a grin, and he tries to smile back, but the fatigue is definitely kicking in. The cleanly sliced neck and perfectly circular hole through its heart are signs of seasoned killers at work. We both admire our shots, but I can feel Ares' breathing is very heavy and his eyes are threatening to shut. The moment the corpse finally dissolves, a mana crystal, bright red horn, and small black core fall to the boss room floor. I point it out, and Ari reaches down to grab it. Just like the 2 times I received my cores, the moment it touches his palm, it begins to sink into the center of his hand, and a long black line starts to form from his wrist, up his shoulder, down his chest, and stops right above his heart. He then falls to the floor asleep with a wide smile across his face. I can't help but to let out a laugh. You did well. I've been in the same exact place many times. I'll watch over you while you recover. I take the demon's horn, 2 mana crystals, and single earth dragon scale as loot from the battle and place them in my item storage. Soon after, the labyrinth begins to fade away, bringing us back to the canyon. However, the instant my feet hit the damp rocky floor of the underground cave system, an overwhelming aura of death and destruction fills the air unlike anything I've ever felt before. My head instinctively turns in the direction of the city. But the aura feels as if it's coming from much further out in the desert. Whatever it is, that seems way out of my current body double form's league. It feels as if gods have clashed. So, whatever it is, the fact that I haven't disappeared from existence means my main body is taking care of it just fine. Still, I begin to airstep my way out of the cave system while carrying Ari to reach the surface to check out what happened for myself. Chapter 447, Main Body POV. I stare down at my status as 2 new skill upgrades are added to my repertoire, and a grin widens on my face. Skill transfer to main body, complete. Body double, legendary grade, skill transfer to main body, complete. Dungeon Walker, legendary grade. My eyes scan over their additional legendary perks, and I see that the reduction on base stats and mana control has been lifted on my body double skill now, so any clones I make will be identical in strength to my original form, but it looks as though my soul energy buffs and chi will not be transferred, only mana and demonic energy powered skills will. On top of that, the maximum body double limit has raised to 3, so my multitasking just got a whole lot faster. Next, I read over my new legendary perks of the Dungeon Walker upgrade and find that now I don't need to set any exact spawn points within dungeons. As long as I've stepped foot in or have a memory of any portion of the dungeon logged in my subconscious, I'll be able to access any part of it instantly. This makes me wonder if dungeons logged by my body double's memories will now transfer to my main body. There are no exact transport points I need to follow anymore. It's either I'm greenlit for a dungeon or not. Along with that, a certain newly unlocked perk catches my eye that I wasn't expecting. Legendary perk, activation time, 10 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours, debuff, 99% decrease in all base stats and 99% mana control suppression for 24 hours following usage. The caster is able to teleport from anywhere outside of a dungeon into a dungeon of their choosing. Only the caster and equipped items may use this perk, passengers will be left behind. The consequences of using this new perk seem to heavily outweigh the positives, but it's an interesting getaway move that may be useful in the future. Once fully satisfied with my findings, the mana signature of one of my body doubles carrying the familiar reading of my teammate Ari comes into my general perception range. Then, soon after, I see them both coming near me and my double raising its waving hand in the air while pointing to Ari, who seems to be knocked out cold or sleeping. My double drifts down to the desert floor and sets Ari on the ground. I take this as a cue to point my finger at my own double and shoot a small chi-imbued bullet of stone through its forehead, and the memories of the labyrinth come rushing back to me. Interesting. I have a lot to think about. After the defeat of the 7th ranked Dark Guard, Ari's new goal of learning demonic energy, and now the nearly 400 people in the town that just watched me slaughter their leaders without breaking a sweat, there is much to do. I activate my body double skill again, making 2 more copies to hit my max while the third continues to farm skills and log dungeon details in the canyon. This time, they're at par with my current level 765 status, and the mana control is leaking off them like massive beams of light to my refined eye. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. I point to 1, throwing it a new transport crystal back to the Galeheart Tower. Explain as much as you can to Abby and Maria. They may be out in town, just have Lith send out guards to retrieve them before tonight. Going into the arena again may not be a smart decision, especially considering the 7th ranked Dark Guard won't return. Have them come here as soon as possible, and try to get them to bring Monk here as well. Tell him I'll have an increased cultivation speed method ready, but he's going to need to bring a lot of chi pills for us all to try. Whatever happens, don't leave the mana-shielded protection barrier of the Galeheart Tower. The Dark One cannot suspect I defeated its subordinates yet. My double catches the crystal with a nod, crushing it in its hand instantly. I look to my other double, and it begins to morph into the flaming black business suit attire using conceal and the properties of my cloak to match the exact look of the Flame Emperor that I presented before. I nod and point to the town. You already know what to do. I've been thinking about this for a while. Just get everyone in one place, make sure the higher level grunts don't fight, give everyone ample food and water, and wait for the mind control potions to wear off. It should take another 6 or 8 hours for everyone to come to their senses. Find the access key to the bunker, and don't let anyone else in it. I want that base for myself. Store all the great items or above down there. The rest of the materials we'll sort through and figure out uses for later. I reach into my item storage and pull out my final, full restore, potion, and uncork it. By then, hopefully, Abby is in town and she can help heal any major side effects that Elixir has on all those workers. My double nods, igniting yellow flames in its eyes behind the manifested black mask and putting up layers of invisible mana shielding to stop its waves of intimidation streaming out, then Air steps off toward the town. I finally open up an item storage portal to let Ember walk inside. He lets out a remark in our open telepathy link while moving forward. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. I recommend you train extra hard or leave this place in the near future. We may have beaten one of the Dark Guards, but I believe you still cannot comprehend the Lich King's true strength. If it realizes one of its top officers is killed, war will come. It wouldn't be a bad idea to try and hit our 2nd rank up stage soon. If your plan is to fight and not run, hitting level 1000 will give us a much needed strength boost. You're right as always, Ember. I have a plan. The next guard they throw at us, we'll be ready. Ember disappears into my item storage, then I feed Ari the full restore potion using my telekinesis skill, and he immediately begins to open his eyes and come to, where are we? I won right, I chuckle as Ari stands to his feet in a state of confusion. Yeah, you won. Now we can start your training in the abyss, shall we? His eyes widen, and he looks down at his hands. Eventually, his gaze shifts to meet his forearm and follows the newly formed black tattoo using his index and middle finger all the way up his sleeve to meet his chest, then opens his status. It really does give 100% increase in all stats too? Not bad. I can't sense any of this so-called demonic energy yet though, as he punches the air and continuously forms his bow and mimics shooting arrows to feel his new base stat boosts. We begin walking toward the abyss. Once we get within visual range, I speak up while I activate my Rising Emperor's domain buff. And surprisingly, Ari automatically clears all the conditions and I'm allowed to add him to my status to add skills. I'm going to use one of my abilities on you. Open your status again. As I already explained quite a few times, demonic energy is quite dangerous and if handled poorly can lead to guaranteed instant death. So, you're not going to be practicing with your main body. The instant I share my body double skill with Ari, an odd notification pops up in my mind's eye. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached, 5/5 new party members added, new perk unlocked, find my friend. A rush of information hits my subconscious, and with pinpoint accuracy, I see 5 geolocation points as clear as day in my mind's eye all over the world. Ember, Maria, Abby, Bree, Ari. Embers is located wherever I step, indicating he's inside my item storage space. Both Abby and Maria are way up north in Valor City. Bree is in her workshop in Vice City, and Ari is right beside me. As I scroll through each of their names, their full status screens pop up with health, gear, skills, levels, and pure stats down to the last digit on everyone. I try to share skills with members that aren't near me, but it shows it is impossible because they are outside of my active Rising Emperor's domain range. I continue playing with the brand new interface in my status as we walk closer to the abyss. This ranked up buff is starting to become a lot more interesting. It makes me wonder if this is what happens when just 5 members are added, then what perks will I get when I add more? Chapter 448. As these questions about my ranked up buff continue to race through my mind, we come face to face with the abyss, and I save my theories for later when I can actually test them. Ari opens his status to see the new skill shared with him. A flash of white light shimmers all around him and creates a single body double. I do an all-seeing eye scan to confirm a copy of his greater demon's core did in fact manifest in his new body. I point at the abyss. Alright, it's time to begin your training. It takes a while to get started because without a demonic energy manipulation skill, the unrefined energy that drops from monsters cannot be manipulated from long distances. However, after a few trial and error attempts, we figure out a way for Ari to channel the unrefined energy into his core. All it takes is physical contact with a newly slain demonic monster. The first attempt with a demonic wolf is a success in my eyes. Even though Ari's body double erupts into a massive ball of sparks and explodes on the spot, at least some of the demonic energy enters his pathways to his core. It works similarly to using mana control and creating shielding, but without a mana manipulation skill. Even though Ari doesn't have a demonic energy manipulation skill, he can still move the energy around and sync his movements with his core. Just the fact alone that a demon's core is in his body opens up the possibilities of wielding this new energy. However, he still has to learn it from scratch, like I did. Ari creates 3 more doubles and is determined to improve. I retell the stories of all my past experiences learning to let the demonic energy flow through my emptied out mana pathways while turning off the flow of active skills to not mix the two. It takes dozens of failed attempts of massive balls of sparks and killed body doubles until Ari finally manages to keep some of the energy in his body double's core. He releases it with a slow drip from his fingertips just like I did when I first started, and also self-destructs when his pathways are not completely cleared out while instinctual mana is used to power footsteps or movement speed. On the bright side, Ari's high level of knowledge and experience manipulating mana translates over well. In just a few hours, he manages to fully absorb a full 10 units from a fallen demonic wolf into his core and also can let the energy itself leak from his fingers pretty quickly, activating his mana skills again within minutes and not being overcome with sparks. This kind of result took me many days to master. However, I didn't have 3 body doubles that speed up training and remove the risks of dying. Plus, he has access to a nearly endless supply of demonic energy, and of course, most importantly, an excellent teacher. Once Ari gets the hang of things and has a set goal in mind to replicate the black crescent / I showed him before we entered the labyrinth, I finally take a break from overseeing him and sit down in the desert sand right outside the abyss and pull one of the isolation pods from my item storage. I need to be within range of Ari's main body with my Rising Emperor's domain. It stretches out almost 40 meters now. It's much larger, but the range is still limiting. His doubles are capable of traveling far away and practicing on their own, scouring the edge of the abyss, but I need to stay near the real Ari to continue sharing my skill. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. So, we both get situated next to the shade of a small nearby rock structure jutting out of the sand, while I have a moment. I think this is a good time to start figuring out how these things work. I activate my all-seeing eye, then my appraisal skill, and begin tinkering with the isolation pod. There really isn't much to it. It's a large heavy metal cylinder with a mechanical door set to open and close with a mechanism locked to a control panel. The control panel on it allows a user to set any amount of time using seconds, minutes, and hours. The inner walls are made of what seem to be a unique mana shielding, and up above in a compartment connected to the shielding is an incredibly high mana reading. Covering this is a powered-down digital clock that usually displays how much time is left in a user's pod session. If I had to guess, there's still hundreds of millions of mana still locked away up there, even though Lith said these machines are dormant and out of juice. I can't seem to see through it all the way with my all-seeing eye, and my appraisal skill just gives blank and basic readings back. It isn't until I activate my mythic grade crafting skill that a few new text boxes pop up in my mind's eye that were not there before. Input mana. This hovers over the top portion of the machine's mana dense section. It glows blue and looks just like the setting in my mythic grade craftsmanship interface that allows me to imbue items with skills, elements, and other features. My gaze shifts down to the other lighter blue text box that hovers right over the control panel on the inner wall. Current dilation, 1.2039x. It doesn't have any way to add anything or change it in any way. So, my best guess is that it is dependent on how much mana is inputted, and the dilation will increase if more power is stored. A final blue box is visible on the floor inside the pod. Crafter's note. I click it, and a single text wall of instructions is left behind. Isolation pod version 1.9.3, 2 sold to Lith Galehart. Craftsman instructions. Upon sale, time dilation will be about 10x faster inside the pod versus the outside world. After daily use, this pod may run dry in 1 to 2 years. Energy output and mana leakage for higher dilation is not worth the mana costs for commercial sales. Latest test of 28. 3055x dilation fell below 10x in just 36 hours of usage. Stability of a grade mana shielding has diminishing returns after 9-10x dilation. Energy loss can be mitigated with higher level shielding, but materials are not available. Version 2.0 day TBD. It looks as if this is another craftsman note left behind by the Sector 2 leader, most likely not meant to be seen by anyone's prying eyes but his own. However, it gives me interesting insight into his crafting process. I reach into my item storage and pull out a few thousand MP worth of mana crystals and begin feeding them into the input mana slot to do some testing. The pink crystals instantly disappear from my hands in a flash of white light and are added to the dense core on top of the pod in an instant. When I look at the control panel and see current dilation, 1.2039x, showing it hasn't changed at all, I reach into my storage and pull out many more crystals. I have tons to spare, and just want to see this number rise to confirm I'm doing it right. After countless gems are pushed through, roughly 100,000 MP worth, it shifts to current dilation, 1.2040x. And a grin comes across my face, also paired with a long sigh, realizing something. These are going to be really expensive to maintain. Ari looks over, replying to my mumbles. Find anything interesting? I nod. Yeah, I figured out how to power them, but according to my calculations here, it's going to take at least 1 billion MP to get this thing to dilate time up to twice as fast. Plus, it seems like there's an issue with holding in its energy past a certain point. I'm not even sure if my calculations are correct. It could get more expensive the higher it's pushed. There's no guarantee the energy needed for higher dilation is linear. Honestly, I doubt it is. On top of that, according to the creator, pushing the machine to anything over 10x faster than the outside world is burning excess mana unnecessarily. However, it's apparently plausible for one-time uses, which may be worth the excessive burn if we're in a time crunch. I start thinking deeply to myself, and Ari asks the question that is exactly what's on my mind. Well, where are you possibly going to come up with that much mana to test these things out? Chapter 449, the Vice City Labyrinth is probably the most convenient place to start. I think over the logistics in my head. At the level of monsters I'll be fighting on floor 30 and above, each mana crystal dropped holds almost 1000 MP, give or take a few hundred. At this rate, every 100 monsters I farm will drop 100k MP, and with enough body doubles working at full speed, I can most likely keep that steady rate of killing and collecting loot to 5 minutes per 100 monsters. Maybe I could push it further, but for the sake of my estimates, that's just over 1 million MP per hour. That's not nearly enough to power these machines to the capacity I'm aiming for, but it's enough to do some tests and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm still on a time crunch here, not knowing when the Dark One will catch on to the fact that I killed the 7th ranked Dark Guard. It'd be best to listen to Ember's warning and take it very seriously. While I'm in the labyrinth, I'll try to make it to level 1000 as fast as possible. This is a more achievable and guaranteed way to gain power quickly. Testing out these isolation pods is more of a long-term project. As I come to this conclusion, Ari glows white off to my side about 10 meters away, creating another double as it seems one of his clones fell victim to the sparks again when pushing too hard on training. He speaks up, maybe taking a break and going into the labyrinth is a good idea. I think I'm plateauing here for some reason. I raise an eyebrow. How so? I've sped up my refinement and release speed like you instructed, and have been doing it repetitively with my doubles non-stop while you were working on that pod. However, I've come to a bit of a bottleneck. There's no way I'm able to form this energy into a concentrated slash like you did. It feels like it's just liquid flowing from my body at its own will. It doesn't matter how much demonic energy I saturate into my core, even a full 60 units doesn't change my excretion speed. Is there such a thing as demonic energy control? Does it just take time and practice? I ponder his question and realize I never had this issue because I'm able to use the demonic energy manipulation skill to expedite this process. Yeah, there may be, but I believe it goes hand in hand with increasing your mana control as well. The better you are at controlling and manipulating energy in general, the faster you'll be able to progress here. My gaze turns back to the canyon filled with dungeons. Let's head off to phase 2 of your training. We'll raise your level up to what your skill actually reflects, and in the meantime, I'll show you another one of my skills that will help you improve your mana control at a very fast rate. That will probably get you past this plateau quickly. Otherwise, I think you'd have to stay here and channel demonic energy for a few weeks straight to improve your control naturally. Either way, you'll be getting a lot stronger. On that note, I put the isolation pod into my storage, and we begin making our way back to the canyon. As we reach the edge, I pinpoint my third double zipping from dungeon to dungeon, making the stone magic markings outside each stable portal with detailed notes of what level creatures are in each one and what items they drop. I open my telepathy link and tell it to come here, stating there has been a change of plans. Once it does, I kill it. On the spot, letting all the memories of the past day of dungeon diving rush back to me, Ari and I step into the nearest blue portal after this, and once I open up my dungeon walker skill, I feel a brand new sensation come over me. It feels like I'm touching every part of this dungeon with a widespread perception skill, and I'm able to teleport to any position of it I choose in an instant even if I haven't been to those regions of the dungeon in the past. Stolen novel. Please report. The more I let my mind wander, the more dungeons I feel. Even the dungeons from my body double's past memories become clear to me, and I'm able to blip there at will if I please. This is a new sensation that wasn't available when using the special grade version of this skill. I stand still in wonder for a moment, admiring the possibilities of the upgraded skill, then teleport both Ari and myself to the 30th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth where wyverns of varying levels up to 750 fly freely in the sky. There are 3 sections just as I remembered: water, earth, and fire, and in the center of the dungeon, the boss room portal spins slowly waiting for a challenger. I left off near the volcanic region last time, bordering the large lake of water, hoping to find another one of those rare mutants fighting wyverns at the time, so that's where I bring Ari to start his training. I create another body double and order it to begin farming the other areas of the dungeon as fast as possible. Collecting mana crystals and element stones without holding back, a burst of buffs, high mana control, intimidation, and it blipping away with a flaming sword held tight lets me know it's off to farm. I turn to Ari and give him the rundown on this dungeon while sharing my absorption skill and explaining how it works to increase one's mana control. Before I finish, a level 685 fire-wielding wyvern comes dive-bombing toward us, but I watch Ari summon his bow, charge up a shot, and let it fly with confidence and accuracy. It curves through the air and makes a heavy direct hit on the monster's tough hide, but surprisingly, the wyvern survives the blow and lets out a screech. Ari is quick enough on his feet to release another full-powered arrow and spirit step to the side, killing the wyvern before it has a chance to release an attack of its own and letting it fall to the dungeon floor. His eyes light up when he sees the text boxes above the defeated monster and turns to me after absorbing the millions of MCP and igniting his hand with flames. I smile and reply, "Don't get your hopes up too much. That fire magic will not stay on your status. Once absorption leaves, the skills gained will too. However, it's impossible to take away the experience gained from processing mana, so as far as I know, the MCP gained will stay indefinitely. It did for Abby and Maria at least. Ari nods to himself, pulling back his bow, aiming at another wyvern coming from another direction, and covering the arrow in flames before releasing it into the air at long range. Once it hits the next incoming red wyvern, it explodes into a wall of fire, but just like the other, Ari needs to land another direct hit to kill it completely. As its corpse falls to the floor, and Ari absorbs its MCP, I speak up again, pointing to the center of the dungeon. The closer we get to the middle, the stronger the monsters will get. I know you're able to one-shot all of these, even the max-leveled ones with your Red Hydra's buff, but that isn't the goal. We'll be working on your base level stats, raising your mana control, and taking advantage of my skill while you have the chance. He nods as I go on. So, we'll work our way to the center of this dungeon, but after that, I'll be leaving you behind with my body double to climb higher. I might have really pissed off the Dark One while you were training in the labyrinth, so I need to get a lot stronger, and fast. Ares' eyes widen. The Dark One? You mean the Sector 1 leader Lith has contracted us all to kill? What did you do? How strong? It's a long story, and I have no idea of its actual strength, but I do know you wouldn't even stand a chance against any of its guards in your current form. Honestly, neither would I. If I knew what was coming, trust me, I'd explain. The only thing we can do right now is train and wait for a response from Valor City. I already sent a double out there to retrieve our teammates. I assumed Ari would ask more questions, or be more concerned. But his response is both surprising and exactly what I was hoping for at the same time. Well, looks like you've got it all handled. All we can do now is train, right? No point in wasting any more time. I nod, air stepping upward, and turning my direction toward the center of the dungeon. Ari follows, and the wyvern hunt begins. We occasionally cross paths with my dungeon walking body double as it blips around killing everything in its path. Sometimes, I even feel it leaving this dungeon to farm lower floors while it waits for more monsters to respawn. Meanwhile, I watch Ari kill wyvern after wyvern with his arrows, only having to use 2 MP potions after over 40 solid kills. It takes just over an hour, but we make it to the center of the dungeon and Ari reaches level 741. It takes him 3 to 4 shots to kill most of the peak level monsters on this floor, but none of them have managed to land a scratch on him just yet. When 2 or 3 team up together, Ari has to go all out, and a few times I've seen the glint of the Red Hydra's buff start to flare in his eyes, but he has pulled through and managed to win every battle without using it, and not once have I had to step in. Worry does look a bit tired, but I'm sure he has a few hours of work left in him. So, as we stop in front of the large grey swirling boss room portal, wyverns of many different elements at the highest of levels continuously swarm down and attack. My body double comes back to stand by S2, and I turn to the portal. You still have a few more levels to gain before you hit your limit. Farming with my absorption perk would be more beneficial of course, but I've used up enough valuable time already and need to leave. My double will stay with you and farm in this dungeon until you hit your max. Jump up to the next floor if you think you're ready. He nods and I walk through the portal to face the 30th floor boss. Chapter 450. The transport magic around me disappears, and I stare out at a marshland of deep swampy water, lush green trees, and flickering blue flames oddly staying lit on top of the water and not spreading to the greenery. My eyes lock onto the one and only appraisal reading in this whole boss room, and I dungeon walk over to it without wasting a second. The bright blue scales and glowing sharp eyes of a level 789 blue wyvern boss lock onto me, and I see its mana shielding cover its entire body while it prepares to send waves of blue flames my way, but I can tell this monster is no match for me. Using only my mana control, I take my sword from my storage, activate my buffs, and release a thin blade of flames. Down on the beast below me, the crescent of flames splits it in half the long way, and even separates the marshland below, evaporating water and destroying trees for over 20 meters in all directions. The water soon flows back to its natural state as the corpse lies in 2 pieces on the floor. There isn't even another sound to escape the monster's mouth. All I hear are 2 level up notifications, bringing me to level 767 while I absorb its available MCP. As the body dissolves away into the marsh, a bright blue crystal is left behind in its place, and it makes the water bubble and churn around it. As my appraisal skill locks in a reading to find that it's a firestone, I can't help but let out a chuckle while opening an item storage portal and letting it fall inside. Really? I tried to find one of these for hours. All I had to do was face the boss room. I roll my eyes as the transport magic takes me to the next floor. Level up, X82, 1 PP, X6, 722 mental strength, 816 strength, 146,110,205 MCP, Iron Fist, legendary grade. The next 5 floors move by very quickly. I make it to level 849 without breaking a sweat, or even having to use any of my chi. Using Dungeon Walker and enemy detection, I'm able to pinpoint mobs near my level and instantly kill them, teleporting around a dungeon and clearing every monster inside it in less than 10 minutes per floor. I try to kill in ascending order to maximize the amount of PP gains I can. Even so, the process is very quick. I've been desperately needing to bring my level up to my ability for a long time now. It feels good to go all out. The rush of constant level ups and base stats rising is a great sensation. One notable floor on my way up is the 33rd. It has an elite form of Yetis that all wield extreme ice magic. They drop element stones every 30 or so kills. Unfortunately, my absorption skill isn't high enough in proficiency to upgrade advanced to extreme skills yet, but based on my speedy progression here, I can tell I'll be back here soon enough. However, on the 34th floor, I came across Earth Golem monsters with a skill called Iron Fist. It is a form of body hardening that only forms around the user's hands, and greatly increases the force, impact, and hardness of a punch in hand-to-hand combat. I absorb it, but as hand-to-hand isn't my normal fighting style, I don't plan to use it very much. Level up, X67, 1 PP, X4, ads by PubFuture. PubFuture adds 190,990,345 MCP, after beating the 36th and 37th floors without the use of any chi either, one-shotting everything in my path, and reaching level 916, the 38th floor comes along, and I finally face opponents that give me a hint of trouble. Eerily familiar massive worms with circular serrated teeth come flying out of the sandy dungeon floor, somehow locking onto my mana signature wherever I fly above the surface. They're all easily 30 to 50 meters long, and over 5 meters in diameter, some even reaching close to 10. Every monster in this 38th floor is between levels 932 and 950 and have the same 3 skills: Body Hardening, Legendary Grade; Extreme Stamina, Legendary Grade; Combat Magic, Advanced Earth Summoning. I'm very surprised when one of my full-powered mana blades doesn't make it all the way through one of their hardened skins. With a combination of all its skills, there's a thick white glow that surrounds the monster, and it flows through the sandy dungeon region like water as it uses its earth manipulation skill to move quickly away. I send blade after blade at it from a distance, not wanting to get too close, but despite the half a dozen deadly slashes in a single area, and its bodily fluids leaking behind it, the enormous worm creature doesn't give up. Every chance it gets, the beast chomps its spinning teeth high in the sky to try and catch me. But my speed and agility are still far too much for it to stand any chance. After 8 full-powered hits, the creature finally meets its end. Level up, I absorb its MCP and Extreme Stamina, Legendary Grade, testing out its capabilities, and realize it's a resource-converting skill. The skill allows the user to heal their HP by 10%, converting exact MP points to HP, only following an enemy attack that lands damage. It can be used an unlimited amount of times, as long as the user gets attacked again. It cannot be used if the user has not taken any damage from any enemy. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon after reading its description. The white glows and incredibly tough defenses make sense now. This is a very odd conditional skill, but one that will definitely come in handy for me in the heat of tough battles. Level up, X29, 1 PP, X2, 1015 defense, 113,060,399 MCP. It takes well over 2 hours to finally reach level 946, even going all out. This was one of my most troublesome dungeons to take down in this run so far. Some of the strongest worms in here took upward of 10 hits to defeat, and the spawn rate isn't very fast. Less than 20 worms are available in the dungeon at any one given time, and it takes over 30 minutes for each of them to return. I challenged the boss room even though I'm 4 levels away from maximizing my efficiency. It may take another few hours if I try to grind it out perfectly. Level up, as I hit level 947 and teleport onto the 39th floor to be hit with an unexpected sweet scent of honey and a cool breeze, rolling hills, colorful wildlife like flowers, bushes, and trees, and endless grasslands fill my vision. PubFuture adds, however, my moment of peace is rudely broken as I sense 9 figures in this dungeon all between levels 965 and 980. There's a 10th very far away at level 989. But it seems to be an outlier. I teleport to the closest one with my sword ready, and I see another familiar creature staring back at me with a bull-like face, long red horns, tough skin with matted fur, wielding 2 massive silver axes, and red eyes filled with rage triggered by instinct on sight. A minotaur larger than any I've ever seen runs forward at me. glowing blue, golden, and coating its skin in a metallic shimmer. I take a look at its skill list: extreme strength, legendary grade; extreme speed, legendary grade; body hardening, legendary grade. I activate my own buffs and speed away from its incoming dual axes with haste, letting them sink into the dungeon floor and send shockwaves through the ground as I airstep up in the air to admire the pure force and power of this beast. It's at least 8 or 9 meters tall, and bulging with muscles, layered with mana shielding higher than anything I've ever witnessed on a natural being. The minotaurs I've faced before were 3 or 4 meters tall at most, some mutants reaching upward of 5, so this must be some evolved form. I release a full-powered wave of flames from my blade similar to the ones that took out the worms on the floor below in a few hits, but the minotaur takes it head-on with both of its silver axes, letting out a roar while dispersing my flames into the air, not receiving a single scratch. I'm sure I could split this monster in two using chi without batting in. But I don't have any replacement chi pills left, so I'll try not to use any if I don't have to. I activate Phantom Step while the monster charges my way with blades ready again, jumping in 3 different directions while using stealth to conceal my main body and dungeon walk to the creature's blind spot. I use earth magic to make the earth beneath its feet grasp its legs tight in an instant, stopping its mobility, then use bind to make the dark purple hand from my back manifest and grow large enough to hold the beast in place. Once it's helplessly locked in a compromised position, I let spears of ice and earth rain down on it from above while swinging my blade over and over at point-blank range to release crescents of fire at its unprotected back. The explosions of shielding, painful roars, and valiant effort it puts up against my restraints are impressive. The shackles at its feet made of earth magic are destroyed, and it even manages to break free from my binding hand, but the ruthless barrage of attacks that follows is far too much for the monster to survive through. A crater in the floor is formed as the hailstorm of ice and earth batter the monster's body, diminishing its mana shielding and destroying its armor. The faint golden glow of what seems like a ranked-up buff begins to activate, but it is far too late to save this creature now. I don't stop until I hear a notification in my inner ear: level up, you were a tough one. Its mana shielding is pretty similar in basic strength to my own, it just lacks the ability to indefinitely replenish its MP and use a variety of offensive skills to the same degree. I have to keep this in mind and stay on my toes moving forward. I'm facing seriously strong and fairly intelligent opponents now. One wrong step, and I could actually get injured. I need to always make the first move and take control of each battle before they even start. Level up, X4. I defeat the other 8 minotaurs of similar level and make it to level 952, leaving only one more in this dungeon, the outlier at level 989. I teleport near it and scan its skills: combat magic, extreme fire summoning, extreme strength, legendary grade, extreme speed, special grade, body hardening, special grade. The minotaur is even larger, easily over 10 meters. Its axes are over 3 times the size of my body, and left behind in its footsteps are black flames that have destroyed the meadows and rolling hills of the beautiful landscape. I take no time admiring the beast, as I know mutants always have extra tricks up their sleeves. I have to go all out on the first move. I use full-powered water magic to shoot plumes of its element's worst weakness all around it, while forming spears of rock and ice, manipulating them with careful use of telekinesis and mana manipulation to shower it with lethal strikes from all sides. I'm using stealth throughout all of this, so my opponent has not even seen me yet. It is only faced with my waves of confusion, intimidation, and furious elemental attacks. An explosive shockwave of black flames erupts from the monster as it fends off my attacks as best it can. I dungeon walk around it at erratic angles, shooting off full-powered mana blades at a safe distance. Just feeling the heat of its flames from over 20 meters away feels like I'm plunging into the depths of a volcano. It seems as if many of my attacks are being eaten up by its pitch-black flames before they even hit its body, but the loud roars and explosions of mana shielding after every occasional high-powered attack make me think my relentless barrage is doing something useful. However, I wait nearly 4 times as long as the base mobs in this dungeon, but the creature isn't giving up. Its rage only seems to get stronger, and I watch an aura of red energy begin to surround its body as I sense its mana control multiplying by the second. My eyes widen, and I immediately imbue my blade with chi. That's enough. I'm not dealing with whatever you're about to unleash. As I airstep in, charging my blade hotter and hotter with dense white chi, the mutant's ranked up buff begins to obliterate all of the mana-based attacks I was previously throwing at it. The ice shards melt away before making contact, my water beams evaporate into thin air, and my rock spears melt to lava as it hits its outer aura. Even my final mana blade rebounds off its wall of red aura. However, in a single slash, my blade covered in chi rips through its crimson veil, pushes its black flames aside, and slices right through its neck, defeating the monster before it can break through to release its full strength. Level up. Its body falls limp and its head sticks into the dirt floor upside down, held up by its curved horns a few meters off the ground. I whisper under my breath down to the corpse after the loud thud, "That was a close one. I'll admit, you were pretty strong. You're the first pure mana being that has forced me to use chi at my current level." I reach level 953 and absorb its MCP, then walk over to its corpse as its body dissolves away. A large black flaming stone is left behind, another unique element stone too. This labyrinth just keeps getting better. It's the second highest mana rating I've ever felt come off of a monster's loot drop, only second to the A-class colossal I fought with Ember out in the desert. After admiring the hot black flames that ripple off of it, thinking of the crafts I could do with a stone like this, I throw it into my item storage for later. I slowly walk out of the massive blackened crater and open up my enemy detection skill to check if any new mobs have spawned back. There were only 10 on the whole floor, but I will admit they were incredibly strong. No more have spawned back in yet, so I'm all alone on the 39th floor. I make my way over to the boss room portal at the back of the dungeon, thinking about whether or not I should wait for these beasts to respawn to grind out a few more levels, or challenge the boss and move up to the 40th floor right now.